Lights, camera, action.
Hello, everyone. Stop the raffle. Stop. The raffle hasn't gone yet. Don't do the command. It's not gonna work yet. You don't even know what you're raffling for. There's not a raffle happening yet. I put that there for in the future. I'm so sorry. My bad. Just in case, because I was gonna do the raffle, but some people might not want this raffle. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. Thank you. Holy shit. We haven't even started yet. Thank you. Luigi Fan, Darth Raven, Plenty of Ducks, Jenner Blackmane, N Silveratum, Mean Bean, Dead Gnomes, Wyvern Flames. Hey, haven't seen you in a while. Congrats on the 1 year. Purest Potato, KB Karma, Ebon Sky, Spectral Wall Lizard for gifting 10 subs, Centaur III, Covelian, Boris Sinatra, not you, silly, Spectral Wall Lizard again. Oh, thank you. And a small beaver. Welcome, everyone. Is there a game today? Not quite. I'm not playing a game. I'm doing behind the scenes. So today we are going to be looking at the Crap Guide to D&D series, behind the scenes. Mostly just the DM video, but I'll look into the other ones if they become relevant. But yeah, so welcome. Oh, hi. I didn't mean to turn on my camera. Whoops. Well, I turned on my camera because I'm giving away stuff. Actually, we can start our first giveaway, actually, for thank you for people coming to watch. The first item that we're giving away is going to be, actually, who here plays, does anyone here play Neverwinter? Do we have any Neverwinter players in here? You know, the MMO, the D&D based MMO. Okay, good, because this is for people who play Neverwinter, specifically on PC. So I'm giving away a code for a goodies pack. It's called the North Supplies Pack, and it's only for PC, so if you play on console, unfortunately, this is probably not going to work for you. It says, this collection of goods will supply you with the Panther Companion, Heavy Giant Spider Mount, Menzoberranzan Race, and more. And it's got this picture of this, I guess, Dragonborn riding a spider of some kind. So, yeah, I'm gonna turn on the raffle now. It's gonna go for 30 minutes, and you can enter it by using the command. There we go, ! Raffle. And you will be entered once, and yeah, you will be entered into this raffle. Remember, only for if you play Neverwinter, you know. This is for Neverwinter PC. So yeah, that's gonna go on for 30 minutes, and in the meantime, I'm gonna show you guys, welcome to the Crap Guide to Dungeon Master video. And I may not be as active reading chat because I may be busy, you know, paying attention to what I'm trying to say. In fact, actually, I'm going to turn the music off because it makes it more difficult to focus. Sorry. So, no music here. Or at least skip this one because it's got lyrics. And then lower it a little bit to where it's like really quiet, because I'm sorry, that's the only way I can focus. Unless I mute it, I guess, on my end, so that I don't hear it. But yeah, you didn't miss anything, Anna. Not yet, anyway. Just getting things going. I'm going to show behind the scenes of the Crap Guide to Dungeon Master Guide. You don't hear any music?
Hello there.
You hear it? Okay, yeah, it's probably very faint. I'll turn it up a little bit. Go. but I'm gonna turn it down for me. There we go. So it shouldn't be... Oh, that's actually pretty loud. Let me turn it down even more. Let me know how that sounds, by the way. Does that sound good? Too quiet, too loud? Perfect. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so this this stream is gonna be about, you know, I felt like if I had if I made a video, it would be way too long. So instead I'll do a live stream. I don't wanna, you know, I don't know. I feel like a live stream would be better in case people wanted to ask specific questions as well. And yeah, so this is... Where do I even start? Jeez. This is the Crap Guide to Dungeon Master video. You can see the timeline is a mess. You can see all the audio. Here, let me show you. This is all the audio tracks of all the different cameos. Right down here. Just to give... This is when everyone's like talking at once. Yeah, it's pretty hectic. So, the conception of the Crap Guide to Dungeon Master goes way back. I actually have the script here, and I can open the history and I can see when it was first conceived. Way back, the script was started in November 21st, 2019, and I hadn't written anything until April the following year. But I had the idea since the beginning, but I had been thinking about it and actually started pre-production, I guess, in November of last year. Actually, November 2 years ago. Yeah, so, and then in April was when I finally started writing some stuff. And, so basically, I just reached out to a bunch of people and just started going down the list of who would I like to include in the video and stuff like that. And then including guidelines, stuff like that. The idea for the cameo section of this video is to have each person represent a sort of player stereotype or exaggeration of how you play D&D, in the sense that it's annoying for the DM or other players to deal with. And please, if your idea is aimless banter or arguing, banter and argue away. Yeah. The idea is that you're ruining the DM's plan. So yeah, that was the conception behind all of that. Did I write everyone's part, or did they have input? They had a lot of input. Like, some of them I wrote, like, for example, Taka's and Connor's part, I wrote for them. I kind of had an idea for Gaijin's part, but he, like, adjusted the script somewhat. Yeah, I did a lot of writing in April, I think. Or a lot of editing, rather. Yeah. Look, see, the final, like, in April of last year, the final segment was already written about me. The breakdown I had, the confrontation between JoCat and JoCrap. Thank you for the level 3 hype train, by the way. Yeah, that was all written from the beginning, pretty much. Why did I have Octopimp in it? Because he seems cool, and he was a guest star in the Unexpectables. And he's good friends with, you know, Monty and Taka, and he's part of that kind of, like, voice actor crowd. 95% is rewriting and editing. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Actually, I know where to start. Let's not start with the Dungeon Master video. Let's start with the rest of the videos. Let's go down the playlist, shall we? Let's go down the playlist. Here we go. And just give my thoughts on each one. Let's watch through them. Let's watch through my series, shall we? Here we go.
It's too cold outside.
Let me just lower the volume of Insane in the Rain over here. And then up the volume on this.
What shadow?
December 17th, 2018 is when this came out. Holy shit. Wow. Lower that some more. I can't focus with this music. I'm sorry. You're just gonna have to be. It's just gonna be a silent stream. So, yeah. So this was the first one. This was right off the heels of Crap Guide to Monster Hunter, I think, because I think the Crap Guide to Monster Hunter was this same year, 2018. Let me check. Let's see. And I made this in a day as well. Yeah, Crap Guide to Sword and Shield. Was this 2018? It was August, September, October, November, December. 4 months. 4 months between shows. Now it's 4 months between episodes. Oh, man. So, yeah, wow. And you can see, this was back when I was still, like, getting my footing on how to, yeah, if you check, December 17th is the Barbarian video, and the Bard video is December 19th. 2 days. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if I could do a crap guide every 2 days now? That's insane. Because that's basically how I did the crap guide to Monster Hunter. But this one was just way more demanding. Yeah, so this one, you can see it's a lot different. You notice the coloring, or rather the drawing, is a lot grayer. That's because I was drawing on the same layer as the paper. Nowadays, I draw on a separate layer so that there's a little bit more contrast. But because in here, I'm drawing on the same layer, it's like blending it, because that's how Psy works, I guess. I really foolishly believed that I would be able to get this done by the end of that year. What a fool I was. December 17th. I thought that I was hoping to get this done by the entire series of, what is it, like 14 episodes? Because at that point I was just doing all the classes in Dungeon Master. And I was hoping to get it done by the end of that year. Such optimism, such foolishness.
Also want to argue about how pop culture characters fit into a line.
And this one, blank is chaotic evil. I was tempted to put, the original joke was I wanted to put Deadpool, but I thought that would make people upset and argue in the comments. But, you know, I would probably put Deadpool up there now because that's not a genuine opinion. It's just a joke, but I know that ticks some people off if you say Deadpool's chaotic evil. Yeah.
Alignment charts, so it's time to make like a bunch of famous voice actors.
Hey, look at that guy. He's in my video. 2 years later, he's in a video. Amazing. And oh my god, my mic quality was way worse back then.
And Dungeons and Dragons. Odds are plenty of you dorkbags have heard of the hobby, but have as little understanding about how it works as anyone over 60 has about being content with living as a single childless adult who doesn't care about where they live so long as it's a roof over their head and the neighbors don't shout out racial slurs. Unless it's at half-elves, the filthy, knife-eared mongrel mutts. So print out some character sheets, go shopping for some loaded dice, pack some expired snacks, call up all those friends you can only tolerate, and put on your favorite wizarding hat. It's time to do some motherfucking role-playing. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D.
So that intro is that's pretty all right. That's a pretty all right intro to the series, just talking about D&D and stuff. I'm still pretty happy with it. Yeah, I think it still holds up pretty well. Filthy Spinnakers. Yeah, that was a Game Grumps reference. Looking back at old stuff. Yeah, I'm looking back through the series and talking about like behind the scenes. Yeah.
Welcome to a crap guide to D&D.
Oh man, this intro. There's like nothing on the table. I'm surprised the intro actually does kind of hold up okay-ish in its animation. The color of the Wiggler has changed because I hadn't realized that the color of this like dark cyan part is supposed to be darker, and I've slowly darkened it over time. But yeah, it's crazy how iconic this intro has become. And I think one of the official D&D Wizards of the Coast run Twitters, like a side account that like does like the special show, even uses my intro. in GIF form, but unfortunately it uses one where there's no credit given. But whatever. And I'm still pretty happy about the intro song. I wrote that song as well. I made this song by myself. Let me load up FL Studio. FL Studio, this is Fruity Loop Studio. This is the program that I use to compose music. And I think this is the full version right here. Oh, this is the music that I sent. This is the sample I sent to Music Reborn to when I was commissioning someone. JoCat made the song by himself in a cave with a box of scraps. Yeah. So this is the full version in alpha. So I didn't know what I wanted the full version to be, so I threw this together. Yeah, so it's very primitive and very basic because I had no idea what I was doing. Was it the full song first or just the? It was just the clip originally. It was just the clip, the one part. But this was when I was trying to make a full version. I am so happy that I got Music Reborn though, because they did a fantastic job making the full version. It's everything that I wanted. This though, this is nonsense. This is just me throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. Like, I didn't know what to put in the chord version down here. What even is this bassy piano part? And that part, that sounds janky. What is that? What was I doing? Gross. I don't like that at all. I mean, some people might like it, but I just have a case of self-cringe, you know? Music Reborn definitely refined this a lot more. Oh yeah, whenever I didn't know what to do, I would repeat stuff, so that's the beginning, repeat it again. Yeah. And then it just repeats. Critical Bard, hey, what's up? Hi there, Critical Bard, what's up? How you doing? I'm going behind the scenes of the crap guide stuff. Let me find the original. Do I have, Oh yeah, Shield dies. Oh man. Let's see. Shield dies. Yeah. It's just a slower version. I heard the song of my people. Yes, Bards Rise Up. It's just a slower version of Twin Leaf in piano. Yeah. I really should get a keyboard. Let's see. Is there Crap guide to D&D. There it is. I think this is the original intro. This is it. This is all I made. Oh, I think I added like an extra thing back here because I felt like it sounded like boring towards the end. Yeah, the bass. I added this little thing. I went in and to kind of make it like kind of almost repeat this similar to the beginning. So it would sound. Yeah, that's the actual intro. Wow. Let's save that. Yeah, so it's just 3 instruments. And it's kind of janky. And I'm really happy and I feel very lucky with the tone that I got because it sounds like your typical like fantasy sound, but it also sounds janky, you know? It sounds real janky. I don't know. I think it's perfect for the series. Yeah. Anyway, back to this video. So the barbarian video, there are things I would change about it. There are quite a few things. It's a little dated, and I get a few things wrong. And just some of the jokes just, I feel, don't really land that well. No doubt some of these jokes might be some people's favorites, like absolute favorite jokes. But for me, like, my standards have risen and changed. So,
Do you like hitting things? What am I saying? Of course you do. Everybody does. I most certainly do. All the time. Like now.
This one's alright because I reused that one. Didn't I remake this one? Yes, I did, because of the fact that I thought it was so dated.
And hitting things is the best thing about D&D. You can hit literally anything you want. Better yet, you can hit it with a big fuck-off axe while flying into a bloodthirsty rage so potent you could be forgiven for mistaking it for some kind of super rabies. The barbarian is the best class for—
Oh man, only 4 bullet points. Debbie Spruce Nails, the first Crap Guide to D&D character. Look at her. Look how small she is.
For hitting everything and everyone hard enough they explode into a huge puff of confetti or a shower of blood and organs. What's the difference? They're pretty much the same thing. You get a d12 for your hit die, one of the only times you'll ever use a d12. But it does mean you'll be soaking up hits better than my pillow soaks up tears after I take a look in the mirror for a few seconds.
So this one was actually kind of more experimental, of adding in self-deprecating humor. And I think that's a little bit more natural to me, but like, as some people pointed out, it's not that suitable to JoCat the character. So you'll notice maybe on occasion it'll still happen, but like it gets rarer and rarer as the series goes on, just because JoCat as a character is not self-deprecating. He is very confident. He is, why the cake? Well, why not the cake? Look at that cake. But yeah, this is one of the rare cases where JoCat does some self-deprecating thing, but yeah. JoCat is an egomaniac. He absolutely is.
Seconds. You start with just about every important combat proficiency and any weapon of your choice. And if you're taking recommendations, I highly suggest going for the dual-wield chainsaw shotgun laser earrings with detachable missile launchers and drink dispensers. Ooh, and they have built-in cup holders. Look at that. No tool.
Yeah, I like that. So I'm noticing I'm getting quite a ways through the video, and I'm still... one of the problems I have with this video is, or rather not problems, but one of the things that I would improve about this video is I wouldn't drone on about such minor aspects, you know? Like, you get proficiency with every weapon. Okay. Do you need a long joke for that? Probably not. Or maybe I'd structure the joke differently nowadays. And like right now I'm talking about tool proficiencies, but I never talk about tool proficiencies in any other guide, I don't think, in any other episode. So it's weird that I harp on about it in this one. But I guess this was back when I was still getting my feet together, you know, just getting my feet wet and figuring out what the series was going to be. Because with D&D, it was so different from Monster Hunter. Because Monster Hunter, it's a game, there's data, there's objective information on how things work. Whereas D&D, it's a little bit more malleable. So a lot of this stuff, it's like, what's important, you know? Do I still play D&D? Oh, yeah, I run D&D right now. In fact, I'm running a game currently every week, though this current week it's canceled. But yeah, I do run, and maybe I might run one live one day. Who knows? Maybe sometime soon. Who knows?
Tool proficiencies, but who cares? Nobody uses tools anyway. You pick them to add to your character for backstory purposes and then forget they exist because you only ever roll for skill checks anyway. You lazy...
I actually like this joke a lot because it's you know, it's one of those... this is totally me and I feel so attacked right now kind of jokes, because whoever remembers tool proficiencies, right? So I'm sure some people do, but yeah, it's one of those, it's funny because it's true. But I don't like what happens later, and that's this.
Roll for skill checks anyway, you lazy, thoughtless gobblebright. Yes, I just made...
Yeah, the gobblebright, looking back, the gobblebright joke and the Garmoofy joke, I'm like... that's such a waste of time for a joke. Like, I think my thought process behind these jokes was to imply that I'm so dumb as a barbarian that I'm making up words. But I don't know that that came across very well. Which is why I excluded it in the remake. But like, it's not the case. Even if the case that it is a good joke, it's just these videos are very short, so every second is precious. And I have to, you know, I don't know. I'm just personally not
Made that
satisfied
up,
with
and
this
it's
joke.
what you are, you stinky Feigl bitch.
Feigl
In
bitch.
fact, who even needs armor? Your pure, unadulterated chutzpah will block enemy blows better than even the shiniest of chainmail bikinis. Better yet, you have spider sense, which assists in you avoiding traps, spells, obligatory social events, and lawn.
Yeah, this one's pretty good. This is one of my favorite types of jokes, where one of those that's not what it does kind of jokes. Where I'm just being a silly goof. Where yes, it lets you avoid traps and spells, but no, it doesn't help you avoid phone calls. You silly goof. You know, those are you'll find a lot of those jokes in there, and I like those a lot. Yeah.
And of course, the signature trait of the Barbar is being able to enter a ferocious frenzy of force that foes will fear for all their.
Oh, man. 1.0 Goblin. You have not aged well. Man. They are so much sharper and weirdly proportioned. Primitive Gobbo. Is this the first instance of a Goblin? Hold on, is there more? No, this is the first Goblin. Wow. Evolution has done them favors. Oh yeah, they're much cuter now.
Their fannies. During your rage, you.
Oh, look at that. Ugh. Look at these goblins. They look so gross. Jaggy Gobbo. Yeah.
You may be easier to hit, but.
Oh, that's a mistake that I made. That's another reason I don't like this video, is because I say you may be easier to hit. You're not. I was thinking of reckless attack, and I mentioned that in the comments as well. But yeah, when you rage, you're not easier to hit. In fact, you gain resistance, so you take half damage. But yeah.
But at the game that you are better at hitting everything else, and not just that, your muscles grow to the size of Cragface Garmoofis.
Like again with the made up word, and then I harp on about, like, I'm not even talking about the class anymore. I barely talked about the class in this video, and that's why I feel there's a lot of room for improvement.
That's a made up word.
I don't care that the things I'm using for analogies aren't real. Intelligence.
Yeah, that was kind of to transition into me talking about how intelligence is a dump stat because I'm a barbarian, you know, and barbarians don't care about intelligence. So, yeah, this, as far as the first episode, this one's kind of rocky with the inaccuracy and the jokes not landing and going on for a little bit long. But, you know, I made a new one, so.
Is a dump stat anyway. That's why mine is the number that comes after 3. And now you know how to play barbarian. You're welcome.
And the outro is, it's meh. It doesn't really do anything much aside. I think it's just to establish that, hey, I'm doing D&D now. Look, I'm a wizard with big muscles and a staff and a hat and a sword. Yeah. Oh, and fun trivia. This
I don't care that
this pose of JoCat shrugging rather, there's a frame of him doing this exact pose. In fact, this exact frame is in every single Crap Guide video at least once. I reuse this at least once. Some little bit of trivia there. Yeah. And then there's Debbie right there on the table, the first miniature. Yeah. Prove it? I will. So yeah, that's the first video. It's all right. The Bard video I think holds up pretty well. Although there's one thing that I wish I kept, that I included, because it's such a major thing about the Bards. We'll just watch it.
frail spellcasters, whack. Close quarters combatants, whack. Immobile tanks, whack. Me, I'm tight as fuck.
And you can see here as well, I'm still drawing on the paper layer, so you can see the grayness that's blending in.
First time playing D&D.
Oh yeah, and this. I'm surprised how few people caught this. I took this fan art of the Disney princesses and put JoCat in there. This is a fun little thing that I'm surprised so few people saw. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, even people in the chat are just now noticing. Look at this. Yeah, Princess JoCat.
I realized I'm too cool for any sort of special.
Yeah, you can see, look, this is when I started doing drawing on a separate layer. You can see the black is so much more higher contrast than the black here. You can see, like, it going gray and stuff. And I think this is...
Whack. Me.
I think this was a reference from...
Me.
I referenced Kizune AI, I think, the first VTuber. Yeah, it's her, like, smug face, and I I traced it. I didn't reference it. I traced it. Yeah. I should have credited that in there. Primeval VTuber,
I'm
yeah.
tight as fuck. First time playing D&D, I realized I'm too cool for any sort of specialized role. But that was only because I hadn't figured out that there's only one way to play it right. With a sword in one hand and a harp in the other, shouting my greatness from the...
Oh yeah, and I misspelled Baltimore here. There's a lot of misspellings in my videos, I realize. I said Ballimore. Whatever, it's the fantasy version of Baltimore.
rooftops, laying bitches and slaying witches. Or is it laying witches and slaying bitches? I can't quite remember. I was too busy giving the tavern owner a reason to stay in business. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D.
I think I would change that contrast to be black instead of white. I'm dead inside. This contrast is a little low. This intro's pretty good, actually. I like this. I like this intro. Still, because it's, I'm laying bitches and slaying witches is a very bard thing to say, and I'm too busy keeping the barkeeper in business, because bards like to perform and stuff. And I like this frame. Oh, yeah, pretty good intro.
Stay in business. Welcome to a crap.
I don't think I would really change anything with it. Maybe change the whack joke, because that's a stolen joke from that Vine of the guy going, his hair, whack. The way he doesn't like to smile, whack.
The jack of all trades, master of none is still better than someone who only has one gimmick and has to hide for the rest of the fight because they've run out of class features and spell slots. If the sword and shield were an RPG class, it would be the bard, one that's good at doing everything and doing everyone. If the sword and shield...
Let's see, fuck your way into and out of trouble. Very spoony. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the bard video, which is good. I think one minor thing, I would make the coloring on Felicia different, like her hair and her boots would be darker, because they're supposed to be black hair, but I colored it very, very faint. Yeah. And I probably would name her something different, because her name is Felicia, and the paladin's name is Sasha, so they both have Sha in their name, and it's kind of awkward to say, but whatever. It's too late now.
Shield were an RPG class, it would be the bard, one that's good at doing everything and doing everyone. You can cast spells, learn tons of skills.
Yeah, good at doing everything and doing everyone. That's pretty clever wordplay, I think.
Everything and doing everyone. You can cast spells, learn tons of skills, support allies, harm allies, support enemies, woo crowds, boo crowds, and most importantly, lay dragons. It's the most versatile class, and its various archetypes allow you to fill literally any role, so who even needs anything else? Need DPS? College of Swords. Need a tank? College of Valor. Want to make rogues useless? College of Whispers. Need to get good at the game? College of Sit Down, Shut Up, and Listen.
I wish that I had included in this video, in some way, somewhere, I don't know where, the fact that bards can learn any spell. Oh, and I'm going to close entries, and I'm going to pick a winner. So no more raffles. So the raffle is over, but I'll pick a winner after the end of this video. But I wish, because it's the fact that bards can pick spells from any spell list is so great and so cool, and actually might convince some people to pick it, because I think that's a neat thing. You can be a bard that knows Fireball and Eldritch Blast, or rather, you can know Vicious Mockery. Actually, I don't think you can pick cantrips, so maybe not. But you can basically pick spells from any class, which is pretty cool. If only Vicious Mockery wasn't the worst cantrip. Okay, I'll admit Vicious Mockery is not great, but it's not the worst cantrip, I don't think. In my opinion, anyway. I know Jacob XP to level 3 says different, but I don't think it's the worst cantrip. Only College of Lore? No, College of Lore gets it early, but every bard gets magical secrets. College of Lore just gets it at level 6. I think every bard gets magical secrets at level 9. But you can get cantrips. Cantrips are not takeable. I don't know. I can't trust you, chat. 10, 14, and 18. Ah, okay, not level 9. Yeah, 10, 14, and 18. But lore bards can get it at level 6, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I wish I had mentioned that. I'd be like, so yeah, you like that fireball being cast by the wizard, and you're afraid that you can't cast it? Fuck you, that's a bard spell now. Like something like that. I don't know. I just want to put the line, fuck you, it's a bard spell now somewhere in the video, because it's true.
Most important feature, Bardic Inspiration is like the little girl Wolverine version of the Big Daddy Logan, and is absolutely game-breaking. By being a radiant concentration of pure awesomeness, you can allow anyone else an additional die to roll and add to almost anything. Think that weak-ass wizard won't be able to make the...
Look, it's Hutrax! It's Hutrax the wizard! Wow, this early, huh? Amazing. I can't believe I put him in this early. That's awesome.
Save against that poison attack. Inspired. The fighter...
One thing that I would change is I would change the delivery of me saying inspired. I would probably want to put more energy into it, like, inspired! You know, like something like that. Instead of inspired. Like, what even is that?
Inspired. The fighter needs to land the killing...
I don't know that this is Fighter-Man. If it is, he is really janky looking. Boy, I think that's Fighter-Man. He's got the same, like, shoulder belt thing and the weird spiky hair. Beta Man, level 0 Fighter Man. Boy, these early alpha drawings are gross.
Blow on an enemy with a high armor class. Inspired. Your wingman just told you about a hot piece of sliz that walked into a high class tavern and that he needs you to hype him up to be able to talk his way in and maybe nab a few extras on the way.
Oh my god, it's the Ranger. Look, she's got the dreadlocks and the weird confused look on her face, and there's Rat. There's my first D&D character, Rat. Wow.
Way out for you. You best bet your ass that homie's...
Did I don't know if I did that on purpose. Maybe I did. I don't know, man. I don't know how much foresight I have. I probably did do it on purpose and plan out, okay, this is going to be a character. Or maybe I just drew these characters, and then when I was drawing the next classes, I didn't feel like designing another character, so I just looked back on my video and, like, I think that's probably it. Yeah. That is how I did it. It's not foresight. It's basically making it look like it was foresight and planning, but really all it is me just going, oh, well, that's a neat design that I like from the previous video. I'm going to use them for the next video. So, yeah. So, it's not planning. It might seem like planning, but it's not.
Nab a few extras on the way out for you. You best bet your ass that homie's gonna be inspired. In fact, screw your wingman. You can do it.
You can also notice the frequency that I use, like, stock images and GIFs compared to the later videos. I started using them less and less and drawing more and more. And I think the videos have improved by using more drawings and less GIFs and images.
Wingman, you can do it yourself. Jack of all trades and expertise means whatever you're bad at, you're suddenly good at. And whatever you're good at, you're suddenly unbelievably amazing at. Nothing can stop you. Well, maybe except the...
Like, there she is. There's, Sasha, the paladin. I think this one was planned, actually. I think, the ranger, Rogmesh, I think her name is, and Hutrax, I don't think they were planned, but I think the paladin was planned. And there she is, thirsting over in the second episode. Part of the ship, part of the crew.
Face. By playing D&D, you automatically sign an unwritten contract that forces you to write your character to fall under the purest stereotype of whatever class you pick. Everybody knows you have to follow that contract or else Matt Mercer will sneak into your house and throw foam noodles at you from the corner of your living room.
Ah, yes, my best joke. I actually kind of feel bad about this joke, because it would be one thing if I was joking about something Matt actually does, but this is based on nothing. Like, this is just something that I made up. Like, Matt, in fact, very much encourages people to play against type. So, I don't know why I probably should have just said Gary Gygax or whatever, but I guess then I wouldn't have the running theme of... Because it's not based on anything, you know? I feel like I would have preferred to write this joke some other way to be more accurate to Matt, you know? Because that's not something that Matt does. So this is based on nothing. This joke is based on nothing, and that's why I think it's weaker when it doesn't hold up to scrutiny as far as dissecting the frog of the joke, you know. But it does make me happy that that there's a running theme in my videos where Matt comes in with foam noodles and throws them at you. I hope. Yeah, there's a disclaimer in there, though. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Disclaimer. Matt Mercer will not actually throw foam noodles at you for not playing a stereotypical D&D character because he doesn't judge the way you have fun and is a genuinely swell guy. All true things. He may throw foam noodles at you for other reasons, however, so you should still watch your back. Also true. Matt will find you and throw foam noodles at you for reasons that I do not know.
All wizards are smartass
Yeah.
eggheads, all rogues are kleptomaniacs, and all bards are lust-compelled sex deviants. It's just the rules, I don't make them. And of course, the main gimmick of the bard is that it's artistically expressive in some.
I am pretty happy with this one. So the Bard video overall, it's reaching the end, but overall, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's the only thing that I would do to improve it, to make it nearly perfect, is add in the fact that you can get spells from anyone. Because that is such a major, like, factor of the Bard, you know? But everything else is all right.
Some way. People
And this one, the Guitar Hero sounds, I'm very proud of this.
usually think this means musician. That's because their brain are like this, while my brain are like this.
By the way, that's a RB and the Chief reference. When Master Chief is telling Arbiter of why he'll kill everyone in Call of Duty even though he's never played it, or reasons behind something, he'll be like, because my brain are like this. Your brain are like this, and my brain are like this. It's really, I like that.
They could sing, dance, paint, prance, make a pretty dirt drawing with a lance. Plenty of ways to further enhance the battlefield if given the right chance. Now you know how to play Bard, you're welcome.
Yeah, dropping the mic. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Pretty happy with this video. Do I have any plans for a new crap guide series? I will neither confirm nor deny, because if I confirm, then people will expect it, and if I deny and do it, then it looks like I'm lying. So no promises. And, yeah. Okay, so with that, let's pick a winner of the Neverwinter code. Let's pick. And the winner is Luckiest Nose. You are the Luckiest Nose. Congratulations, Luckiest Nose. You win, you get the code. Here, I'll whisper the code. Oh, geez, I can't whisper here because you guys will see it. Let me just pull it up on my other monitor. Let's see. To Luckiest Nose. Is that you? Are you in the chat, Luckiest Nose? Let's see. Hello? Is this you? I sent you a whisper. You seem like a great guy. Oh, thanks. Well, if you're not able to respond now, respond to me whenever you can. And, or whisper me if that's not the correct Luckiest Nose. Whisper me, and I will send you your code for your Neverwinter item pack. Anyway, yeah. Coolly. Whisper me on Twitch. Anyway, on to the next thing. Will this go on YouTube? On the VOD's channel, yeah. On to the next video. Cleric. Okay, so this is actually not the original Cleric video. A lot of people still don't know. This is the original Cleric video. It is unlisted because I was super duper unhappy with it, because a lot of people say it was very inaccurate. I was rushing it. December 28th. How close was this to the Bard video? Bard video was the 19th. This is 28th. Yeah, so I was cranking these out. The original video is bad. You may like it, and it's okay to like it, but I think it's bad. And I'm going to show you why it's bad. Also, Alpha Goblin over here. Here.
Damage dealer. In fact, some can be quite the squealer. If you're a little bitch, I've got quite the pitch that you're more suited to a healer. But you best better try not to flee, cause your whole allied party will agree. If they die to an assault, then it's all your fault. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D.
So, why that doesn't work is because healing in D&D is not a thing. You don't really have healers in D&D because you're dealing damage way more often than you are able to heal, because healing resources in D&D are few and far between, and it costs far too much. You know, you could spend a spell slot healing someone for maybe 8 to 10 health, right, at most, or you could spend the spell slot dealing maybe 20, 30 damage, right, at most. with the same level spell slot. So it is way, like, there's way more damage happening than healing can keep up with. And I was ignorant to this. I was not, I just did not do enough research and was part of the slow transition of learning that I need to do these videos different than how I do Monster Hunter. And I have to do my research and have to do a lot more of it. Because D&D is a lot deeper of a game than a video game. You know, there's a lot more stuff going on. And this video shows that I didn't do enough.
The support is someone everyone wants on their team, but nobody wants to be, and I don't blame people. There's no glory being known as the person who washed the toes of the Slayer of the Demon King. Clerics are the catapults to the Trebuchet Paladins. They're weaker, cheaper, and too many uncultured—
Wrong. All wrong. They are not weaker. They are not cheaper. They are, if anything, like paladins crossed with wizards. Oh yeah, the JoCat shrug. Yeah, where is it? I missed it.
Everyone wants on their team, but nobody wants to be, and I don't blame—
Yeah, there we go. There's the Joe shrug. So episode 3, Joe shrug.
People, there's no glory being known as the person who washed the toes of the Slayer.
Yeah, paladins are strong as well, but clerics are strong too. They're strong combat. They're like combat casters, you know? And I was ignorant to that. I did not do my research, and I just assumed they were heal bots. That was my mistake. I was basing it off of stereotypes, and that was not good. They're all combat casters. True.
Of the Demon King. Clerics are the catapults.
But clerics have the capability of being somewhat physical as well, because they actually don't have the smallest hit die. They get the D8 hit die, which is on par with bards, rogues, and you know, the other utility classes, because this is a utility class.
To the Trebuchet Paladins. They're weaker, cheaper, and too many uncultured swine wonder what the difference is. Your main gimmick is buffing and healing, but instead of healing through—
Wrong. Again, everyone can buff and heal. Clerics might have the ability to buff and heal better because of one of their subclasses, but that's not their main gimmick. Their main gimmick is that they have all spells that they know at all times. They always know every spell. They don't have every spell prepared at all times, but they always know their spells. Like, so the entire cleric spell list you have at all times. You can't prepare them all because you only have a limited amount of, you know, prepared spells, but yeah. There are several prepared casters. Okay, well, that's one of... But you get what I mean. This video is inaccurate.
Traditional means, with modern medicine, your wound mending comes from the power of gods and prayer. Contrary to popular belief, clerics are not that squishy in the Forgotten Realms. In fact, you get the same armor proficiencies as a barbarian. However, that doesn't mean that you can deal damage like one. You only...
Wrong again. You can deal damage like a barbarian. In some cases, even more, because your spells are... Ah, man. Can you see how I'm very unhappy with this video? Because it's just wrong. And it's not even wrong for a joke. Like I know what kind of jokes are humor based on inaccuracy. This is not it. This is just bad, you know.
Get proficiency with puny simple weapons to start, and being unable to afford to put points into your physical ability scores lest you become a healer who's bad at healing means you'll be hitting things softer than a mosquito fart brushing up against a concrete wall. Unlike most of the other classes, clerics pick their archetype.
Man, I don't want to watch, like, I'm cringing so much that I don't want to watch the rest of this video. You guys can if you want, but the basic gist is I'm not happy with this video, and I apologize for it. Because it is really bad. The new one, though, I'm actually very, very happy with. Being a bit harsh on myself, well, I gotta be, you know? If I want to make things that are good, I have to see where I fail. And in that video, I failed a lot. But in this video, I think my new cleric video is one of the better ones in the series. I think it's like probably like top 3 crap guide videos. And not include, at least class videos. Like, I really just dove in and really, really did my research this time.
Now this may sound rather odd, but sometimes the best in the squad is the one with the cross who can smite like a boss by harnessing the bitch slap of God. With a mace that even ogres will flee, you'll cast and crush things with glee. Some think they're not strong.
Yeah, so this is me poking fun at myself. Some think they're not strong, and those people are wrong. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D. That's me literally beating myself
And
up.
those people are wrong. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D.
Yeah. It was your video that got me to try Cleric, and I'm so glad I did. Thank you. Like, I know that people like this video. It's the first video that I'm not happy with, you know? When I you know, in the Drunk Mario Party, when I got very upset about the Cleric video, it's not this one. It's that first one that really, I just can't. I'm not happy with it. But this one I'm a lot more happy with.
The support is someone everyone wants on their team, but nobody wants to be. Lucky for you, the cleric is like a support that decided to
Yeah, the unlisted one. The unlisted one is the one that I'm not happy with. And look, the cleric got a redesign. If you see, I gave him shoulder pads to show that he has heavy armor and a shield instead of a staff. In fact, I don't think...
Not everyone's a great...
I don't clerics even get, like, quarterstaves. Let's see. We can compare them. Yeah, look. This meek little Gadiel. The virgin healbot Gadiel versus the Chad combat caster Gadiel. Yeah. And he's a forge cleric too, yeah. This is when I discovered forge clerics. And Gadiel Stoutbow. Remember that name, Stoutbow. That's an important last name. Stoutbow. Notice he is an elf. Kind of like a Kibler elf. Smaller on the smaller side. He's very cute and very small.
Taser after being too fed up with being told to heal the barbarian who ran...
Okay, the goblins are starting to look more like the goblins that we know and love. Like their head shape, they're not having arms as often. Yeah. They're starting to look more like our goblins.
Into a 1v20 encounter. Clerics are the religious fandoms in the D&D world that are so crazy into their deities that they've turned their fangirling power into something that can actually pack a punch, having the same armor proficiencies as a fighter and the self-sustaining capability.
Shield, baby! Holy symbol, aka waifu pillow. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I'm really happy with this new video.
Abilities of a paladin that's been juicing with unicorn hooves and dragonborn acid. They have so many...
Oh yeah, there's the paladin again. Look at her. There she is again. Yeah, so at this point, I'm pretty sure that the paladin was at least planned. I don't know that the ranger was, but the paladin must have been.
Paladin that's been juicing with unicorn hooves and dragonborn acid. They have so many teeth-grindingly infuriating spells at their disposal on top of all that dungeon masters all over the world universally agree to ban clerics from the game so as to not make encounters absolute nightmares to give proper challenge without throwing approximately 20 black dragons at one cleric alone to keep it balanced.
I'm very proud of this joke. I really like this one. I saw a meme on r/D&D memes, I think it was, that was like Thanos's like knife thing that he gives to Gamora. On one side there was one cleric, and then on the other side there was 20 black dragons, and Thanos goes, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And I thought that was pretty cool. That's how you know the jokes land. So this is one of the inaccuracy as a jokes that I think works, you know, because it's exaggeration and it's hyperbole, you know. It's just saying that clerics are really strong by themselves, which they are, you know.
Balanced. Spells like Flash Gordon, Buddy Cop Weapon, and does...
Guiding Bolt is so goddamn strong, you guys, and Spiritual Weapon and Inflict... Guiding Bolt is fucking... It's just a massive damage plus a debuff on the enemy. Spiritual Weapon, you can cast and attack on the same turn and use a bonus act. It's a second attack as a bonus action. 4d6 at level 1. And Inflict Wounds is fucking massive damage, and they can't heal it back up. All of these spells are so good.
Does my hand smell bad to you, are so stupidly strong at such a low level?
Yeah, there we go. Move and attack as a bonus action. Advantage on attacks against target. Fucking max deeps. 3d10 at level 1. Jesus.
It's easy to forget why so many uncultured swine consider the cleric a designated healer.
Yeah. And yeah, there's a little message that some people found. If you found this message, good eye. And I want to say thank you for taking the time to replay the video enough times to find it. It means so much to me that people are so engaged by my videos that they're willing to find Easter eggs like this. You are the best. And some people did find this, and made me very happy.
Anyone who
And I felt like that was kind of like my apology for the previous cleric video. Yeah.
healer. Anyone who does has either never played the class or considered the sword and shield a viable weapon in Monster Hunter. Wait, unlike most other classes, you pick your archetype at first.
So notice this is actually a reused frame. I didn't redraw this. This is a reused frame. You notice Scadiel doesn't have the shoulder pads. Yeah.
Level, and you have oodles, canoodles, and toaster strudels to choose from. To summarize,
Oh yeah, that's right. Fucking the cleric subclasses: forging, dead, spell casting, book, weed, sun, and gun.
choose from. To summarize, you have Heal Bitch, Nerd, Sunburn, and My Axe, Nobody Dies, Nobody Cares, and a couple of more that I'm too lazy
Hey, there's the shrug again. Shrug number 4.
to mention. Seriously, with how versatile and independently strong you can build a cleric, you can make up an entire party full of purely priests, call it the Amen, and bust down Tiamat's door demanding her lunch money. And she would just build
The Amen is probably the best joke in the entire series.
her own toilet to give herself swirlies so she wouldn't have to endure the kind of bullying you're about to give her. Channel Divinity gives you special limited use effects depending on your domain, and can be as dumb as turn undead.
Here we go. Here's Alpha, Virgin Gadiel once again without the shoulder pads and the staff.
The power of the gods can make a zombie run away from you like it's regained its ability to smell and realizes you've been sleeping with your Jesus blanket that you haven't washed in months. Or as useful as Guiding Strike, where you can choose to add 10 billion points to your attack roll so you'll be able to swat one fly with another fly's deuce being whipped around on a string like a yo-yo strung around your pinky toe while blindfolded.
Okay, I think this joke goes on a little bit too long. This analogy, metaphor, simile, whatever, it's a little dragged out. I think I would have shortened it if I were to rewrite this video. This one's a little long.
The only downside is that you get a pitiful amount of uses, like a gym 2 weeks after New Year's.
Oh, God. What a zinger. You get a pitiful amount of uses, like a gym 2 weeks after New Year's. Now that's a good joke. I like that one.
2 weeks after New Year's. And finally, the most notable trait of the cleric is Divine Intervention, where if you are a good boy or girl all year, praying happy thoughts and burning that dank holy kush, if you wish upon a star, the clouds in the heavens will part and the literal gods will stop playing their game of Jenga to fix whatever dumb problems you and your party have gotten into, and then avoid you for 7 days, debating whether or not to write you a holy restraining order after seeing you pissed your pants fangirling over your religious senpai noticing you. And
I think this is all reused from the previous cleric video, though, because all this is fine. All this is fine. And you'll actually see this deity again, this, like, I don't know, faceless, hooded antlers god. It's just kind of like my stand-in for generic deity god thing. I don't even know what this design is. Whatever.
senpai noticing you. And now you know how to play cleric. Amen.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a lot better than the first cleric guide. Yeah, I'm a lot happier with this, and yeah, I just like it a lot more. I think it's more refined. Yeah. I know I gotta not be so harsh on myself, when it comes to these videos, but I want them to be the best videos that I can make them. And I can only do that if I look at them with an analytical eye, with a critical eye, and take people's criticisms to heart. And people did have, not hate. They're not haters. You know, some people are like, don't listen to the haters. They're not haters. They have genuine concerns, and I want to listen to them. So next is the Druid Guide. I think this one, it's a shame right off the back of the Cleric Guide. The Druid Guide, I think, is another one of the weaker ones. Because this is kind of, I don't know, nothing really hits that hard. For me, some people might like it. I understand that every video is somebody's favorite of the series, but this one is, I think it's due to the fact that I don't know a lot about druids, and I have not played that many druids.
I don't understand tree huggers. What has the environment ever done for us? It's not
JoCat shrug. Shrug number 5.
ever done for us. It's not like it provides oxygen, resources for tools, housing, clothes, food, and technology or anything important like that. And it's definitely not like it's home to various species of plants and animals required to keep the ecosystem alive to continue to feed mankind's insatiable appetite to destroy, consume, and rebuild in his own image, ultimately resulting in the annihilation of the very world that brought him into existence. No.
That's my favorite gag. It's just like speaking so long that I run out of breath. I really like that gag.
Ah, fuck all that. The environment clearly exists for us to skin innocent animals that are minding their own business so we can wear them as high fashion. I mean, just look at bears. All they do is steal my chips and shit in my backyard. Well, guess what, Yogi? It's payback time. And what better way to give it than undercover as one of their own? They'll never see it coming. Welcome to A Crap Guide to D&D.
Yeah, I think that intro's alright. Nothing like crazy hard hitting for me. I think the all bears do is steal my chips and shit in my backyard is pretty good. I love the persona joke. I'm half and half when it comes to references, because I worry that that some of them aren't great because it's just pointing to a thing and going, hey, remember that? You know, and it's like, I don't know that it's that great on its own. I feel like it should, I don't know, man. Because on its own, if you don't know what Persona is, it's just a cool drawing and me saying they'll never see it coming. And I think that line is kind of weak on its own.
They'll never see it coming. Welcome to A Crap Guide to D&D.
Like, this is funny, because even if you don't know Yogi Bear, it's funny imagery of Joe Crap about to blow up a bear, you know?
To being a furry/hippie. What happens when a ranger decides to fully commit to being a furry/hippie instead of just half-assing it because they're only trying to impress that sexy dryad?
Oh yeah, there it is. There's Rogmesh. She, yeah, I think this is when I solidified that she's gonna be the ranger. And I was like, okay, she's gonna be the ranger. I'm gonna foreshadow her. So yeah.
Met in the forest that one time. They're primarily a casting class, but unlike clerics with their holy senpai, warlocks with their sugar daddies.
Oh yeah, this was originally going to be the warlock character. It was going to be an emo teenager. But, yeah, I guess the design was not that exciting, so I nixed it. Yeah. Say hello to the, beta version of, warlock character.
Bards with their awesomeness or sorcerers with their rich magic.
Ah, there it is. There's Chad Magical, also known as Chad Firebolt. Good old sorcerer. There he is, right there. I mean, it was only a small loan of 1,000,000 platinum pieces. I'm a self-made mage.
Parents' inheritance. Druid's magic comes from Mother Nature, and from first-hand experience, I can tell you now she's an absolute bitch. Shut up, bitch. At second level.
Okay, I think that's a pretty good joke. It's so like simple and basic, but just the distant "shut up, bitch" is I don't know. That's pretty juvenile and pretty funny.
Comes from Mother Nature, and from first-hand experience, I can tell you now she's an absolute bitch. Shut up, bitch. At second level, you can fulfill...
She looks so upset, too. She's just like... It's like, oh, profanity.
Shut up, bitch. At second level, you can fulfill every furry's dream and transform into an animal.
The furry
not just
jokes.
Any old lameo neon-colored oversaturated mess like Arjun Darksnout, the rainbow dog with an indie band t-shirt over there. No, I mean cool animals like my original character, Grabblejean, the nocturnal giant toad. Don't steal! Your archetype will be based around whether you want to be part of the forces of nature or if you want it to work for...
People, good eyes will catch that this is actually the amethyst frog pose. Or, not amethyst, Peridot from Steven Universe. Peridot crouching like a frog when they were trying to get the corrupted gem. And I was like, fuck it. Gremlin pose. So yeah. This is a reference that I think works well because independently it just looks like the druid just looks like they're in a funny pose with their frog friends. Black, yeah. It's pretty alright.
For you.
Need more Grabblejean content? Yeah. I think Grabblejean is one of my... It's pretty alright. Lots of people like Grabblejean.
If you want it to work for you. To list them off, land for different flavors of spells, moon for when you want to take your persona to the next level, dreams for if you secretly want to play a cleric, shepherd for if you want to be king of the wigglers, spores for if you want to reenact The Last of Us, and...
Yeah, so this is when I started to really, really come into a formula where I would talk about the class, the early parts of the class, the general gist, and then I would go into their archetypes, their subclasses. And I don't know, looking back at it, it kind of feels stale now. But maybe people just like the subclass to be mentioned and just might take like honest trailers, right? At the end, whenever they do the credits, they make funny different names for all the characters. Maybe people like that. I don't know. Just to hear, oh, I wonder what he's gonna call this subclass, you know? I don't know. It just kind of feels like a low form of humor, but
The Last of Us, and Twilight for that sweet, sweet edge. Just like all the classes, your features improve with your level. Where druids differ is that their animal-related features mean that the beasts you summon or wear fursuits of don't necessarily get stronger, but rather they're thrown into the garbage and replaced by things with increasingly more fleas. Moreover, they gain additional features a regular animal couldn't imagine if it was high on devil weed, which gets fucking terrifying at later levels. Imagine this scenario. You're walking in the woods,
there's no one around and your phone is dead. Out of the corner of your eye, you see him, Shia LaBeouf.
There's no one around and your phone is dead. Suddenly, spiky thorns sprout out around you, making movement painful. An adorable bunny rabbit sitting in front of you, seemingly harmless, suddenly starts shooting giant bees out of its eyeballs and turning the tree branches around you into black mambas.
Yeah, so Sticks to Snakes. That was a reference to Sticks to Snakes, which is an old spell that's no longer in D&D. But yeah, this is all right. Like, I wish that I had gone into more detail. I don't know what more detail that I would have gone into, but just more detail into what druids can do. Because this does give you a general gist that you can be a rabbit that shoots bees out of your eyeballs, but like, that's kind of what people already expect out of druids to be able to do, right? I don't know how I would... This episode is just not as punchy for me. It's not nearly as punchy. But it's not... I don't hate it. It's just... I don't love it, you know? I don't love this episode. And then a Maui joke, because Maui's a druid, obviously. Fighter. This one I'm pretty proud of. Some of the content in the episode itself, I'm like, but like the intro and outro, I think, are good enough to raise it up. Fucking Fighter Man.
Fighter Man. Overall, he's fairly bland. Hit some stuff, hit some more. Outside combat is...
Oh, wait. Hey, look. It's fucking the imp from Zero Punctuation. Yeah, that was a big inspiration for the series, is Zero Punctuation. In fact, the goblins are basically my version of imps. Yeah.
More. Outside combat is quite a bore. Look out. He is a fighter man.
Fun fact, this running animation was heavily referenced from the intro of Pokemon Platinum, where Lucas and Dawn are running towards the screen.
Gee, I wonder what it does. It's a goddamn mystery. Who knows? I'll say it because nobody else will. If you pick fighter, odds are you're also likely to pick human because you're basic like that. And that's not just me saying that, it's science. Human fighters pop out of the woodwork like rabbits on Viagra because people are incapable of choosing something unique.
Oh yeah, here's a bunch of references. The Rofap, the Ring of Faith and Protection, I think? Ring of Favor and Protection from Dark Souls. The Two-Ton Tunic from Shaolin Showdown. And a box of donuts. Oh yeah, and the poison. Cusco's poison. The poison made specifically to poison Cusco. Cusco's poison. So this guide was a little mean. It was a little on the mean side, and I don't have a problem with it being mean, but some people thought that I implied there was anything wrong with playing a human fighter, and there isn't. You know, I hope that it's just me poking fun. They realize that it's me poking fun at it, as says by the disclaimer. Any jabs I throw at your favorite aspect or way of playing D&D are merely for comedic purposes only. But I think it's just me just getting a little bit frustrated at people not realizing that I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It is partly to be informative, but partly satire, and the making fun of people is the satirical part. And I hope people realize that, you know. There's still some people who don't, but I guess there's only so much I can do. But fighter is fun. Human fighter is fun. Human fighter is great, even if you don't go variant human. There's nothing wrong with playing it. I make fun of it a lot, but it's a fine combo, and it's great for new players.
Pop out of the woodwork like rabbits on Viagra because people are incapable of choosing something unique even when they're given options like playing as a kobold paladin who prays to asteroids just before they crush an unfortunate man's cabbage cart.
Oh yeah, this kobold paladin was when I did an art stream. I haven't done an art stream in a while. I drew a request and somebody told me to draw a kobold paladin, and I included it in the episode because I thought, hey, why not?
Kobold paladin who prays to asteroids just before they crush an unfortunate man's cabbage cart.
Yeah, and that's an Avatar reference. My cabbages!
Just look at me, for example, artistic phenomenon and originator of the satirical talk-fast genre of videos. What do you mean I'm not the
Yeah, there we go. There's my inspiration. Scott Falco. Zero punctuation, Scott Falco. Over time, I've actually gotten to know Scott Falco. Gotten to know. Me and him are mutuals on Twitter, and I've actually messaged him once or twice. And yeah, I would love to hang out with the guy. He seems pretty cool.
first one to come up with the idea? I don't need these lies coming out of you. Everything I make is completely original.
Oh man, this was when I was in a real depressive state, actually. Not depression, I was not diagnosed, but like I was just kind of unhappy with my content at this time. And this was a culmination of those feelings in joke manner. Just like poking fun at the fact that I'm not happy with my work. So yeah, fucking Let's Plays, like we need more of those. Pay attention to me, aren't I interesting? These like videos that get like very few views. Sequel cashing in on a fluke success. Nobody cares about the Klonoa video. And I wish that I had not included this because I feel like now it's just me whining at the audience, and I shouldn't have done that because I feel that's kind of unintentionally guilt tripping my audience to watch stuff that I'm want them to watch, and I shouldn't have done that. I don't think I should have done that. I shouldn't have put my woes out there. I should have just dealt with it myself. Don't ever, and I say this to you guys, don't ever feel like you have to watch my videos, if like I appreciate when people say I'll watch whatever you make, but no, if my work is not your jam, don't watch it. That's okay. And I would hate to pressure anyone to watch anything that I make that is not good. I use this as a means of expression, and yes, it is my job, and yes, I do want people to watch everything that I make, but I want it, I want you to have the freedom to choose. I don't want you to feel pressured to watch them. And I should not have, I don't know. Maybe it's my anxieties worrying about how it can come across. But yeah, I just, watch what you want from me. Don't feel obliged to. I want, and that goes for my Patreon and supporting me as well. Never feel like you have to. That is the last thing that I want to happen.
Everybody knows it. Come on, Master Chief, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, so this, I don't know if some people caught this joke. This was a joke about how I'm totally original, and then I steal a joke from Donkey. And double whammy, that's Samus, not Master Chief. That's not Master Chief.
Yeah. Fighters are the purest essence of the combat.
John Fighter, man. There he is. The most popular created character in Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah.
That side of D&D, all about.
Is that a mud crab in a top hat? Wait, where? Did I put a mud crab in a top hat? Somewhere? I think I did it in one video. I don't remember. Somewhere.
About hitting things hard and fast.
Oh yeah, the donkey bit. Is that a mud crab in a top hat? Whoa, that's too far. Come on, Master Chief. Let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah, that's right. And Plenty of Ducks and I started mainstream. Others started posting Gorb in chat. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, JoCat ascend. I'm glad Gorb is a earning thing.
Getting into the thick of the fight, and hey, you get out of here, we're not talking about you. They're all focused around rolling more dice than a Limp Bizkit song, as well as being straight up easy baby mode, because you get
it, Limp Bizkit, because keep rolling. Anyway.
Start using any weapon you want, heavy armor, some ranged options, a free cheesecake, and a complimentary belly rub just for picking the class. Seriously, everything about it is geared towards being so noob-friendly, even a Monster Hunter longsword player will be laughing at you.
I'm really proud of this drawing, because, like, this is how we all drew, right? In middle school. This is how we all drew anime. And I'm very happy that this resonated well with a lot of people. This is probably my proudest drawing in the entire series, just because of how accurate it is. Like it just looks like something I drew way back when. Hey Monty, hey, what's up? How you doing? Monty Glue, everybody. Monty's in here. Also known as this Monty in here in the video. Little Miss Stone's Endurance that's shouting. And we'll get to the Dungeon Master video eventually, don't worry. We'll get to the Dungeon Master. We're just looking through all the other videos, just walk down memory lane. Hi, Monty.
If you feel so inclined during combat.
Oh yeah, look at the goblin. The goblin's still, it's still pretty pointy, but it's getting there. It's getting there. It's not nearly as weird or ugly as 1.0 goblin, but yeah. What episode is this now? This is episode 5. Yeah. It's getting there.
Heal yourself, attack twice, and take a second action to attack twice again, all in the same turn. And that's at 5th level. Not to mention you getting more ability score increases than any other class means that if you go a turn without hitting at least something, then you must have made some kind of D&D sin that angered Gary Gygax, like getting weighted dice or putting milk in before your cereal. Fighter flavors allow you to pick how you want to be hitting the bad guys, like being a magic bitch that can actually take a hit, or ride a bitch while you cut down a fool. Or go—
Wait, was that Hutrax? Hold on. Yeah, Hutrax! Look, there he is! The wizard. The Dragonborn wizard. When did I realize the goblins were popular enough to buy a house with? I guess when I just realized how simple their design were, and they were kind of like the de facto mascot of the series, that they show up in every video. But, yeah, boyfriends, yeah.
Be hitting the bad guys, like being a magic bitch that can actually take a hit or ride a—
I wish that I had put the names of these subclasses here, because this is when I'm talking about the subclasses, and yeah.
Bitch while you cut down a fool. Or go all out sensei mode and just decide you want advantage for every attack this turn, so you're going to absolutely destroy a bitch. But odds are, knowing most fighters out there, champion is the best bet because it's basic. Yo, we heard you like fighter, so we put more fighter in your fighter. Just be sure to make your character rough and—
Yeah, so this is, I wish I had gone a little bit more into what fighters can do in this. Like, I go a little bit, but
fighter, so we put—
just like the Druid video, like there's something missing. It's lacking some punch. And then of course here I continue the joke with of being generic by picking human fighter, so you're probably gonna make him a straight white man.
More fighter in your fighter. Just be sure to make your character a rough and grizzle-faced middle-aged straight white man with a two-handed sword and a mysterious and/or tragic and/or vengeful backstory just to fit the bill. Don't want to get too creative.
Yeah, look at all these tragically written straight white men. Oh man. But that's just poking fun, you know? Like, if you want to play grizzle face McStraight white man, then you do play the grisliest, whitest, straightest man you want. And I will cheer you on for it.
Creative now, do we? And now you know how to play fighter, you're welcome.
Hammer, bow, sword, and shield. There's no limit what you can wield. Plenty fights you have fought. Demon Lord's just another thought. This class, great for a newbie's first time. Plenty of damage to chime. Here comes the Fighter Man.
Yeah, there we go. Fighter Man theme. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I think the theme, the Fighter Man theme, definitely elevates it way above the Druid video. But otherwise, if it wasn't there, I kind of feel about the same as the Druid video. But yeah, you can see me slowly evolving into doing more music stuff with my self-harmonies, and I'm very, very happy about that. Somebody said, plot twist, Fighter Man is actually a gay white man, and yeah, there you go. I guess that was the one thing that I'm like, you know what? He's a middle-aged, grizzled, gay white man. There you go. Yeah. Oh, and this is the monk. This one I feel is middling as well. This intro is bleh. It's self-referential, which I try not to be. I want them to stand well on their own, but this intro is self-referential, and it doesn't age well because it's not relevant unless you were there at the time. Because this was when my videos were taking a while. The crap guides were taking a while to make. So this was January 2019, and like the videos started to slow down. So when you watch them now, it doesn't make too much sense. It just looks like I'm drawing, and then I just get kicked in the face with joke crap. So if I were to improve this one, I would, I don't know, make a more typical intro, because this is kind of nothing.
Because, bitch, you were taking too long. Welcome.
Yeah, you were taking too long, and like that doesn't really work nowadays. Yeah. seems like self-reference thickens the series. Well, yes, I think it can in what's the word, in healthy amounts. But if a series is only self-referential, then it's not making new material, you know? If you're only ever in moderation, that's the term I was looking for. If it's only if there's too much self-reference, then, you know, people who this might be their first video, you know, you have to take into account any episode might be somebody's first episode, and if too much of it relies on previous knowledge of the rest of the series, then it doesn't work. This joke doesn't work if you don't know that the series was taking longer to do uploads. Yeah.
Welcome to a crap guide to D&D.
I don't know how I would rewrite that, but I would rewrite it. Actually, it's been a while. Let's do another raffle. Don't do the raffle command just yet, but this one's a smaller one. It's just I think a theme for PS4, a PS4 theme. Don't do the command yet, guys. It's not gonna go through yet. This is a smaller one. It is a Monster Hunter World Iceborne theme for PS4. So let me just edit this. Monster Hunter World Iceborne PS4 theme. And yeah. So this one, start giveaway, and go. You may use the command !raffle to enter for this code to get. Yeah, it's just a theme. It's nothing big, but I don't know. Some people like collecting those, right? It is when I got this when I went to the USA Championship when they were still promoting Iceborne. And like they had people take on Velkhana and you know, all the new monsters that they showed off, and it was the first time they showed Rust Glavenus or whatever, the like corrosive Glavenus. But yeah, let's check out the monk video. Acidic
Fighting
Glavenus,
is
yeah.
like a science and can be used for either side of the moral spectrum. It can be used for evil, like punctuating arguments, expressing a salty loss, and beating up nerds, or it can be used for good, like self-defense, artistic expression, and beating up nerds.
So this is a stolen joke. I'm not sad. I don't feel bad about stealing it because I changed it a little. But this joke I stole from, and I'm using the word stole because I don't want to sugarcoat it. I did steal this joke from Penguins of Madagascar, the show, when they're talking about science, where I think it's Kowalski or Skipper talking about science can be used for good things like television and communication and artificial flavors. But bad science can be used for evil, like war and weapons and artificial flavors. So yeah, it's a bit of a stolen joke.
And monks are those who have trained heavily in the nerd beating up science of mixed martial arts, foregoing any sort of traditional filthy weapon proficiencies and instead opting for wanting to punch, bam, boom, slam, kick, punch stuff. You start.
What was that? What was that Halo stuff? Oh yeah, monks. They don't shoot. They melee. These are Halo stuff. The Halo assault rifle and the Halo melee medal.
Instead opting for wanting to punch, bam, boom, slam, kick, punch stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm in the band. What an awful show. I think it lasted one season. This was a show on Disney XD about a kid who was in a band and the wacky hijinks that they would go into. And they had one song called I Want to Punch Stuff. And it was so bad and so repetitive. God, this show was a fever dream. Thank you, the Inkden, for the well done steak. For the strong Dragonborn lady. Yeah, so the Dragonborn here, Yathira kicks it. And kicks it is a you know, it sounds like kicks it because she kicks it with kicks. She is a big buff girl, and she is very angry. And I love her. She's great. She's got abs. Yeah, get it? Kicks it. You get it? Anyway.
Filthy weapon proficiencies and instead opting for wanting to punch, bam, boom, slam, kick, punch stuff.
And yes, she does have a tail. People are like, oh man, look at this. Good old back, muscly back. People are like, Dragonborn don't have tails. And I'm like, okay, well mine do.
No armor because, like a barbarian, you have the ability to deflect and dodge attacks with the power of your unconstrained birthday suit. But unlike barbarian, you don't have to rely on the pathetic material world to explodify goblins. You have your knuckles. Martial arts training means you can serve up extra punchables for the bad guys as a bonus action, so no matter how you're doing, as Mama said, you'll be dishing out more pain-induced fistings than two lesbians who consider watching porn as a reasonable substitute for sex ed.
Okay, I think that's I think that's another one of my better jokes. You'll induce more pain-induced fistings than two lesbians who think porn is a good substitute for sex ed. God, I used to be funny. Holy shit, because that's just the imagery of that is so painful, you know? It's like, Jesus, I feel bad for those lesbians. Because I couldn't think of a more layered joke.
For sex ed. But it's not all coochie destruction. The monk is a slippery piece of work who's really good at avoiding any oncoming fistings, like a millennial trying to get their life together avoids self-care.
Am I right, fellow millennials?
By catching them if they're a fist projectile, or dodging out of the way if it's an area of fists. As you grow stronger, you can translate a fist if it's punching in a different language, and avoid any infections if the fister forgot to take a shower that night. As a monk, your shtick is the key feature, but since I can't come up with any way to
Hey, Joe Shrug.
make this section much funnier, and also because key translates to poop in Thai, that's how I'm going to refer to it from.
So this joke, I feel like falls flat because I don't use this a whole lot. I think I had written more things to call it poop, but I just took it out because I thought it was just overused and lowbrow. And a lot of this episode so far has just been a lot of references to other things. Like, it's not a lot of original material. It's just saying, this thing is like that thing from that show, remember? Or that movie. And maybe that's good for some people, but it's not satisfying for me. Looking back at it now, I don't know. I would have rewritten it.
Now on. You gain more and more poop as you level up, and you can spend your poopy points on various skills.
This line took so many takes because I kept chuckling or laughing whenever I said you can spend your poopy points. Like, it doesn't hit me now, but there's a lot. This took a lot of takes.
To do all sorts of things, like stun people, reroll saves, mask yourself and turn invisible, and any other.
Oh yeah, I think maybe I didn't go with the poop thing because I thought it was like starting to get too gross. Like, she's like rubbing the poop on her face to avoid people because you can stealth
yourself and turn invisible, and
you can spend your key points to go into stealth, you know, and funny poopy joke, yeah.
Any other number of crazy.
Yeah, here we go. There's more Shen Gong Wu from Shaolin Showdown. There's the reversing mirror and the finger of something or other. There's a Hadouken from Street Fighter. There's a cheeseburger, I guess. There's the key poopy points. And there's another gun.
Easy things based on which anime you want to imitate.
Yeah, and here I think it would have been better if I had actually gone into what the different archetypes are. These are the subclasses, you know. But I just kind of gloss over them and haha, funny. Shrek is long death. But it's just more references. This episode is too many references, I think. Not enough original material.
I would recommend Kensei so you could use the dual-wield chainsaw shotgun laser earrings if it weren't for the fact that every other archetype was just cooler in every way, wearing fancy outfits and taking the time to actually learn how to fist properly. Oh man, what a tough decision. Do I want to use a pokey stick or do I want to fire Hadoukens and Kamehameha blasts? What an enticing decision. I'm really gonna have to think about.
Don't stop, we're in luck now!
And now you know how to play monk, you're welcome.
There's a Sword and Shield Spirit Bomb. Yeah, this episode is fine. I think it's got too many references. I would rewrite it like almost in its entirety, I think. It's just too many references. Some people like references. I want a little bit more out of my videos. Personally. Okay, Paladin. Paladin was the one that I had the most self-doubt before uploading. This one scared me the most. I still remember vividly as well as when I was writing this video, I felt really, really good. But as it got closer and closer to the upload like version, I started having a lot of doubts, and I was just like, because when you're in a bubble and you work on a thing for so long, you can't really gauge its quality on your own. Yeah, and this is where Smite comes from. Yeah, the good old Smite. Yeah, this one I had a lot of self-doubt. I think it's pretty up there as one of the better guides. But yeah, this one, it was agony uploading this one, because like just the terrifying anticipation of people's reception for this one, because the other two, the last few, I just felt meh about, like the Druid and Monk especially. I felt meh, and I thought I was having like a rebound of what happened with the Cleric video. So, oh, whoops.
Boy, I love the smell of justice in the morning. There's nothing more satisfying than knowing the good name of Sword and Shield has traveled so far and wide that not even the Pokemon games are free from their...
Oh yeah, this was right after Pokemon Sword and Shield was announced too. Oh my god. Pokemon Sword and Shield came out before my series was over. Holy shit. Pokemon Sword and Shield was announced and released before the crap guides were finished. Jesus.
Incredible, awesome influence. And it's about time too. You think I created this series to entertain...
Fun. Oh, also, Joe Shrug. Fun trivia.
And it's about...
This clock sword, this clock arm sword, and the watch shield, pocket watch shield, is what I submitted to the Monster Hunter World weapon design contest. And I obviously didn't make it in, but yeah, this was one that I submitted. I didn't make it to the top contenders either. Brachiozoid did, though. Brachiozoid was a cameo in the final video. He made the Meowscular Chef hammer. Let me show you that hammer, actually. Meowscular Chef hammer. This was made by Brachiozoid. Here it is. Check that shit out. He's such a good artist. Look at that. It did not win though, but it did make it to the honorable mentions. And yeah, it's so good. Brachiozoid does make a cameo in the Dungeon Master video though. Oh, did somebody mod it? Holy shit, somebody modded it in! What the fuck? Oh, that's awesome! I wonder if he knows. That's really cool. Anyway, back to this. Yeah, this was my weapon that I designed. It's not that exciting. I can see why it didn't even make honorable mentions, because it's not that exciting. Yeah.
Time too. You think I created this series to entertain and inform
Joe Shrug.
Ignorant whelps of great hobbies?
Oh yeah, this is a nice visual gag. His 6 packs are a 9 pack, and they're playing tic-tac-toe.
Miserable lives are missing out on? Fuck no, it was to enforce the mighty name of the one true weapon pairing that triumphs all others. And if anyone were to step out of line, I'd bring down the wrath of which tear-ass children tell their parents to scare them before bedtime, and then collect the aftermath of the pants they all shit because it makes for great fertilizer. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D.
The Wigglers.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin. Smite! The paladin is the first on a short list of hybrid styles.
Oh, look, there's Felicia, just zooming slowly into frame. Coming for that booty, and there she is, Stoutbow, Sasha Stoutbow. She is the older sister of Gadiel Stoutbow. They're both elves. She is much taller and much buffer as well. I think I drew her buff. Hold on. I drew I know some people don't have a Twitter, so let's see. JoCat, buff, girls. I drew the buff ladies in... There they are. So, let's see. Buff ladies. I drew all the buff ladies from the Crap Guide series. So you can see there's Sasha, Paladin. She's pretty toned. There's Rogmish. She's like the weightlifter buff, you know, large and pulling lots of heavy weights. There's the barbarian, I forget her name, but she's short stack. And there's the monk, who is like Zarya levels of muscle. Yeah. It's pretty good. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with this drawing. Still happy about it. Nice poses. Yeah. Anyway, there's her girlfriend right there,
Classes stealing
thirsting over her ever so slowly.
mix of features from both the fighter and the cleric.
The little payoff of setting up in the Bard video. Yeah.
Meaning it's better at physically painting the walls with blood than a cleric, but more gooder at grammar and spelling than a fighter. But it's also one of the few classes where role-playing becomes somewhat important. What? Role-playing in my role-playing game? They really should have put some kind of warning label somewhere. I'm not submitting to this shit. If I wanted to follow some sort of code, I'd become a pirate so that I could at least plunder some booty while I'm at it. Otherwise, fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine, just follow the code and don't do anything stupid that'll cause you to lose your paladin privileges, like a spoiled rich kid who's upset that he doesn't get a 4th Maserati to crash. Like the other all-up-in-your-grill-style physical fighting classes, you gain proficiency with every goddamn combat-oriented item in the universe. And yes, that does technically mean that you can optimally play a paladin without a shield and not have to worry about being a less effective
So fun fact, this is actually a paladin character that I played in one of my offline games. Or rather, just games that I play. His name is Kyrus. He is a tiefling paladin, and he is a very good boy. He likes books, and he's very kind and sweet. He wasn't really that fleshed out. He was kind of boring overall, and I was kind of struggling to play him. I've got some art for him. Let me see if I have it. Kyrus. I'll wait for that to load. But yeah, he's pretty cool. He's all right.
To your party, but if you do that, I'm telling you now that you're wrong and I hate you and you're a big smelly doo-doo head. As a resident big fuck-off bringer of divine justice, your job is to harness the power of holiness or whatever other wacky power depending on—
So this is my glossing over these subclasses, and if I think I could improve one thing about the Paladin Guide is to go a little bit in more detail about what the subclasses are. Like maybe make a joke about if you say fuck that noise and want to break your oath and you become an oath breaker, you know. Yeah, the goblins are improving. They getting a little bit rounder. They're getting a little bit simpler, bigger eyes. And yeah, the Oath of Pi.
On what oath you pick to have everything else die while they bounce off of your full frontal crusade like a turd in the wind. That's true for just about every combat-focused class, but the Paladin is especially good at it, what with having the aforementioned fighter-cleric combo skill set. You get multiple attacks, channel divinity, a free vaccination, casting abilities, more auras than that one silly anime that nobody likes, which means you'll be so jacked that your mere presence will muscleify any nearby allies so that they look like a typical character from said silly anime that nobody likes.
This one, you either got the joke or you like JoJo way too much.
And lay on hands, a pool of health you can use to heal yourself or give a single hit point to your ally because that's all they deserve for not letting the rogue check the obviously booby-trapped room first. But we all know the real reason anyone picks Paladin, and that's to never cast any actual spells, but instead use your spell slots to imbue your weapon with various flavors of smite! Because what good is striking down the heretics and heathens of the realm if it's not in the elemental attacking equivalent of your god sports team colors? You can smite with fire, laser pointers, brain freezes, sick bassy drops, and
Cheese! Cheese for everyone!
And this joke. I would probably take out this joke as well. This one is just kind of nothing. It's just a reference to Sheogorath.
So tasty.
And like why? It just brings the entire thing to a halt. It brings the entire video's flow and pace to a halt. So I can make a Sheogorath joke. It doesn't even have anything to do with paladins. If anything, if Sheogorath should be in the fucking Warlock guide. Why? Why did I put this in here? I don't know. I would remove this joke if I were to rewrite this. And I know lots of people love it and like it, but I think that's only because, you know, you see it. And if it was never there, then you wouldn't know what you would be missing. But I don't know. You're allowed to like it. I'm in two minds about it. Not two minds. I dislike it. I wouldn't include it if I were to remake Paladin video or something. But Dead Aussie Gamer, thank you for the well done steak. Just hope you have a great night, mate. Much love. Ah, thank you. Yeah. I still have no idea what it even is. Yeah, so if you don't know who Sheogorath is, this is just a random me shouting about cheese, and that has nothing to do with paladins. Yeah. It's literally the curse of creators. Yeah. It's the curse of being your own worst critic, you know? Like, I might criticize these things, but you guys are still allowed to like it. And even some of you might have great arguments as to why this is good, actually, but I personally don't.
Sorry, I meant force. Force is what it says. What is this, Stargate?
Yeah, so this is a triple layered joke that I don't think I landed all that well. I said, what is this Stargate in reference to the Force, which you thought I was going to say Star Wars, but then I said Stargate, and then here I have Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. So it's like 3 incorrections in one phrase. I don't know if that joke came across. It's just too layered.
Stargate. And now you know how to play... Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
I think that's probably the best ending of any of the class guides. Just the other Wiggler paladins bursting through the door shouting Deus Vult. And I loved it so much that it's now my raid sound effect notification. It's just really good. It's just really good, you know? Even if you don't know what Deus Vult is, it's just funny. Just all these paladins busting in.
Force is what it says. What is this, Stargate? And now you know how to play... Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
And then there's a Lenny face paladin right at the end. And look, you can see Felicia has heart eyes. Look at that. She's eyeing down her girlfriend. You don't get the joke? Well, that's okay. It just look at the funny pictures. What is the reference? Deus Vult is a phrase that Crusaders say, I guess. It's like a battle cry or something. I don't know. Ranger. This video is just as weak as the class. Hey-oh. Oh, man, the Ranger video. This one. I've got things to say about this one.
Just play a fighter with a bow, it's way better.
Okay, that's pretty good. I think that's a pretty good joke, actually. That intro is, like, fantastic. And such a major just jab at the Ranger. I really like that intro. Oh yeah, and here it is, the bard next to the paladin. I wish I had not made the paladin look annoyed, because that's not what the paladin is. I think the paladin's very friendly, and she wouldn't get annoyed. But, yeah, whatever. Just headcanon that she's not annoyed. She's just, oh, hey, what's up?
Alright, fine, I'll talk about the class. Ranger is the other of the bisexual style of classes, where it likes fighter, but it also likes druid and flips between...
Yeah, I like that joke. Ranger is a bisexual because it's fighter or druid, depending on who it's into. And I tried to draw 2 sexy characters. So you got the fighter looking over her shoulder and the sexy druid that Rogmesh was hitting on in the druid video. It's the same druid here. Dryad? I think that's a dryad, actually, that I drew. Let's see.
Annihilation of the very world that brought him into half-assing it because
yeah, look, it's the same one.
only trying to impress that sexy dryad they met in...
Yeah, that's the dryad, look. See? There he is. He's got, like, abs and tree stuff. Yeah, look at him. Planned, calculated.
Between the two, depending on which one looks cuter at the moment. Hell, it even steals a few things from Rogue because it's so indecisive.
Oh, look, it's the rogue. It's the halfling rogue that shows up later. There he is. Or gnome? I don't remember what he is. One of the small folk races.
And despite the name Ranger, you're not actually restricted to use any sort of ranged weapon.
So people corrected me in this, and now I know now, you can stop correcting me. Range refers to the range as in, you know, home on the range, or, you know, the range as in the fields that the ranger goes across, not range as in, you know, non-melee.
In order to be effective. As far as combat goes, you get the usual fighter but not really fighter set of features. Fighting style, all weapons, extra attack, spell casting, D10 hit die. Hey, Macarena.
Why? Past Joe, why do you keep making these random references that are nothing? I don't know why. It must be filler. I must have been running out of ideas when I made these random references. I don't know. Maybe it's to punctuate the monotony that it's like, oh, it's another fighter style class. Like, so you do the this, you do the that, you do the this, you do that, and hey, Macarena, you know. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those lol so random jokes, which I don't know how well it's pulled off, but yeah.
Hey Macarena. From rogues, it steals the ability to channel your inner chameleon and blend into the environment. Except instead of hiding in the shadows and watching where you step, it's more like putting on makeup, so you need to take some time, have a good look in the mirror, maybe look up some tutorials while you're at it, then start over when you realize you were using the wrong shade of foundation. From Druid, it steals some of that being one with nature flavor it's got going on, and a whole lot of spells, but not without a few exclusive spells of its own. Like having a target explode a bunch of thorns when hit with a ranged attack, plant arrows in the ground and turn them into proximity-based fireworks, except the gunpowder is magic and the lights are bits of enemy brains, and single-handedly the objectively best ranger spell Swift Quiver. Not for the unlimited ammo, that's dumb, nobody keeps track of their arrows anyway, but because it turns your ranged weapon into a rapid-fire machine gun. But Joseph, you said you don't need to use a ranged weapon to be effective as a ranger. Those all sound like ranged weapon exclusive spells. That may be true, however. Anyway, when it comes
Okay, so the execution of this joke, I like the execution of this joke because it's, but I don't like what it says. This joke implies that rangers are mostly meant to be ranged fighters, which they're not. That was never their gimmick. They just so happen to only ever be effective when you only have the core rulebooks. They mostly, their effectiveness in combat comes from building them as ranged fighters. However, that's not what they're really supposed to be. And that's where the heart of this joke, I think, is wrong. Because although the execution of this joke is fantastic, I don't think what it's saying is right anymore. And Jacob, XP to level 3, made a fantastic point of what he would consider a ranger character. Either obviously Aragorn, as he is called, he's even called Ranger in name in Lord of the Rings, or the Mandalorian. Think about it. He has somewhat of an affinity of the environment and nature. He travels a lot. He knows the environment, and he knows generally how to perceive things. He's got good senses. Or Geralt. I think Geralt the Witcher would be considered a ranger. Even more so, he has fighting capabilities like a fighter. He is proficient with martial weapons like a ranger, and he has minor magic like a ranger as well. He is very in tune with nature and creatures like a ranger. Geralt the Witcher is absolutely a ranger. I wish I had known that before, writing this video. He's a monster hunter? Yeah, well, yeah. He's straight up the monster hunter subclass. Yeah.
may be true, however. Anyway, when it comes to actual unique ranger features, you can use the power of racism to decide what kind of creatures you're going to perform extra potent hate crimes on, and preferred terrain, where you can pick your favorite environment, and after trotting around picking flowers or litter, depending on what it is, you can become a fantasy Bear Grylls, which is basically real-life Bear Grylls, except with a kobold crew filming you instead. And if you worry that that sounds too situational, and that if you picked a forest terrain and the entire campaign took place in the snowy mountains would mean the feature would be more useless than a football player who got tapped on the shoulder and started clutching their knees crying in the fetal position, don't worry, you're right, and it is. What isn't situational is just
God. Oh, the mic quality. Oh my God. I should have just delayed the video and re-recorded this in a better recording space, because this is awful. Oh my God, the mic quality is awful. Jeez. Oh, listen to the contrast here.
And started clutching their knees crying in the fetal position, don't worry, you're right, and it is. What isn't situational is just about everything else involving the environment. You can sense what kids are trespassing on your lawn and then not have to worry about the weeds that might otherwise slow
Ouch.
you down from catching them and giving them a good weapon.
And here's another one, like, giving them a good weapon. It's just an excuse for him to make a Game Grumps reference. Like, I guess it suits into what I was saying, but I don't know. Man.
When it comes to flavors of the no really trust us, you can totally use melee and still be a useful class. You have Pokemon Trainer with a gun, like rogues but even dodgier, literally a monster hunter, thinking with portals, and pew 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 pew. Alright, let's address the
And then this is, oh hey, it's Jess Jackdaw, his first cameo in this video, in my series. So when I did this, he freaked out as well. Like, I think it was before we had really talked much. I think we were mutuals on Twitter, but yeah, he freaked out when this happened. Anyway, so I felt as though I had to. I think this part of the video is fine from here on out. It's when I make a further disclaimer freaked out in a good way. Yeah, he was very, very happy. Yeah, I make a disclaimer that Rangers are a bit underpowered. And this is the only time I break character in the entire series, except for, I think, the alignment video at the beginning. And why is he upset? Oh, yeah. Addressing the beholder in the room, I said. You know, like addressing the elephant in the room, but instead of the beholder.
So let's address the beholder in the room.
So yeah, here's the thing, you know, they're addressing the beholder in the room, but no, he's not a beholder. He's an observer because beholders are copyright.
The vanilla incarnation of the Ranger has a reputation of being less useful when compared to the other classes due to questionable abilities and how they function. That's not to say the class can't be useful or powerful in the right circumstances, but some consider the Ranger's situational and sometimes underpowered features to leave something to be desired. However, there's nothing wrong about talking to your DM about changing how certain skills work, if that happens to be the case, so that you can have more fun at your role-playing table. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's not about how many numbers you can do to the bad guys, but whether or not you can shoot spikes out of the ground while firing bolts from your heavy crossbow atop a feathered velociraptor. And now you know how to play Ranger. You're welcome.
Yeah, so this is a redone joke from the oh yeah, Joe Shrug again. There it is, Joe Shrug. This is a repeat of a joke that I did in Crap Guide to Monster Hunter in the, I think, Lance guide, where, you know, doing epic monster truck rally voice. And I did that because just to punctuate the more seriousness and just to contrast it, because it was just getting serious and not very funny. So this was just kind of like my last attempt to bring some last final humor. I would definitely rewrite a few things in this episode because I think it's not up to snuff. And for some reason, on the TV tropes page, somebody incorrectly put that I redid the Ranger guide. I didn't. There's only one Ranger episode, and I did not redo it. I don't know where people got that information. Oh, also, before I forget, on the JoCat subreddit, there's a JoCat subreddit. For some reason, there were like a couple of posts having to do with bread. And I don't know why. I'm not complaining about it. It's just strange why there were posts just having to do with bread, like, and no one was questioning it. Like, was it some kind of in-joke that I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, the raffle is finished, so let's see who will get the Monster Hunter World Iceborne PS4 theme. And the winner is Rarefied VR. Congratulations, Rarefied VR. Feel free to whisper me on Twitch, and yeah, I will get you your code. Yeah, well done. Congratulations. Anyway, let's complete this. And yeah, let us continue with these. What's the next guide? Rogue. All right. Rogue is actually a little bit longer. And Rogue. All right, here we go. Rogue was when I really started gaining traction in the D&D community, and you'll see why. This is when people really started to, like, learn who I am.
Ever since I was a child, I had to grow up on the streets, wrestling alley bears for food and fighting guards for my own freedom. It was in those streets that I knew I couldn't trust anyone but myself. The only thing for sure was that I had to find the monsters who put me there, to exact my revenge, and finally put my restless hunger for blood at ease.
So is that why you're standing in the corner of a tavern conspicuously?
That's something deeply mysterious and intriguing for you to find out. But I doubt you'd understand all the pain and suffering I've had to endure to...
All right then, I'll see you later.
Wait, no, you were supposed to be deeply interested and ask me more about my backstory.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. That was a great intro, great cameo. Yeah, it's pretty good. And it seemed, I'm happy with this video because although I personally, like looking back on it, it doesn't hit me as hard. I'm happy because this seemed to resonate really well with a lot of rogue players. I think Tia from Role Players plays a lot of rogues and really liked this episode. Gaijin Goomba really liked this episode because it called him out, and he felt like, you know, I just came here to have a good time, and I'm honestly feeling so threatened right now. And yeah, this episode seemed to resonate with a lot of rogue players. Though, just a disclaimer, no, you don't have to play by type. You don't have to steal as a rogue. You don't have to be edgy as a rogue. And nothing in the rogue's kit allows you to be more steely or edgy than anybody else. You can play classes however you like. RuneB19, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much.
You know what? I'm tired of being another cog in the machine of an adventuring party. I'm going off on my own, following my own creed and doing what needs to be done. That's right, I'm going rogue. Do you get it? Rogues are the sneaky, stabby, skilly, willy utility monkeys of the Forgotten Realms.
Yeah, there we go. That's the rogue.
Best pick if you're a backseat gamer, since it lets you interrupt someone trying their best because they weren't doing it right. However, if you want to Mary Sue it up even more than you already are, you also get expertise so that you can upgrade those proficiencies to anime protagonist levels of ridiculous. Now, I know what you're thinking. This sounds a lot like Bard. And while that's partly true, the difference is rogues aren't automatically assumed to be the comic relief. Instead, they're
like
Deep,
them too.
dark, and brooding, 9 to 5.
Oh yeah, and this
Monday
running
through
gag is, I
Friday,
think, is pretty
holidays
clever.
Excluded because who could be grumpy on Christmas? The other main difference is their unique combat feature, the sneak attack. And because the names in D&D are always
Joe Shrug.
you don't actually have to be low to the ground and covered in shit to deal the sneak attack bonus damage, but rather anytime the enemy's just not feeling up to it today and just wants to get it over with. This means if the enemy's being flanked, or if they're laying prone on the ground, or they just bragged about how
So, I would change this one thing. They don't have to be flanked. As long as there's an ally next to them, you get sneak attack. Also, the Trevmans, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Very generous. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is the one thing that I would change, I think, so far, is just say whether it be someone, I don't know, just mention that it doesn't have to be giving, you have advantage. Not even an ally, just an enemy of your enemy. Oh, really? An Undead Nova, thank you. Oh my gosh, so many gifted subs. Holy shit, the hype train is chugging along. And Demira. That's a lot of, holy shit, that's a lot of new wigglers. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Holy shit.
how high their IQ is, things that would make them really easy to stab. You are, incidentally, not very easy.
I love this joke because it's just such a fucking stab, haha, at people who brag about their IQ. People who brag about their IQ are just the worst.
Things that would make them really easy to stab. You are, incidentally, not very easy to stab since you have a whopping 4 goddamn features dedicated to make you more difficult to pin down than figuring out if that teasing banter you had with your friend actually hurt their feelings or not. You can dodge when it's your turn, dodge when it's not your turn, dodge a giant ball of fire, and even dodge having to pay the bill on a first date.
So this was when I was like going a little bit off on the shipping fuel, and some people thought I was shipping the rogue with a barbarian. I'm not. I just thought, this is an opportunity to make a joke. I was thinking about it, but I'm like, I don't need to ship all my characters, right? I like them not being together. Besides, I don't think the rogue is capable of keeping down a relationship with anything that's not money. This rogue, anyway. So yeah, they're not together. So if you're looking for canon, sorry. Yeah. Sorry to be a spoil sport. But the only thing the rogue loves is stealing and money. The Dave, thank you for the well done steak. Thank you very much.
Pay the bill on a first date. One especially unique trait of the rogue is their exclusive language, Thieves Can't. Thieves Can't what? I don't have the slightest clue, because it allows you to say a whole bunch of jargon that somehow translates into a completely different sentence. Timmy's having tea with the local blacksmith actually means let's go to the temple and steal some of the cleric's donations. Speaking of stealing, the thief archetype means you're especially fast at doing thiefy things, like...
Yeah, this is, so some smart, good eyes will catch that this was before his controversy. This was, Dieth Woodrow Pro Jared's character, and I have no opinions to say about the controversy. He was an inspiration of mine as far as content goes, purely on the content perspective. I have nothing to say about, what happened that went down with him. Yeah, this was before that.
Actually fast at doing thiefy things, like picking locks, chugging potions, and hardcore parkour. Assassin makes your stabs extra stabby, and you can stab while disguising yourself as a child you saw who you can point to later and say they did it. Arcane Trickster basically turns you into a bard, except less talented or attractive, and allows you to hocus pocus somebody's wallet from 3 miles away. Mastermind is straight up Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, so this is not Mastermind, this is Inquisitor. This was a mistake on my part.
Complete with the assholery and catchy theme music. Swashbuckler won't stop bugging people to 1v1 them, and Scout, which is yet another better alternative to Ranger. Your job is to make sure everybody knows how much better you are at doing everything, because when the going gets tough, the party's going to turn to you one day and ask you to please pick the lock on the door to the king's castle because the bard accidentally kicked the guard in the genitals trying to seduce them. And you'll gladly show them all the skills you've learned from growing up in such a harsh and unforgiving environment that was once your home, forcing you to learn questionable means and morally ambivalent beliefs in order to survive. Just try not to cut yourself on that edge while you're at it. And now you know how to play rogue, you're welcome.
Always check for traps, everybody. Always check for traps.
You're welcome.
I like this final frame. Just the face of regret And yeah, I'm pretty happy about this episode. I like the running gag of the edgy voice just coming back, you know, in the end. I like that one. I like this video. It's pretty good. Sorcerer. We're in the home stretch now, as far as guides go, or classes go.
Magic is dumb and stupid and makes no sense, and my brain hurts the more I try to figure out how it works. Except when bards...
There was a reaction video that came out, and I'm not the biggest fan of people making reaction videos, just in general. It's very rare cases where they really have something to say, or if it's transformative. But like, for the most part, I'm not the biggest fan of them, but I don't have any problems with them. I would prefer people not make reaction videos to my videos. But one did, and I saw that they got a little upset at this first line about me talking about how magic is dumb and stupid and makes no sense. But, you know, in this sense, it's, you know, any jabs I throw at your favorite aspect are ways of playing, you know. And I hope that that's clear. If it wasn't clear before, that I'm saying it now, that it's clear now.
So tasty.
That is not my opinion. What JoCat says is not my opinion on the game. It's just in the context of this character saying these things because he's a character, you know. Yeah. And yeah, that's the Beep Beep Sheep from Astiff movie. The Trevmans. Again, thank you for the well done steak.
Makes no sense, and my brain hurts the more I try to figure out how it works. Except when bards use it, because bards are...
Yeah, and this was right before I was a cameo on Unexpectables. Like, this was, I think, the week before. I think Monty had contacted me before I drew this frame, and I was like, oh, Panic. So I drew Panic Grimtongue. Yeah, look at him. There he is, Panic Grimtongue of the Unexpectables. Yeah, man.
Cool, and mages are lame with their colorful...
Hutrax again. Look, it's Hutrax.
Lame with their colorful...
And, I don't know, Final Fantasy Black Mage.
flowy robes and giant obnoxiously fashionable hats. No, I'm not jealous. Shut up. At the
Oh my, thank you for the level 3 hype train, everybody.
very least, though, most of them work hard for their magical abilities. Some of them cultivating it through skill and experience. Others answering...
Oh yeah, and little Easter egg there. BOEF is the book of erotic fantasy.
experience, others answering to a higher power, some having a codependent relationship with the arcane, and some lucky enough to have their parents bang a mystical creature and receive a small genetic loan of 1,000,000 mana. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D.
Yep.
Get your stupid hats ready, it's time for the casters, where your weapons suck, your armors suck, and your martial skills are closer to that of the average D&D player. Instead, you'll be relying on the mystical, magnificent mass of magics. Except in this case, not really relying on it.
That is Fart from Rick and Morty.
Like bullying it into doing what you want. Sorcerers are those who disrespect the rules of
There
magic.
he is, Chad Magical Doppelganger. So I call him a doppelganger, but in my mind, like, he is a changeling. This is before I knew anything about changelings, and I thought doppelgangers and changelings were the same thing. But I don't know. They're you can interchange them if you so wish. But that's what he is. But yeah, he's you know, he had to do it to him.
Magic and can easily manipulate it like it's some young adult who's desperate for food that isn't microwaved or takeout. Maybe that's why your hit die is the one used for...
Also, the idea behind Chad Magical is actually based on a player friend that I had that would make the dumbest, ridiculous, least serious characters ever. So that's kind of like... I don't have the same philosophy behind all of the crap guide characters, but this one in particular is Chad's player is that player. Chad's player is the one that makes the memes, the meme characters, which is why his player called him Chad Magical, because the player is not taking this game seriously at all. They're the kind of player that's like, hey, can I have like slippers and like a watch on my wrist and look like the I had to do it to him guy. So yeah, Chad is based on those types of players. Yeah.
manipulate it like it's some young adult who's desperate for food that isn't microwaved or takeout. Maybe that's why your hit die is the one used for Monopoly games. That's right, a pathetic D6, which likely means the DM won't have to do much to make you piss your pants in fear. The Cirque du Soleil's metamagic feature means you can enhance the spells you cast by paying off the essence of arcane with the inheritance money you got from your magical parents, and allows you to influence your spells to take on a variety of effects to your liking. Its effects include, but are not limited to, biased AoEs, angry AoEs, spells that gotta go fast, say, "Nuh-uh, I totally got you, I hit your shirt, clothing counts," get an extended spell warranty, double penetration, or even cast with the sound of your armpit farts if you don't feel like talking that day.
I think that's pretty good. Oh, the goblins are starting to look. They're starting to get curved out and rounder. Yeah, they're starting to really come together. I can't believe how much later it's taking for them. Like, this is almost the last few classes, and they are taking a while to get round.
Don't feel like talking that day. And you can do all that and more by using your
Gamma
sorcery
Goblin.
points, which has got to be the two most absolutely nerdiest words you could ever put together in a single phrase. It's also a weirdly effective safe word because it allows your magical BDSM to stop so your spell slots can catch their breath and recover. With archetypes, you have Squishy Clerics, Zippy Zappy, Casty Blasty, Watch for the Lightning, It Gets Nasty.
That is Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit from Dota 2.
Darkness, 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 scaly and denial, and the only one that really matters, the Wheel of Wild Magic! Where you and whatever other lucky souls nearby get to experience the high-octane thrills of
Randomness!
Think your pathetic magic missile just
And there's Sips from Fool's Gold, Dingo Doodles. Good old, yeah.
Got it, don't worry, with the right kind of luck, it could suddenly open up a one-way portal to the Fire Plains.
And that's actually something that's based on Dingo's story, that Sips actually wild magicked open a portal to the Fire Plains, so I stole that.
Fire Plains! Who knows what crazy...
Oh yeah, and this. Let's see, let's go through these. Possible wild magic effects include some of these are real, some of these are made up. Turning inside out, making a good live-action Disney remake. Explosive diarrhea, endless bombardment of eggs, eternal spooning, losing your pinky finger, graduating clown school, marrying the last flower you smelled, getting lost in the sauce, becoming Spider-Man, exploding, then exploding again, turning into nothing but abs. Tea tastes like candy. Drown in puppies. Swim through puppies. Be adored like a puppy. Remember Fry's puppy. Ha, got you. Bet you're sad now. I am too now. Shit. Beat Dark Souls. Bring your OCs to life. Nail a drawing on the first try. Fail a drawing, even try. Fail a drawing every try. Fail to even pick up a pen. Become a mascot of a fast food joint. Become a one-hit wonder. Growing fur on your teeth. Every inch of your skin breaks out. Secret soap in your secrete soap out your pores. Bleed milk. Piss milk. Turn all liquid in the area into milk. Non-stop casting. Flaming nut shots. That is a subtle Game Grumps reference when they played I don't remember what game they played, but it showed that Flaming Nut Shots was online. Actually, no, I think it was Dead Rising. In their Dead Rising playthrough, they were playing on Xbox 360. And when people come online, you get a notification that they come online. And there was a player called Flaming Nutshots. And I thought that was hilarious. Getting your life together. Paying off that loan. Taking out 6 more loans. Becoming a famous hobo. Eating butterfly wings. Gather all 4 limbs of the forbidden one. Win free tickets to Guam. Go on a cruise with Tom Cruise. Become one with the Force. Dabbing. Growing 3 extra fingers, but on random parts of your body. Growing a tail made out of tongue material. Running out of made-up effects for this joke. Exodia, yeah, that was Exodia.
Let's spin that wheel and see how wild we can get!
So this episode, I actually had this joke. Some of the better jokes in the episode and better episodes are the ones where the jokes or gags were ones that I planned early. So like the Paladin's Smite and Deus Vult I planned early. This Wheel of Wild Magic I planned like real early and fleshed it out early. It's just sometimes I get really, really good ideas early and then I finally get to implement them. Like I guess I get they're just things that I get in my mind and I get a good idea. I don't know why.
I may have spun it a little bit too hard because of my stonkingly huge muscles, so we'll just let that go for a while. Now, the main difference between the 3 arcane casters is how they get their magic.
I like it just keeps going in the background.
While wizards take years studying for the ACT, and warlocks keep having to pay interest to their demon lord shareholders.
Oh, look, there's the warlock for the first. Yeah, there he is. I finally cemented that I would like another dwarf, like a more stereotypical dwarf with a big beard. So that became the new warlock.
The arcane casters is how they get their magic. While wizards take years studying for the ACT and warlocks keep having to pay interest to their demon lord shareholders, sorcerer's magic comes from the fact that they were born inherently talented instead of needing to do any actual work. That's why your casting ability is charisma, because we totally need more of those, and just because you can cast spells doesn't necessarily mean you're smart. But who cares what's smart when you can cast big spells with big effects so your big numbers can turn the big baddies into big piles of giblety experience points. Insert fireball joke. And now you know how to play sorcerer, you're welcome.
Yeah, there we go. This joke I've had planned for a while.
Well, shit.
Yeah, there it is. This one tends to get people pretty good. I like that joke. Okay, and Warlock. Oh, wow. I finally cemented a design for the Warlock right before the Warlock episode. So this episode was the second one that I redid. Just like the Cleric video, I made a first Warlock video that I was not happy with. It's fine and all and accurate, but the jokes just aren't good and don't land. Especially me, the running gag of me mispronouncing Eldritch Blast. Yeah, I don't want to watch it, so I'm not gonna. But, yeah, you can watch it if you want. I don't want to. But this new Warlock, I think, is fantastic. This new Warlock video.
Hey you sitting there with your saggy butt cheeks and emotionless expression. I know what you're thinking. Boy, I wish I could cast spells, but all I got is an expendable firstborn child and a willingness to work under a questionably immoral arcane master till the end of time. Well, that's just the exact sort of motivation we like for our employees at EDB Incorporated. And if you sign up with us, we'll be sure you're treated in a way that you deserve for assisting in furthering our goals to bring about the ruin of the entire multiverse. All I need you to do is sign here and agree to give us eternal servitude of your mortal soul. But on the bright side, we have dental. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D.
Yeah, pretty good intro. I'm pretty happy with that one. Yeah, F steak for steak.
So you want to use magic, but only as much as you
Oh, this character. This is actually Caitlin's character. Swamp Witch. She's like a tiefling wizard. Her design. Can I find it? Hold on. Tactician Kate Swamp Witch. Oh my gosh. It is. There she is. She's adorable. I drew this, but this is her character, and I love her. Here we go. This is the one that she drew. I love her so much. I think she's a tiefling or a goblin. I'm not sure. I'm not certain, but it's a fantastic character that I don't think she got a chance to play. But yeah, she is baby and she is cute, and I like her. I like her a whole lot. Yeah, she's a green tiefling. Pretty sure. Yeah, look at her. Kate is so good at designing characters. Fucking, you know the goblin. Let's see, tavern crawl goblin. This one, Kate designed this character, and everyone loves her because she's amazing, and she is. Fucking look at her. Yeah. Caitlin was the storyboard artist for Tavern Crawl, and you can tell, fucking, the characters are great. Anyway.
Want to hug that one family member you keep seeing at reunions but aren't quite sure how you're related, then you may want to be a warlock, the fake gamers of the Forgotten Realms. How warlocks differ from the other casters is that the amount of times you can cast your spells before running out of spell slots is absolute shit. Instead of having a set number of spells for each level of spell slot, you get a maximum of 4 spell slots for all your spells up to 5th level, and that's it. And a few other ones, but nobody cares about those. The flip side is that the spells you cast are always at their max level, and instead of having to take a long rest to get those slots back, all you need is an hour to have a wank, have a biscuit, and you're back on your feet. But you know what? Fuck real spells. You may think you're a caster, but really picking this class is purely an excuse to do nothing but cast everyone's favorite cantrip, Eldritch.
I like this gag a whole lot. I like the episodes where I give the class its own like special gag that's exclusive. Sometimes like a special sound effect, or maybe just a special thing. Like the Fighter Guide has the Fighter-Man theme song. The Bard Guide has Inspired and the rap. The Paladin Guide has the Smite, and now the Warlock Guide has the Eldritch Blast, you know? I tried to include, like, something special with each one, but I guess it only... Yeah, and you'll see that as well with the Barbarian Guide. I bring that philosophy into the Barbarian remake, where I add in the Rage.
Cast it at weddings, funerals.
Oh yeah, and look, Sasha and Felicia get married.
Cast it at...
Look at them. They're so happy. Get you someone who looks at you the way Felicia looks at Sasha.
Weddings, funerals.
Oh yeah, and this is a very famous D&D comic, Slappy the Clown. It's about how even the most ridiculous meme of characters can elicit emotion if ran and played well. Slappy was a clown that attacked by throwing pies at people. And but he died heroically sacrificing himself for his new loved partner. Anyway, he gets Eldritch Blasts.
Beach parties.
And let's see. Yep, beach parties.
Or you can just
Also, fun fact, this little tabaxi right here, this was supposed to be the original Artificer, I think. I planned on using this character to be the Artificer when eventually that came out, because I knew Artificer was coming. And here we can see Rogmesh, the running theme that she continues to be indecisive because she's an indecisive buy. And here she is being an indecisive shopper.
cast it randomly because the party's taking 5 hours to buy a single dagger from the shopkeeper and you're bored. Aside from casting nothing but Eldritch all day, the main draw of the Warlock is the fact that it's the greatest game of dress-up dolls of all time. Eldritch invocations allow you to custom tailor your Warlock so that it suits you better than my form-fit Kieran assless chaps. You can talk to animals.
Fun fact, Kieran chaps, not actually assless. Kieran pants, JoCat tweet. I think I made a tweet about this that you can see it pretty clearly. Yeah. It's really sad. I guess I just meant, yeah, there we go. I must have Mandela'd myself into believing it. Chaps are not assless. I know. I'm just as shocked. Yeah. Oh well.
Assless chaps. You can talk to animals without needing to cast a spell, go straight up invisible whenever you want, but most importantly, there are invocations that allow you to customize your Eldritch so that whenever you shoot your gobbledygook at whatever poor sap that looked at you funny, you can pull them forward and do your best Scorpion impression, snipe them from 2 blocks away, or make the beam of arcane destruction smell like strawberries if you like. But it's not all fun in Eldritch because remember, you've signed a pact with a patron, so
I like that with every blast it gets shorter and shorter as well.
Being loaned you from an all-powerful arcane sugar daddy. So you will have to pay interest if you want to make sure all that magic stays nicely tucked into your Eldritch sack. Luckily, they're not like bank loans because you can actually pay them off and they're not always inherently evil. You have the choice of being bossed around by a literal devil who decided to make you their favorite person, so they're gonna be your mommy for a little bit. A skeleton who ironically refuses to let you die because you still owe him 2 platinum. Fairies who are just straight up assholes.
Oh yeah, there's Eos from Final Fantasy XIV, Scholar Fairy,
Fairies
Eos.
who are just straight up assholes.
And there's a Sylph as well. There we go. This was before I was into Final Fantasy XIV. This was back when I was really trying to like the game, but I didn't.
God, so you're basically a cleric now. Literally Cthulhu. But forget all those, because the only real option is to have your patron be a magically possessed sentient sword and shield that yells fuck when you swing it. Basically, you have such a huge amount of options.
There's a lot of references here. Let's see, there's a Kirby, there's a Belle from fucking Animal Crossing, there's a Bag of Holding, there's Aiden! Look, it's Aiden right there! Let's see, there's Eric's box. It just looks like a normal box, but that's supposed to be Eric's box. There's some kind of collectible from Monster Hunter. There's my logo. There's a sorting hat. There's a Master Ball. There's the dragon with a hoard of a single coin. And there's Flowey the flower.
To choose from with how you build your Warlock, it's very unlikely any 2 Warlocks will be the same. So get your
And then
shocking baskets,
Gul'dan.
light some candles, have fun customizing. Oh, and remember you have to sacrifice 3 more babies by the end of the week or you're fired! And now you know how to play Warlock.
Yeah. I think this episode is nearly perfect, I think. It's like, its writing is snappy and like there's nothing I would really change. The Eldritch Blast gag is nice. I like this one. I think it's from the fact that I did a lot of research and really, really like Warlocks now. This is a great episode. I think this is like nearly a perfect episode. I would have to like put it up against the other ones, but to really see for sure. But I think this might be the best one that I made. Best of the classes, anyway.
Impressive, you know.
Thus began our long rivalry. Good old Mr. Z Bashu.
I've never had a student score 0 in everything
So
before.
this, I totally wrote every word of his script in this. I just reached out and was like, hey, you want to be part of the Crap Guide? And it was like, yeah, sure. You got a script? And I was like, yeah. And so I wrote one, and he improv'd a few words, I think, but most of it is just something that I wrote.
What do you mean? I chose exactly the perfect spell for every situation.
Well, you answered Fireball.
Was Z the one I was beating up in Monk? No, I was beating up myself because, I was beating up myself. I don't know, just because I don't want to beat up anybody. I don't want to hurt anybody.
For every question.
What's your point, person within fireball distance?
What I mean is you can't expect a big damaging area of effect spell to be the answer for everything. Maybe try some different spells, maybe minor illusion to trick the enemy. You can find a fae or a fiend to serve as your familiar, or even
Like the fae or fiend one, that he improv'd that one.
It has a surprising amount of uses, even though it costs nothing.
I'm about to prestidigitate all over your desk if you keep suggesting lame-o spells.
What I'm saying is you should expand your horizons. A wizard is the apex of the arcane, the ultimate utility caster, and one of these days you're going to find yourself in an encounter where fireball isn't going to... Where'd you go? What the fuck?
Welcome to a crap guide to D&D.
Yeah, there it is. Thus, a million memes.
The classic, the OG, the frail old man with a stick that shoots magic missiles at a few goblins and then has to go door to door telling his neighbors he's a registered hex offender.
I don't think I could write anything more clever than registered hex offender ever again. Fucking what a fuck I'm smart.
Hex offender. The wizard is the most powerful class if you ignore any other classes that are stronger.
There he is, Hugh Trax, the nerdy. Ah, my boy, my sweet boy.
Sure, all of them, because this thing is more fragile than a single layered sheet of toilet paper that's been soaking in the soggy crack of the bridge troll's ass cheeks. This class is the sorcerer's lamer, more...
For some reason, people keep mistaking him for a kobold, which is weird, because I draw him the same height as everybody else, and I even show that he's a dragonborn. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It doesn't upset me, it's just weird that people keep thinking he's a kobold. It's probably the tail. It's probably the tail. Hugh Trax is such a good and cute character design. I hope the community have enjoyed and print my 3D model of fan. Oh, yeah! Yeah. It's genuinely a good pun, and I hate you for it because there was supposed to be no such thing as bad puns, and you proved me wrong. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah. Dragonborn have tails, and I will die. My Dragonborn have tails. If you don't want to give your Dragonborn tails, that is fine.
cheeks. This class is the sorcerer's lamer, more studious, dorky neighbor who does all the hard work for none of the rest.
Yeah, so yeah, this is a thing. This has nothing to do with the episode, but it kind of bugs me that Doctor Strange, at least by D&D definitions, you know, D&D definitions are not the only sole definition for things, but Doctor Strange is by D&D rules a wizard because he learned through practice and study.
Recognition. You get saving throws and intelligence and wisdom instead of constitution and charisma, so sure you'll be able to ace that pop quiz and not have to worry about being distracted, but you won't be able to hold your liquor or score any hot dates at Chad Firebolt's party in the Golden Mansion his chromatic dragon dad bought him.
Yeah. So this is why I keep like swapping around between Chad Magical and Chad Firebolt. Chad Firebolt sounds cooler, but yeah, this is Chad's father. This is Chad's dad. It's a dragon, which is why he's a sorcerer. So yeah, look at him. What a dilf, am I right?
If you're looking for the silver lining, the wizard is definitely the heaviest case of be careful who you call ugly in magic school. The wizard's spell list is thicker than the Storm King's thunder thighs. You gain spell slots like a shower drain gets hair, and during a short rest you can even choose a small amount of spell slots to recover depending on your level. Best of all, at higher levels you even get the ability to cast your favorite low-level spells as many times as you like. But who are we kidding? You're likely going to be dead before you reach that high. Either
Hey,
killed by
Joe Shrug.
your own fireball.
I think I missed a few from the previous few episodes, but they've been in every episode.
Or killed by all your pissed off allies who were caught in your own fireballs. But hold your horses there, Mr. I actually believe wizard memes are as funny in the game as they...
So I think with this frame, I may have single-handedly shut down an entire Facebook page. Because, let's see, where is it? There it is. Okay. There was a Facebook group called D&D Meme House, which was re-uploading not only my, but a bunch of other D&D YouTubers' videos without crediting them. They were re-uploading my videos, they were uploading Dingo's videos, Davi's videos, Puffin's videos, and they would just like put big black bars at the top and bottom, like extended above and below the videos, just showing the title of the video again, and deliberately remove any sort of credit. So if like there was a sponsor or something, or some mention of who made it in the video, like, hi, my name is Puffin Forest, or hi, I'm Dingo, subscribe, or anything like that, they would deliberately remove it. So I put this in the video, and soon after I checked back, and that page was I couldn't find it anymore. So maybe it wasn't because of me. Maybe they shut it down for some other reason. But I like to think I played a part in it. Yeah, though I, and I'm sure some others, appreciate the extra audience reach, and I genuinely do. Would you mind crediting who made the video in the title and or the giant black bars you add? I know you put the source in the description and even link in the comments, but people are often less likely to check the comments, so most won't know who actually made it. You work very hard to subtitle the videos. They do. They subtitle it visually on the screen, which is admirable and appreciated and shows you are very hardworking. So I'm sure you're capable of including the name of the person/channel who made the video right next to or under the big video title you always add at the top of the black bars. That's in every video you upload. Sincerely, JoCat, creator of the Crap Guide to D&D series. So yeah. Yeah. Because I know my videos are also uploaded to iFunny, and memes about how awful iFunny are aside, they at least put, who is by in the title, and I appreciate that. So yeah.
All your spells are tied to your spellbook.
And they can't even cut it out because my sentence didn't finish by the end of it. Like, I made sure deliberately to make sure that the audio that you hear goes into that message. So if you cut out the message, you also cut out the audio.
As funny in the game as they are on social media. All your spells
Unless you just crop it out, I guess, and do some editing nonsense. But I don't know that they're that capable.
are tied to your spellbook because wizards have short-term memory loss, and unless it's a cantrip, you can only cast a spell if you have a 3-step tutorial with pictures to color. But the work doesn't just stop there. The stronger spells at higher levels are going to need expensive magical components to cast them if you don't want to embarrass yourself with arcanal dysfunction and suddenly your finger of death feels more like a finger of mild discomfort. People say wizards are the utility casters because of the massive amount of spells at their disposal, many of which are apparently great for a wide range of situations. I'm here to smartly inform you that those people are stupid. Use fireball and only fireball. Nothing but fireball. Just fireball. Just fireball. Just fireball.
I feel so bad that I stole Doki Doki Literature Club's joke, and it has garnered so much attention and become such a big meme. I'm not even the first person to do the fireball joke. Wizards casting fireball has been around in D&D long before D&D YouTubers. But now I feel bad whenever it's attributed to me, you know? Like, even Jacob has been doing these long before me. Like, so I don't know. It makes me happy that so many people latch onto this joke, but it makes me feel guilty that people think I originated it or popularized it. But I don't know.
Because they are the nerds of D&D, wizards have an unhealthy amount of knowledge of all of the different schools of magic. So instead of having their archetypes based around a certain theme, they get one for each of the aforementioned.
Oh yeah, the schools of magic. Yeah. This made it pretty high on r/trans, because one of the schools of magic is trans rights. Trans rights, by the way. Yeah. Psych, block, undie, sorry, die and undie. That's right. Buffs, whatever, forehead. I call it whatever. I don't remember what this one is. I think it's invocation because it's like, it covers so many things. Yeah, it's weird. Psych, because illusions, yeah.
Mentioned schools of magic, which is too damn many to go over, and frankly, I don't have the time or gummy bears to last a whole lecture. Instead, I'm going to quickly summarize each school of magic, and also war magic, because fuck you, and I'm gonna do it all in song!
Evocation elements of burner, shocker, freezer friends, necromancy spares the dying, or you could just resurrect them. Abjuration keeps you safe and almost makes your armor fair. Divination helps you sense the tech, commune and talk to bears. Conjuration, portals and makes up for free. Transmutation, turn things into other things. With enchantment, buff the buff or in between. And illusion, visual tricks that prank the brain with fear and silence. Burn and go invisible, pretend you're someone else's dad. Disguise mislead, take on their life. War magic is like tank mage, getting lots of defense, flexing as you cast.
And now you know how to play wizard. You're welcome.
Oh yeah, and there it is. There's the goblin that became the artificer in the next episode. Yeah, this was not planned. I just retroactive. I didn't plan for this goblin to be the artificer, but people ask, "Hey, is that goblin the same goblin that became the artificer because he's riding a tank?" And I said, "Yes." You know, like a liar. I didn't plan for this goblin to be the artificer, but now I'm retroactively saying that it is because I think that's cooler. I know that's pulling a J.K. Rowling, which, by the way, fuck TERFs, fuck J.K. Rowling. All my homies hate J.K. Rowling. Fucking trans rights, by the way. And I know that's pulling a J.K. Rowling, but I think it's a cool thing, and I'm gonna retroactively say that it's, yeah, this is the Artificer Goblin making friends with a tank. Nothing is ever planned. True. Yeah.
Wizard, you're welcome.
Okay, and people seriously thought that this was going to be the last video because for a while, it took a while, and after this I did the full version of the theme. I uploaded the full version. I think this is the first video that Maz commented on, the Amazing. No, he replied to a tweet when I tweeted it out. And this video did gangbusters, dude. It was like the fastest growing one out of all of them. I'm pretty happy with this one too. I think I really started to find my stride towards the end, and yeah, it's I'm happy with this one as well. The Warlock and Wizard videos I think are nearly perfect, pretty much. And as far as the song goes, I have thought about making full versions, but I'm done. I'm done with the videos. I'm not. I was thinking of doing full versions of this and also the Fighter-Man theme, but I can't. I honestly can't. It's done. It's finished. It's wrapped up nicely with a bow. It's fine. Bladesinger. Isn't Bladesinger not a official class? I don't do non-official stuff just because I can't trust that it won't be changed in the future. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the full theme. You guys know the full theme. It's by The Music Reborn. They're fantastic. They make great music. They made the full theme. Thank them. Artificer. Here we go.
A wise man once said magic is dumb and stupid and makes no sense, and I trust that man. He wields a sword and a shield, so why use magic?
Whoa! Nat 19 official. Thank you for the raid. Wow! Welcome, everyone. Hello. Hello, hello. It wasn't official at the time. Oh, is it official now? Wait, isn't Bladesinger or whatever just a subclass of fighter though? Or is it its own full class? Because if it's own full class, then there's more weight. But if it's just a subclass, it's a wizard subclass. Okay, then yeah, no, I don't do dedicated videos for subclasses. You know, I don't do because people are like, oh, make a crap guide to Bard of Swords. I'm like, why? I already made a video to Bard. So anyway, welcome Nat19. To your audience. Well, welcome Nat19's audience. I am JoCat. If you don't know, I'm the creator of the Crap Guide series, and right now I'm doing a little behind the scenes Q&A / behind the scenes / retrospective. Right now we're on the final class, which is the Artificer.
Magic when you can use big brain energy and the power of science, and I know how much nerds love science, so much that they won't shut up about it and one day start making weird advances towards their Texas Instrument. Listen, we all have our urges, but seriously, get a server room. Welcome to—
What about Tasha's Ranger? Well, the thing about Tasha's is they're optional features, so it's not the Ranger. I don't know. I'm sure there are plenty of arguments and plenty of good reasons to redo some of the guides, but they're finished. You know, I want to be done with this so I can move on. I've moved on from the crap guides to D&D. I've moved on, and please don't like analyze my words. I'm trying to use my words very deliberately. Don't say, oh, he's done with the crap guides to D&D, but he didn't say crap guides in general. Please, I just take my words at face value. Don't try to overanalyze them like you're trying to find Pepe Sylvia in the Nintendo Direct. You know, I take my words at face value, please. And just, if I say I'm done with the crap guides, believe me. Like, I just want to move on to other things.
To a crap guide to D&D. It's about damn time we got another intelligence caster. The stat is about as commonly used for spellcasting as your bedroom is used for sexy times. The Artificer is an inventor who decided traditional magical means by accomplished wizards and scholars are too mainstream and decided to come up with their own magic spells and items after reading 2 articles.
Yeah, and this was, I think... This was when I perfected, quote unquote, when I solidified the design for goblins, because they're curvier, they're cuter, they're shorter, they have a little bit of meat on their bones, and yeah. Yeah, this is the final version of the goblins that I still use to this day.
by angry moms from Baldur's Gate who discovered casting real spells can actually give you genital flumps. Checkmate, sorcerers. Instead of that, you can tinker with items to imbue them with special properties, like turning it into a flashlight, turning it into a scented candle, or turning it into a phone that can only record and play vines. The best part is that once you give the item the properties,
That's accurate, by the way. The recording device can only record up to, like 6 seconds? Yeah.
that can only record and play vines. The best part is that once you give the
Yeah,
item the
Tiny Box Tim. That is an old Markiplier reference.
properties, it lasts forever. So go have fun enjoying your 7 seconds of fame before the service shuts down and you become a struggling vlogger. And speaking of messing with the natural properties of items, as you level up, you gain infusions, which allow you to turn that sex toy you hide in the dresser from a basic vibrator to a vibrator. Infusions include, but are not limited to, boring stat increase, Thor's hammer, item dupe glitch, and go gadget blinka-boots. This is all due to your massive IQ rating of 20 billion, which is so high you can add your intelligence modifier to any of you or your ally party members' dice rolls and become the ultimate backseat gamer telling them about the bad guy's weak spots because there's no way their simple minds could have figured it out on their own. And if that doesn't work out, you can use one of the 50 magical items you've made yourself and refuse to part with.
What are these? Okay, that's another bag of holding. That's the deck of many things. I think that's the immovable rod. I think that's the ring of, the One Ring from Lord of the Rings and Frostmourne. Yeah.
Like someone on an episode of Hoarders, or pull a fast one and throw the magical vibrator that you secretly stored a charge of fireball in. Being the new class that it is, the Artificer only has 3 subclasses so far, and no, I'm not going to cover the new ones.
Yeah, and there's Log from Unexpectables.
So far, and no, I'm not going to cover the new ones that come out. Stop asking, I just want to go on vacation with my sword and shield already. Yeah.
That is more truth to that than you know. And I have been on vacation, and I have been enjoying it very, very much.
Shield already. The Alchemist is like a drunk doctor and gains a few healing spells, can buff allies with the power of drinking and gambling, and can help you grow closer bonds with your...
I'm half and half on this joke. On one hand, nice, funny joke. On the other, it's the one joke that everyone makes about Full Metal Alchemist, so it's kind of overdone.
Pets. If you want a big fuck-off gun, the artillerist can create an eldritch cannon that can either fire 3 different kinds of artillery or just sit there contributing nothing while you marvel at your amazing craftsmanship. Because keeping track of more than one thing on the board is hard, isn't that right, Dungeon Master? And lastly, the Battlesmith, where you decide to stop being a puss baby and join the fight with a mystery-solving robo-dog sidekick. Ranger. Overall, the Artificer loves making, finding, and using loads and loads of magical items, which means you'll probably forget about half of your inventions because players can't be trusted to even remember the items they started with at the beginning of the campaign. Just make sure to keep them under good security so the rogue doesn't steal them all while you long rest, and suddenly you wake up to the sound of Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture. Now you know how to play Artificer. You're welcome.
This one's alright. I don't have any major complaints or major things. This is a more recent one, so of course it's more refined. Yeah, it's alright. Let's see. It's just like, yeah, I think some of the jokes could be punchier. It really shows that I should have done more iterations on the previous guides, because you notice the guides that I had to redo the episode, i.e. the Cleric and Warlock guides, are some of the better ones, which really goes to show that I should have done like a second read-through or like a second draft or something of them, or had somebody read them over, because I don't normally have people proofread my scripts, but I really should. But yeah, this one's alright. This is when I was really, oh my god, the races video. Oh man. The races rap is probably one of my proudest and biggest accomplishments of content. And second only to the Dungeon Master's Guide. I'm very proud of this video, and I still remember working on it up until the day of my panel at PAX Unplugged. Like, you can see in the Puffin Forest PAX Unplugged vlog video that you can see me working on it in our Airbnb, because I just really did not manage my time well enough, and I was just working up until the last minute. Yeah. And in this, analyzing this as well, I'm going to give my opinions on some of the things that may have upset some people. But remember, oh yeah, and this is also the mature content disclaimer, because like content was being claimed as child, content, even though it wasn't. So I had to put this here. Yeah, so remember, any jabs I throw at your favorite aspect or way of playing D&D are merely for comedic purposes only. I put this here for a reason, because a few people took some of the things I said in this video to heart. But yeah.
So you picked your class, hold on to your ass, it's gonna get crass cause race.
Part of the role you can play. Some sentient clay, he, she, or they. A beast who gets real snarly.
A regular dude named Charlie.
Obviously, I am the one who raps this, so of course I would have it memorized, but it's like ingrained in my brain now.
If homebrew is free, a big talking tree.
Welcome to a crap guide to D&D. Oh, and notice the Artificer Goblin is not here because this was in production before the Artificer Guide. So, yeah. Fun fact. Aarakocra, a big fucking bird. Yes, and the workload was so intense that it had Aiden and Blaine Simple, or Blaine Simple, help me draw quite a few frames because it was such a massive undertaking, especially with the fact that I tried to get it out before the PAX Unplugged panel. Oh, man. They are lifesavers.
Got some wings so you can fly, and if non-weapon melee's preferred,
They get sharp talons to bit scratch a guy, or maybe you're more of an Asimar, still avian. If you lower the bar, angelic people with radiant energy or darkness. If you flap your wings edgily.
Bugbears aren't actually bears at all,
More like beastly orcs and just as tall, but oddly sneaking in your arms along, so you're really freaking good at playing basketball. But if going full beast is a little too far, you could always do half
and decide to be a centaur,
charging the enemy so they can't readily get steadily back up while you're stomping them deadly. For Sneaky Bunch, Changeling School, you make a disguise kit a worthless tool. You can change your face to whatever race, there's nearly no limit who you can fool. Dragonborn, no, not the Skyrim kind, are likely the kid of a bard that'll find dragons really hot, so now you shoot ass.
Or whatever other color your parents preferred.
People got upset at this line because they said, Dragonborn aren't actually born from dragons. They're actually, you're talking about half dragons. And I'm like, okay, I'm wrong. Now shut up. I still get messages about people correcting me about this. I'm like, okay, all right, fine. They're not born from dragon parents. Cool. I'm sorry. Like, and they're right. You know, they're not in D&D lore. And if I wanted to be accurate, but whatever, you know, just man. Yes, I should have been more accurate. You are right. Sorry.
The typical.
But the joke, well, the thing is, I'm not presenting this as a joke. Well, I am, sort of, but it's not presented in it's a joke because it's wrong. Like, that was not the way I wrote this joke, and it clearly doesn't come across that way. You know, people were saying, oh, it's just a joke, why do you take it seriously? I don't believe in that when it comes to things like, you know, jokes that don't work. As a joke, this only works if that's what Dragonborn were. They're not. This is not what Dragonborn are. They're correct. This is not what they are, which is why this joke doesn't work in that context. But, you know, just don't take it so seriously, you know? Whatever. It fits the rhyme scheme, though. Well, it fits the rhyme scheme because I wrote it to fit the rhyme scheme. I could have written it to fit the rhyme scheme and be accurate. You know, their criticism is not invalid. We like it, or I like it. Well, sure, but, you know, I'm sure you would have liked it if it were accurate as well. Yeah. Half dragons are not an official race either. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But, fun little fact, that's Rat, my first D&D character, and that's Pink Rathian, and that's their child, because Rat absolutely would.
It's really hot, so now you shoot acid. Or whatever other color your parents preferred acid. The typical dwarf with a beautiful beard, you work with your hands and are physically sturdy. You seem informed about rocks, which is weird. Try not to obsess, or the session will get wordy. Elves are pompous pricks.
Also, Jesse and James elf. Jesse and James are my favorite non-straight hetero couple. You cannot tell me that Jesse and James Team Rocket are straight.
Elves are pompous pricks.
But I love them. I love them all the same.
A dozen flavors to match and mix.
They live a long time. Oh, right. Yes. The high elf.
To match and mix, they live a long time, don't sleep instead trance, and are hard to be charmed, so bards keep it in your pants.
And this one really flared up a lot of people in a good way. They were very happy about this, and I'm glad. Just a little bit of fan service, just the tiniest bit.
Pick a Fearbulk, a chill-ass cow, most of which have...
Okay, this one upset a lot of people. Again, I called Fearbulks a chill-ass cow, and maybe it's my fault for not coming across, making this very obvious, but I say that in a nicknamey sort of way. I know they're not cow people, but I draw them the way people tend to draw them sometimes. When I say they're cows, I don't mean literally. I don't mean they're literal cows. I just call them cow just like how I call, like, I don't know, like a kobold a lizard, you know? I'm going to call a kobold a lizard because it looks like a lizard. I know they're not lizards. Call a fucking... a bird a furry, even though it's not a furry, or call an Aasimar an avian, even though it's clearly not. I know they're not, but people are like, they're not cow people, and I'm tired of people taking it from Critical Role. It's like, man, this is one of my. I'm sorry if I'm getting really upset and salty. It's just this video just caused a lot of annoyances. Not haters. They're not haters. They're not salty. I'm salty. I'm just annoyed. When you get a million voices in your ear, it tends to get too loud. So let it be on record. I know they're not cow people. I'm sorry.
Druidic vow, and don't ask how, but they can turn invisible, which is a big concern. Genasi, elemental genie bastards, one of 4 elements that they have mastered in some way, lets them do cool shit like waterbend or have a fire-breathing armpit. Githyanki and Githzerai, elves that look like they want to die, all they're about is how they clash. Been around 40 years and their lore's still trash.
This one upset people as well, because they said, of course, it's a subjective thing, and whenever I make an opinion in the crap guides, it's just for comedy. I don't make, if anything, I don't make any opinions in the crap guides. I don't. Like, most of the opinions are not genuine, and the negative ones are purely for comedic. This joke was written because I didn't know anything about the Gith. I kept looking up things about Gith, and I couldn't find anything. Like, they just the same lore stuff over and over about how they fight. They were slaves from mind flayers, and they fight, and then that's it. And the crap guide is not 100. Okay, I appreciate you guys coming to my defense, but the crap guides do need to be accurate, in my opinion. They need to be accurate in the sense that the information they're presenting is accurate. Like, I don't think, it's a crap guide, it didn't have to be accurate, is the same defense that CinemaSins uses whenever they make a sin that is not accurate to the movie or just inherently just wrong. I don't want that to be me. I don't want that to be the defense for the crap guides. That's not what the crap guides are. They're in the same vein of CinemaSins. They're meant to be jokes, yes, but they need to be accurate. They're satirical education, yes. That's what they are. They need to inform. The jokes need to be from a place of accuracy. Unless the joke is deliberately, unless the punchline of the joke is that it's wrong. For example, a joke that is incorrect for the joke is when I say fighters get a free belly rub. It's very obvious that you don't get a belly rub as a fighter. But I say that, and it's wrong, but that's the joke, right? Is that you don't get a belly rub, but it would be really funny and ridiculous if you did, right? Saying something like, if I said something like, elves live really short lives, and they fall asleep all the time, or rather, they have no bonuses to stats, and that's just wrong, that's not a joke. Even though I call the series a crap guide, and I mentioned that you're not supposed to use this as a serious guide, that's not a joke. That's just incorrect. So as much as I appreciate you guys coming to my defense and saying, oh, it doesn't have to be 100% accurate, I disagree. I say it needs to have some air of accuracy unless the inaccuracy is deliberately written to be a joke. And this was not. This is just... rather, this is not an inaccuracy, this is just an opinion. And the opinion can be a joke in its hyperbole. Yeah, so... I don't see how that applies to this joke in particular. Well, it doesn't. It doesn't apply to this joke. But it applies to something like the Dragonborn one, right? If people came to the defense of, oh, well, he didn't say accurate Dragonborn because it's a joke, I would disagree. You know, Like, this is not a joke. The inaccuracy that I have of lore-accurate Dragonborn is not presented as or succeeds as a joke, if that makes sense. And this one is just joking about the lore being trash, but apparently there is more lore that I missed, so maybe I could have done a bit more. Overall, my opinion over the Gith line is that it's just overall just not very exciting. I think I could have added more about their psionics, because I didn't know about their psionics when I wrote this, but yeah. I don't think you're alone in Gith lore. It's hard to know, right? It's hard to know because of this echo chamber that we're in, and maybe I have influenced people into believing. That is the one thing that I do regret about writing this joke, is I may have influenced some people into believing secondhand that Gith lore is trash because of this joke. And I if that is the case, I do feel bad about it. Because, yeah. I don't know. Own worst critic. Let's move on.
About is how they clash. Been around 40 years and their lore's still trash. Short stack. Gnome, happy short folk who are smart and wise and cunning and know how to crack. In the good camouflage, be it sneaking or magic or cool roguish montage. Whack is the goblin. Small size hits hard on your noggin. Their nimbleness.
Yeah, people are bringing up what the Gith lore is, and it does sound cool, which is like, you know, like now I think if there ever is a misconception about Gith lore, I will take full responsibility for being the person who perpetuated that misconception or sparked it. And I will, in my amazing foresight, apologize ahead of time if that ever becomes the case, because it's not. It is a subjective thing. And it is not a mass believed upon thing. Like it's not like a believed upon thing like Rangers, right? Believing Rangers suck, right? That's a thing that most people agree that vanilla Rangers suck. This is not a thing that's based on anything. And if someone in the future finds this archive and finds out that I was the origin of people thinking Gith lore was trash, you can hear now, person from the future, I am sorry. Anyway.
Makes it hard to keep pace, they'll hide and bide, quick slide and hit your face. Muscles are in, though I have bias, so the hottest IMO is Goliath. They're 8 feet tall, have steel for their balls, and can shrug off damage like one-man riots. Half-elves, the mutts and mules of D&D. Extra points to spend on 2 abilities and skills out the ass. It's the best of both races, and backstories usually come from stupid places.
Half-orc, like I said, muscles are in. You're a ruthless brute who fights to win. Your crits get crits and you can terrify. And if you feel like you could say no when you die. Yeah, I did bad maths here. 5 minus 3 equals 1. No. Or rather, what was it? It was like 5 minus 3 equals negative 2. It was supposed to be 3 minus 5. Order of operation matters. Yeah. It was supposed to be 3 minus 5, but I wrote 5 minus 3.
When you die. If your luck is nasty, the halfling's good. You re-roll ones and win like you should, and you're hard to scare, so go party with a dragon, and you can slip through if you're angry off the flag. And humans get a little bit of everything. They lack gimmicks or special flair or anything, and are all around average. You know how it is, and the perfect pick if you're boring.
This is also a joke that some people took a little bit close to the heart. People are like, humans aren't boring, and I agree. This was purely shitting on them for comedic purposes. Is there a reason why James? I don't know. Blaine did these frames, and I never asked him. Maybe James is like a generic name for humans. I don't know. I never asked Blaine. Maybe I'll ask him. But yes, me trashing on humans in this line is purely for humor, but people got really defensive at this line. So let it be known that that line was just a joke. This is a joke because it was an opinion and it was trashing on something. It wasn't trying to state a fact. I was just saying, if you pick humans, you're boring, you know, like just to like friendly teasing. This is a joke. People got very defensive. I know humans are not boring. You can play a human if you want. Humans can be very exciting. Humans can be more exciting than even the beast races. It's all about how you play it.
Perfect pick if you're boring. Races.
I had to design so many of these, or rather, we had to come up with so many different designs for all these races. And this chorus right here of me harmonizing with myself, this was a last minute thing. I originally was just going to have like a full rap all the way through because I'm not confident in my singing voice. But I thought, you know what? I'm gonna put like a reverb on it and an echo. Maybe that'll cover up, and I'll harmonize with myself. And it came out pretty all right. And I think it improves the pace. I think the pace of the video would be a little bit too monotonous if it was just the rapping. It's a nice breather, yeah.
There's plenty to choose from, too many, so come witness the list of this guide to all of the races.
Hobgoblin. They trust in a code, be it God or communism or giant toad. They're a prideful chode, so whenever you fail, the more watch you retry means you go beast mode. If you're an edgy avian, Kenku sneaky, agile and crafty and can easily lie. They can mimic voices to be a bit cheeky. Too bad they get bullied because they can't fly. The kobold is a mischievous one. They hate bright light and there's often more than one.
I rhymed one with one there.
Their jewels, but ganging up together can be pretty fun. Guess it's scaly hours cause lizard folk have sticks up their ass and can't take a joke. They can bite and craft and stay a while underwater and have hard ass scales to block cannon fodder. Loxodon are straight up elephants. They're large size and thick hide and make them dense. Got trunks to smell and are wise and mostly merry, but piss one off and you'll see they're damn scary. Wanna breathe underwater? Locata is a fish, a straight up fish.
Literally just a fish.
Your armor starts high and get tons of resistance. Stay dry and you die, you're still just a fish.
Big beastly bull is a minotaur. Got horns to charge if you run pretty far. Make shit their pants while you're at it. Being big and scary is a habit. Speaking of orcs, superstitious and strong. Okay, one thing, I left out Eberron orcs because I mistakenly thought they were the same as regular orcs. I regret that now because they're the one race that was not included in this, aside from Grung. Grung was not official at the time of this video. People were really sad that Grung was not in. Grung was not in official material. Or at least it was not on D&D Beyond. There are so many races, you guys. There's so many. And D&D Beyond was the only place I could find them all in a nice, organized place. And at the time that I wrote this video, Grung were not on D&D Beyond. So even if they were official, I'm sorry that I missed them, all right? I'm sorry. There are 50 plus races. I'm sorry. I'm only human. I tried my best. I know Grung is somebody's favorite race, but yeah.
Also often wrong with a -2 to int. That's okay, so to say, you're aggressive and massive. Got angry parents means they're rarely passive. Cat goes rejoice, Tabaxi is here. Obsessed with stuff and quite the sightseer. Fast like a cat, get claws and climb far. Tons of coats like leopard, tiger, and jaguar. Tiefling's a demon with a lot.
Here's another case similar to when I talked about fear bulgs, calling them cows, and I called tieflings demons. Obviously, you can't tell unless I specifically say my intent, but when I say demon, I don't mean literally demon. Now, maybe it's my fault for not making that more clear. I know they're not demons. And it's really dumb that they're technically not demons. But when I say demon, I mean, when I call someone short a gremlin, they're not literally a gremlin. When you call someone, who's gross and maybe chubby a pig, they're not literally a pig. When I call this one a demon, I don't literally mean demon. My fault for not making that clear. Sorry. I got the message.
Lot of looks, they're horny and hot and often a provoker in the lore anyway, a lot of hate. It's normal, I guess, when you're a panty soaker. If you want to be a big reptilian, who's strong and hardy, then Tortle.
Though I gotta say, there were some comments that I feel like miss the point of this video or like don't understand what's official or that I don't do non-official. Because there were some people in the comments that are like, oh, you forgot Nekonomi or fucking you forgot Succubus. I'm like, those are not official those are not official races. What is the giveaway? Oh, right. I'm going to do one more giveaway after this video. It's going to be a kind of deck of cards or something. But after this video, don't do the command yet because it's not going. Raffle will not work right now. But after this video is done, I'm going to do another giveaway. So yeah, people are like, why didn't you include this race? I'm like, because that's a homebrew race. What are you talking about?
Has a shell that's AC's 1,000,000, so have fun being a hermit immortal. Triton is just an aquatic elf who evolved himself in the continental shelf, and you're basically Aquaman. Fish can understand you. No, they won't do your laundry just because you demand to. The Verdant, like a goblin, but pretentious. Mind powers that make mystics contentious. Bunch of passive shit. What is this, peace hour? Come back and talk to me when you learn real power. You anti-pureblood like humans, but snaky. Never make a date with one, I hear they're flaky. Manipulative bunch with magic resistance. Don't take their oral offer, no matter the persistence. Fair human mix is the Kalistar. Got a lot of mind shit that's really bizarre, like telepathy. Dream protectively, like angels that they couldn't be effectively. The shifters like a half lycanthrope with 4.
I have harped on over and over about this. That I. If you saw my best of 2020 video, you already know. But here's the rhyme scheme of this line: A, B, C, B. Shifters like a half lycanthrope with 4 different types with exclusive features. You can't transform, at least not fully, so you often look more like a freakish creature. I'm rhyming feature with creature. People are wondering why I didn't rhyme fully with furry. Firstly, they don't rhyme. That's the main thing. Yeah. Well, that's the main thing. People don't understand what rhymes are. They don't know what half rhymes are because it's not even a half rhyme. But yes, they don't rhyme. Sorry. I've harped on about that before. I like making furry jokes as much as the next guy. They don't rhyme.
Features,
that is all
you
I'll
can't
say.
Transform, at least not fully, so you often look more like a freakish creature. Simic hybrids are a random fusion of aquatic things, like a squid or a crab. Gain
Near rhyme? Is it? I don't think it is. I don't think it's a near rhyme. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know the technicalities.
bonuses, depending which one, so have some big pincers for new ways to stab. Warforged.
I'm gonna be on my deathbed and like people are gonna be like, oh, you remember being a YouTuber? And I'm gonna be like, what? And then they're gonna be like, you remember why didn't you rhyme fully with furry? And I'll be like, God damn it! You know, it's gonna follow me to my grave. It's gonna be something that's gonna bug me forever.
Robots forged for war don't have to eat or sleep or breathe, and what's more...
Oh yeah, this is another one that I called them robots, and people are like, they're not technically robots. Just shut up. Those people need to just shut up.
Is your tanky as well, being hard to steal. The only downside is you'll never truly feel.
Also, that's not correct. They do have like feelings and thinkings, just like normal fleshy things. That's not correct. And I think this rides the line of being a joke. I don't know. I think I would rewrite it.
Vidalkin tells us nobody's perfect. Look like Navi people without the long neck. They get lots of bonuses. To smart's not shocking. Good luck ever getting one to stop talking. And that's the lot. And always remember, class race importance is pretty seldom. Use whatever you fancy. Make a chubby fighter dancing. Now you know how to pick your race. You're welcome.
Yeah, and there we go. I'm very, very proud of this video. Even with all the things that I would change about it and like all the annoyances that it's gotten. It's minor annoyances that is just inevitable when you get a bajillion people commenting, you know? And really, I just shouldn't read the comments anyway. But, and I don't hold anything against those comments that do annoy me. They don't know. Like, they don't mean any, they're not haters, and they don't mean anything negative by it. They're just, you know, speaking their mind, and that's all good and fine. Anyway, I'm going to do another raffle. This time, let me turn on my webcam. I'm going to be giving away this, which I got at PAX Unplugged. It was in a goodie bag that I went to a special event that I was invited by Wizards of the Coast that we got to see. You know, we got to have like breakfast. They served a bunch of breakfast, and I got to meet a few D&D people. I went there with Shen, and we were just like really awkward and just sat in our corner because we were too anxious to talk with anybody. But this was in the I think Descent into Avernus goodie bag that we got, because that's when Descent into Avernus came out. And this is Dungeon Mayhem. This is, I think, a card game. It's not going yet, guys. It's not going yet. Hold on, let me turn it on. Hold on. It's not going yet. Dungeon Mayhem. Okay, save. Everybody chill out. It's not going yet. And now it's going. Okay, there we go. Now you can do exclamation point raffle. But yeah, let's see. It says, do you have the guts to bring home the glory? Play as one of 4 brave, quirky characters, barbarian, paladin, rogue, or wizard, battling it out in a dungeon full of treasure, with magic missiles flinging, dual daggers slinging, and spiked shields stinging. It's up to you to be the last adventurer standing. So I guess it's like a Munchkin style game. I don't know. But yeah, I've not opened it. I don't know what it is, but I'm giving it away because I think if I wanted to play it, I would have opened it by now. But with that, I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back, chat. Have chair cam while you guys do that raffle thing. Hello, chat. I hope, what's my opinion on Sorcerer? Cool class. I have positive feelings, equally positive feelings for just about every class. Aside from my 2 favorites being Warlock and Bard. Just liking them just a bit more. Are your lesbian plushies lesbians? Because they look a lot like lesbians. If you think they're lesbians, yeah. I can't tell you they're not. Okay. Would love to see another art stream. Maybe one day. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Back to the videos. So yeah, that's Crap Guide to Races. That took a lot out of me. And then, yes, the Crap Guide to Goblins. The origins of the Goblin plushies.
What's wrong, you pathetic, sad, procrastinating dungeon master? Can't come up with a worthwhile and interesting combat encounter and you only have half an hour?
Oh yeah, this, there's Grabblegene. There's a random, I don't know, flamingo. And this is actually Sketch Goblin. He is an artist that does vector art. He is fantastic. He actually made some fan art for me. Twice, actually. He's fucking awesome. Goblin, JoCat. I commissioned him to do rat once, and just on his own accord, he did JoCrap. Look at that, look! Isn't that awesome? Look at this art, man. And he made one with the little potted wiggler as well. Like, look at his art, dude. That's awesome. Commissioned Sketch Goblin. He's amazing. And he did like a series of look, it's Matt. He did a series of like the Marvel character. And there's Rat. This is the one I commissioned him. Look, Rat. Sketch Goblin Marvel. He did the Marvel characters in D&D form. So here's Captain Marvel is an Aasimar cleric. Ant-Man is a halfling rogue. Hawkeye, Wood Elf, arcane archer. Fucking Black Panther. Tabaxi, open hand monk. May Chadwick Boseman rest in power. Iron Man. Fucking Warforged. These are cool, right? Aren't these cool? Yeah. Anyway. Check out Sketch Goblin. He's on Twitter and Reddit. So yeah. No, not Ranger. You think Hawkeye knows anything about the environment? So yeah.
Before the session because you spent the last week fascinating about a totally different campaign you wish to run one day, but ultimately know you never will because you're in a constant state of prep work and insecurity? That's okay. Everybody knows no matter how basic the combat is, it's going to take forever anyway thanks to any spellcasters and people on their phones, and is mostly just a chance for the DM to stall for time while they figure out the next story beats. That and an excuse to show off whatever art of the thing the players are fighting that the DM paid $3 grand in commissions or miniatures to make for them. Or you could just grab...
Oh yeah, Joe Shrug. Where was it? Yeah, there it is. Joe Shrug.
Most iconic creatures in Dungeons & Dragons, famous for being low and mid-level for them. Or you could just grab whatever the nearest thing on your shelf is and say, fuck it, we're fighting this little bastard today. Welcome to A Crap Guide to D&D.
There it is. There it is. Look. I got that. Over there. There it is. That guy. Oh, that's great.
Goblins are one of the most iconic creatures in Dungeons & Dragons, famous for being low and mid-level cannon fodder, having the respawn rate of a seahorse playing Call of Duty, and being overall superior to kobolds in every way. Goblins are what you default to when you have no idea what the party should be fighting because they're just so splattered all over the realm that everyone just accepts that they can show up anywhere.
Alright, got myself some milk and cookies for some hunts, and I'll open the fridge and put the milk back where it went, and close the fridge and go get my milk.
God, Jesus, what the...
There's actually some editing finesse in here. I did this all on my own, and I edited... I think you can see the cut that I do. I made it pretty seamless, where I think I cropped the door as it was closing. Oh yeah, it's really hard to see. Yeah, you can see how these these magnets fade out. So the magnets were there on the previous shot, and then you can see they fade. Yeah, they fade in. There you go. I think that's where the cut is. Yeah, because the magnets are not nearly this close to the door whenever you go here. See how far away they are from the door, but then in the previous shot, they're like up here. So yeah, there were two shots. I shot myself getting the milk, putting the milk back, and then I put the goblin up, and then I did a second take.
Go get my milk.
God, Jesus, what the fuck?
Goblins were originally created by the hobgoblins, who one day got really lazy and decided to make a generation of poor saps that they could shove all their baggage onto and then blame for when the economy they don't have a say in.
There's an image, hold on, there's an image of official artwork of basically this meme somewhere of a hobgoblin and a bugbear looking at a goblin. Hold on, where is it? Hobgoblin bugbear art D&D. Let's see. Can I find it? Where is it? There it is. Look, it's basically the meme. Look, the hobgoblin is angry at the goblin, and the bugbear's just sitting there. It's basically the same image. When someone showed me that, I was like, wow, that's amazing.
And gets destroyed. This has sort of evolved into how goblins mostly live in tribes where the biggest asshole is the leader and everybody else is just sort of used to being treated as poorly as a retail worker. That's not to say all goblins are meek little green muppets. Given enough size and numbers and time to prepare an ambush, and even the most basic goblin squads can turn in—
Oh, do I have safe search on? Should I? Was there risky images in there? Sorry if there were.
8th level party into the aftermath of eating at White Castle. This is because goblins are a culture constantly raiding like they're trying to get world first and have a knack for throwing themselves at the first thing they see that looks like they could potentially bite its ear off. They're also somewhat smart. Leaders of goblin tribes consistently placing first in tournaments of Connect 4, and the race as a whole frequently mounting and fighting alongside creatures such as wargs, which are oversized wolves that are perpetually angry as people keep stealing their art off Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
If you ever decide to play as a goblin, you'll receive a little bit of dex and con from being agile and resilient little gremlins, and the ability to quickly pussy out of combat like you're at a friend's house and the parents
There weren't, but you're risking a ban. Also be careful with Twitter. Okay. I see. Yeah, I'll be sure to be careful.
started arguing. And Fury of the Small, where you get to punch below the belt and make the enemy's voice go up as many octaves as your player level. Now that's the general idea of what goblins are supposed to be in the Forgotten Realms, but this is D&D, which means everybody breaks the rules more than an episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! And the fact that goblins are so adaptable to so many situations and environments means that there's no limit to how
Bun Boy Arts makes fantastic comics. Check him out.
they can be portrayed or what they can be used for. You can make them mindless monsters that fill the last few empty rooms of a dungeon, or adorable little scamps that the party will adopt the instant they see them, or design them so unexpectedly attractive that it'll make people question if they discovered a new fetish or if it was there all along and this was just its awakening. You too can throw an endless supply of XP at your party while giving them conflicting feelings on stomping on an innocent little cutie pie that was just minding its own business and just wanted a little bit of love. Isn't that right, you sweetie petite? Ow, son of a bitch.
And now you know how to use goblins. Booyah! So there used to be a little sponsor part. Oh yeah, and there's the goblin on the shelf. The sponsor part that the goblin plush segment, but I cut it out since you can't buy them anymore. So you may notice that the outro cuts in a little fast.
Bitch.
And now you know how to use goblins. Booyah! Yeah, so I cut it out because it's not relevant anymore. Unfortunately, Goblin Plus campaign has finished. All orders will arrive in late August. Yep. No more. You can't get them anymore. Sorry. Ah, yes. The Barbarian remake. This is basically, all the things that I wanted to fix with the Barbarian video, and it's... I don't think I need to really talk about this one. Yeah, there's the rage part. Remember what I said about including something special in every guide? Barbarians get their rage now, and that's, something that I think it elevates it. Yeah. Let's see. Alignment. Yeah, I don't think there's much I can say about alignment. It's just kind of, yeah, it's whatever. The character sheet. The only thing I can really say about character sheet, I'm pretty happy with it, but the one thing I will forever regret, the death saving throw mistake. I said that if you make 3 saves, you hop back up to 1 HP. That is not correct. You simply go to 0 HP, enter stabilize. And that is the one mistake in the whole video that I wish I could change. Everything else... Oh, also, I say that if you use... 4 mage hands, but mage hand is a cantrip, so you can use it as many times. Just some minor things with this video that I wish I could fix. Everything else is whatever. And now, finally, the Dungeon Master's Guide. Oh, man, this video was an undertaking. Like you, if you weren't here for the beginning of the stream, I created this Google Doc in November of 2019. But I only started writing the script in April. And April of 2020. So it was quite the endeavor to gain the motivation and inspiration for. It has, let's see in the final version how many cameos there are. Taka 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait, no. 13, because I counted Boo twice accidentally. 13. Hold on, let me start over. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Although, unfortunately, Sir Malevich couldn't make it there, but I'm still counting him. 11. Lionel is just Zito again, so 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and Matt Mercer makes 34. 34 cameos in total. Yeah, I think a lot of people are curious about what I did, how I got Matt to come on board. The first time I actually tried to contact Matt through his like talent advisor person, kind of like an agent essentially. And she said that unfortunately Matt was busy with stuff. And that was a year before this. So that was back in November 2019 that I contacted his. But I'm glad I waited. I'm glad that I did wait a year, because I think in that year I've gained a little bit more notoriety and influence. I kind of feel bad because I got in contact with him by adding him on Twitter because his DMs are not open. So the only way to get his attention, I feel, was to send a tweet and say, "Hey Matt, can you send me a direct message? I want to talk to you about stuff." And I did this knowing that I would get a lot of like other people in the comments and liking the tweet and stuff. And I feel a little bad about that. But he seems like a chill guy. I'm sure he wouldn't be too upset. But I would never, ever, ever do that again. Because a second time around, it's probably not okay. And I will never ask Matt for anything ever again, because he has already done way more than I could ever ask of him. I was like, "Hey, I'm making the finale to my video. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called A Crap Guide. It's the finale. It's a big finale, and I'm putting in a bunch of cameos for a bunch of people." And he was like, "Yeah, I'll join in. I like your videos." I'm like, You've seen my videos?" And he's like, "Yeah, they're pretty funny." I was like, "Oh!" So I was like, "Okay, I just need you to say these things or something of the equivalent. You can change the words if you like." And then I gave him the delivery. I'm like, "You're trying to calm down JoCat." And he's like, "All right, awesome." And I'm like, "I know." I tell him, "I know you're a professional and this is taking your time, so I'm willing to pay for your time because you are a professional voice actor and this is essentially asking you to do work." And he was like, No. Don't even worry about it." I'm like, "Matt!" He is so cool. I could not want any better person to be like the biggest head of D&D. Like I'm sure there are plenty of other people that are big in the D&D space. I consider myself pretty, well known, but like the D&D person, I think people consider Matt to be that. And there couldn't be a better candidate. He is super kind and inclusive and lovely and just the sweetest. Yeah. So that's how I got into contact with Matt Mercer. Everybody else, I either knew them before and had their contact info, were mutuals on Twitter, or knew them from Discord. Or I could just talk with them. They were following me, and I hadn't realized that they were in the D&D space. In fact, there's still people that I missed that I would have wanted to retroactively add them in, but I couldn't. So yeah, let's go through beat by beat the episode, and then after this, I'm gonna do one last giveaway, and then we can end the stream because I've been going on for quite a bit. Yeah. Oh, and I can do like little bits of Q&A while we do the final raffle. Not right now. Don't do raffle. Raffle's not going. Well, raffle is going, but it's not for the next. Anyway, you get it. Yes. Warning. So this is the only one where the disclaimer is not there. Warning. This is the culmination of 2 years of this strange and crass and silly series I'm proud of, and 3 years of doing this crazy job I'm still baffled by. Thank you to everyone who has joined me on this journey, whether it be from my very first video on the channel or from discovering me in the past week. The thought that I've brought smiles to people or introduced so many to this wonderful pastime, or even that some just like what I do, is a thought that I will cherish for the rest of my life. Thank you.
So you've got a character sheet all written out and a couple of friends.
Yeah, so little Easter egg. I'm just going to go beat by beat because there's a lot of touches in this video. This is the Hijack crew. These are my group of IRL friends that I've been friends with since high school. And there's Kate, you know, Caitlin, Tactician Kate, the one that designed the cute goblin and the swamp witch. That's her right there. Accurate size, by the way. She is very small.
Who want to play D&D, but you're missing one vital component. The world, the characters, the laws of...
So yeah, you guys, there's something about this frame that I want you guys to remember, and I'm not going to say what, but might become important.
The laws of physics everyone's going to break to make for cool moments. You'll commission artists...
Maybe it might not become important tomorrow, might not become important next week or next month, but it's going to be important.
The internet to draw for you. But such a role requires leadership, initiative, a total willingness to have a bunch of children stomp on all your ideas in favor of doing funny memes and stupid scenarios. Despite all that, such a title has an extremely low barrier to entry and is probably the most important thing at your entire role-playing table, and without one, the game will not exist. So anybody and everybody should perform the duty at least once for the sake of their fellow players, begging for a chance to experience this wonderful pastime, so long as I don't have to be the one to do it.
And this is a genuine belief that I have. I believe everyone, even if you don't like dungeon mastering, I firmly believe that being a dungeon master will make you a better player, and it will give your dungeon master a better time since you will understand what they go through, you know, what they deal with when they're the dungeon master. I think everyone should dungeon master.
What?
Yeah, at least once.
Fine.
Welcome to a crap guide to Dungeons and Dragons.
And this frame, I have thought of this frame since the beginning. Since the first episode, I thought when I make a finale that is going to be Dungeon Master, I'm going to have all the minis pointed towards the Dungeon Master. However, I did want to add in my full... It's not my complete vision, because my vision, I wanted it to be like thundering and raining and cloudy and dark, but I thought that was too much. I'll just do this, you know, like this is good enough. And yeah, look, it's the lesbians. And of course, Chad being the player that fucking doesn't take anything seriously, of course he's gonna T-pose because he's Chad.
The Dungeon Master, or Game Master, if you like clay in your soup, is the mind behind the magic and who decides just about everything that happens in the game.
Ah, this is Sort the Court. Wonderful little indie game. It's where you play as a king or queen, and you just say yes or no to various different requests.
Besides the player's own choices.
Yeah.
Your role as a DM is to control and describe literally every single little detail that happens during the game, as you are the game. The game cannot exist without a Dungeon Master. As the DM, you call the shots based on how the rules work, or if you don't like the rules and say, shoot that poot, and come up with your own. Otherwise, how else
Comedy
are you supposed to know
gold!
if your rules lawyering players giving you correct information, and isn't just making an elaborate manipulative plot to trick you into giving them a pet displacer beast? Fortunately for you, if you aren't sure or don't remember how a certain rule works, so you can always just look it up, because being a good DM is about applying information.
Just trying to think of like which frames have significance, or if they're just whatever.
Memorizing it, unlike the American education system. Outside of the rules, though, you are the bridge between the players and the fantasy world they're playing in, describing everything that's going
So yeah, some with a nice eye will catch that this is the script to B-movie.
on in excruciating detail, like a radio show, but with a lot more awkward pauses. Everything they fuck, marry, or kill is through the context of how you describe it, which means you have to be incredibly deliberate with your vocabulary and respect the Oxford comma.
That is such a thing that you have to, as a dungeon master, you have to be so careful with your words, because you accidentally say one thing and now suddenly the party has a conspiracy against this totally innocent NPC. Oh man, but a good DM rolls with it.
Or else you might make the wrong translation of what's going on in your brain to the players, who may then think the innocent bystander NPC is actually a murderer, because you accidentally stuttered when voicing them, saying they were just doing their tasks. There are quite a few ways information can be put across to the players, and it all comes down to the DM's preferred style of presentation! Many pop culture depictions of the nerd ritual often show an ornately carved and treated mahogany table, players dressed in professional cosplay on par with 2000s Hollywood costumes, atmospheric mood lighting that'll make a hardcore...
Yeah, tasks Among Us. That is the one Among Us reference. I'm very cautious about ever including current pop culture things in the crap guides because they will be dated one day. So even if you don't know Among Us, in the case that Among Us falls out of favor or people don't remember it, I can say just doing their tasks, and it just sounds like they were just doing their tasks and has nothing to do with Among Us. So yes, that was an Among Us reference, very subtly.
Or Dom Blush, background music and ambience that's like a spa day for your ear canals, and detailed miniatures, maps, and set pieces painted by angels using brushes made from the nose hairs of the gods.
Yeah, nothing interesting here. Yeah.
Now, do you need all these fancy, expensive and...
Among Us wasn't even famous at the time. So when I was writing this episode, I was all over the place. You know, I some parts I had written and rewritten at different times of the year. It's all over the place, you know. Let's see. When did I write in that part? Maybe November? I did a lot of writing in November. Let me see. Hold on. I gotta be very careful with what I show in the docs. Whoops. Let me see. Docs. Because there's some confidential information that I cannot show. Let's see. Crap Guide to Dungeon Master Solo Script. There we go. When did I write these? Yeah, I don't know. I can't find the... there we go. Last edited November. So, bring this over here. Oh, that's right. I think while I was like transferring things to my new computer, I like lost the file. So this is newer than, like, this doc is newer than the file exists. Because the file originally existed on a WordPad file, which is what I used to write most of my scripts offline. But I tried to move things to Google Docs just because there's more formatting stuff and spell check. But yeah, so I pasted this in August. I'm sure there was more WordPad. I don't know, word something. WordPad. Yeah, WordPad. It's like Microsoft Word, I guess. Anyway, I don't know.
Superfluous amounts of presentation and stimulus in order to have a worthwhile Dungeons and Dragons experience for your players? Of course you do. Fork it over, bitch. Your wallet could lose a few extra pounds. But even with all the fanciest of theatrics, every Dungeon Master has to rely on the ever-prevalent theater of the mind, where everyone has to...
Oh yeah, here's a few references here. So there's a Final Fantasy hat right there. There's just a barbarian, I guess. Dungeon Master with a hat. The angel and devil wings that are anime and the anime character. And then the one ridiculous one with all the weapons is the one that has a nice... I don't know. I just like drawing this.
Imagination to visualize what's happening in your grand spanking fantasy world. So a game of D&D doesn't have to cost hundreds of dollars and can be anything from a massive theatrical event to a hangout with the bros with cardboard cutout minis to even sitting in a restaurant.
Yeah, so this fun little fact, these are all the boys. All the boy
can be anything from a
D&D characters. So you've got the Rogue, the Cleric, Gadielf, John Fighterman, Chad, Hutrax, the Warlock, which I forget, and the Gobbo. All the boys hanging out. Just me and the boys.
Theatrical event to a hangout with the
and then the boyfriends waving to each other.
Bros with cardboard cutout minis to even sitting in a restaurant with napkins for character
Is Chad a they? No, Chad is a he.
sheets and the salt and pepper shakers.
The Druid is a they, though. Pretty sure.
Are the evil queen of spice and her...
Why am I saying pretty sure? I made them. Why am I might be wrong. No, I made them up. Of course. Yeah.
Angry white steed. No matter what, you'll always eventually have to rely on the most useful creation of all mankind that can raise armies and fell nations. Words. Never underestimate the power of a good thesaurus, because inevitably there will be a situation where all your fancy props won't suffice and you will have to learn how to use Old English vernacular. As the DM, most of your responsibility all boils down to allowing the players to interact with your grand spankin' fantasy world. And how they do that can be summarized in one simple action: rolling dice. When a player wants to do something, anything, the DM is the one who decides if the player
rolling
dice,
to pet the
what dice
cat
roll,
is
and
the
outcome
worst.
of the roll of the dice. Then just about everything else is an extension of that one single responsibility, which is why nobody wants to do it, because one single responsibility is far too many. An extension of that, the DM's the encyclopedia of the D&D game. If there's history in the world, it's the DM.
Oh yeah, hold on. What did that say? It was like. Oh, also, by the way, Diddle Doorlock is it's a reference to when I played Divinity with Will Viking Blonde. He plays Sir Lord Bonio, and he plays a skeleton. And in Divinity, you can use your bony fingers to pick locks, and he likes to call it diddling. So yes, he diddles the door lock. And with that, let's the raffle is finished, so let's see who won the Dungeon Mayhem deck of cards things or whatever. Pick a winner, and the winner is Kierks122. Congratulations! Congratulations, you have won the Dungeon Mayhem card game. Go ahead and whisper me on Twitch, and I will get your information and mail these to you as soon as I can. Yeah. And the last giveaway, it's the big one. The last giveaway, so I have been, hold on, let me just complete this. Yeah, don't do it yet, chat. So let me just edit this. And I'm going to have this go on for an hour. Just so everyone can make sure that they can get it in. Phrasing. And you may know that recently I had been partnered with Runesmith to promote his Seeker's Guide to Twisted Taverns. Now, this is not that. However, because I played a part in his previous Kickstarter, Stipple's Codex to Companions, I was able to get a care package of it. That included 2 of them. So I have 2 Stipple's books. The other one's fancier, so I don't need this one. So, with that, I will start the giveaway, and now you may raffle. To get the Stipple's Codex of Companions, this extra Stipple's book that I do not need. It is a supplementary book compatible with 5e that allows you to bring along a bunch of cool and cute little companions, well illustrated by a bunch of very talented, skilled artists, including one that I did. Hold on, let me find it. I did one. I didn't have time for more, but I did one. Let's see. Where is it? It's an elemental. So aberrations, no. Beasts, constructs, celestials, fae, fiends, monstrosities, undead, oozes, dragons. Where are they? Where's elementals? Oh, there they are, elementals. Windle, 78. I illustrated this elemental called the Windle. This thing. Right there. I did that. I drew that. Look at it. And the Windle. Windle are small, otherworldly spirits that take on gusty, incorporeal forms. They inhabit a wide array of environments, forming pseudo-clans in regions with distinct biomes. These clans appear to act with some form of a hive mind, working together to defeat threats to their home. Their strong attachment to their homes cause them to be irrational and extremely averse to change. If an intruder attempts to plant new trees, dump waste, add water, or change the area in any way, an angry swarm of Windle is likely to retaliate. So I actually wrote that. I wrote that lore. I didn't write it in those words specifically, but I came up with the lore and the, interactions and special abilities of these characters. And Runesmith took those, rewrote them, adjusted them to fit the book and gave them abilities accordingly. And, all their stats and stuff. They have a strength of 4, so -3. They've got 16 dexterity, 10 con, 6 intelligence, 11 wisdom, and 8 charisma. So their main stat is dexterity. They only have 10 hit points, 3d6, and an AC of 13. That's not great. However, they have damage resistance to lightning, thunder, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks. They're immune to poison because they're wind elementals. They're immune to exhaustion, grappled, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, prone, restrained, and unconscious. And I think they're tiny. Yeah, they're tiny size. They're very small. They're like hand-sized. Let's see, they have blah, 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 blah. And they have an ability called Reconstitute. If the Windle is in its native environment, it regains 2d6 hit points at the start of its next turn after taking damage. They're very, very resilient. They can slice and fling. So slice is just one slashing damage, and fling is 2d4, 2 or 1d4 bludgeoning damage, where they throw stuff. Elemental tokens. These elementals form strong bonds with their environments and have been known to carry parts of these areas with them. These earthly tokens, such as leaves, twigs, or stones, are used as well as weapons, as well as a sort of anchor to this realm. Without something to tether them to reality, they risk losing their individuality, simply joining the air itself. However, while wearing debris in their known environments, they will become incredibly resilient. Some have even been known to outlast swarms of intruders by using a magical reinforced piece of wood. So yeah, they're very much a swarmy, death by 1,000 cuts enemy. One Windle on its own is not much to deal with. It's in fact very easy. But they travel in packs of large amounts. So yeah, raffle goes on for about an hour. I might end it early if the stream ends early. I just put it on an hour so that everyone can get in as easy as possible. But yeah, that is the extra, the extra Stibbles Codex Companions book that I have that I'm giving away. That is the final giveaway for the stream. And yeah, 1d4 doesn't scare you. How about 100d4? Yeah, exactly. Yep. So yeah, and I think Jess Jackdaw, he illustrated like a couple of things in there. It's a lot of great art and stuff. So yeah. So back to the video.
Far too many. An extension of that, the DM's the encyclopedia of the D&D game. If there's history in the world, it's the DM's job to know it. When the players are fighting bad guys,
yeah, that's a thing that I like to include, is like everyone always asks,
of the D&D game. If there's
is he like a separate entity, or does he transform after he puts the mask on?
history in the world, it's the DM's job.
You know, it's really unclear. I don't know the answer, and I don't think I ever want to come up with one. I like the mystery.
Job to know it. When the players
I think it's funnier that way.
It's the DM's job to keep track of the enemy's abilities, hit points, and sexual orientation, just in case, you never know. If a player resurrects their long-dead uncle, it's the DM's job to have read their backstory to know said uncle was a drunk rocketeer who eats horseshoe crabs. And when the players bring up how the plot and characters are oddly similar to Lord of the Rings, it's the DM's job to kick their ass. The scariest part about being a dungeon master, however, is the improv. Since you can't anticipate every single possible possibility the players can possibly make possible, you have to think on the fly and figure out how those possible things could be possible.
Yep, everything always leads to a fight, no matter what. Yeah, this was actually more challenging to draw, or rather write, than it looks like, because it's just a bunch of words, right? But I had to like come up with a bunch of stuff.
If the player character tries to eavesdrop on somebody, you have to come up with...
Also, fun fact, every single Crap Guide class character shows up in this video at least once. I was reminded because Rogmesh is the only one that shows up like alone by herself. But everyone, if you check through it, everyone shows up once.
What they hear. If somebody eats too many beans and farts,
and this is the monk's cameo, I think.
So you gotta come up with how it smells. And if the party decides to run off some other direction rather than the main plot, you have to come up with what they run into. Like another town, or a dangerous hag, or even the main plot. Because you moved it over there since the giant glowing breadcrumbs in the shape of story progress this way wasn't obvious enough. If you think you can prepare pre-written answers for every possible question the players could come up with, I'm gonna have to stop you right there because no the fuck you can't. Somebody at some point in time will do something that'll turn your no-pants bad dreams into a reality, and you gotta figure out then and there whether you're gonna get a new pair or just roll with it while the players see your metaphorical jump swaying in the breeze.
You
So
know,
with
it
all
was
that
really
easy to
unclear.
digest and totally not intimidating stack of expectations that doesn't even scratch the surface of what it takes to be a dungeon master out of the way, the question now becomes, how does one even start being a dungeon master?
Just do it!
Yeah. I was thinking of just animating that, but I was like, yeah, whatever.
No matter what, you'll want a copy of the player handbook, since it has a majority.
Oh yeah, these were a lot of fun to make. So these are one of those blink and you'll miss it sort of things, but I had a lot of fun just drawing on the official books. And here you can see the player handbook. Very angry fighter. This I don't know. It's Yeti. I don't know what this is. A giant throwing snakes. There's a goblin there. There's a very angry dragon, and there's a stickman shooting a gun. And Batman. Or Man-Bat, rather.
The most common rules. As far as actual content goes, though, the most baby-friendly way is to purchase a pre-written adventure, one of these buggers.
Oh, and these were lots of fun. Like, these took so much time. Well, not so much time, but definitely more time than I think was worth putting them on screen for. Let's see. Lost Mines of Falenver. It's just a bunch of googly eyes. Tombs of Annihilation, just a bunch of googly eyes, nothing special. Storm King's Thunder, I put birds in his beard, and I gave him a very long mustache and twirly mustache, and big angry eyebrows. I think that was fun. Ghosts of Salt Marsh, I just put a bunch of ghosts, make it all spooky. I think these ghosts were inspired by the ghosts singing, you know, the ooh, love, ooh, you know, that one. Descent into Avernus, just a bunch of googly eyes again, but the sword has a little face. Horde of Dragon Queen, this F to pay respects for this person who is being frozen by this dragon. Curse of Strahd. Strahd looks like a fun guy. He's just having a lot of fun. Tales of the Yawning Portal, I think, has the most stuff added to it. You can see, you know, everyone's funny. Everyone's got googly eyes. And this face, this Total Biscuit lull face is over, I think, just a character doing like a maniacal laugh, and I'm like, I'm gonna put lol face in there. So and Rise of Tiamat, just all of Tiamat's heads are different and funny. And Out of the Abyss, I think this is my favorite. That two-headed monstrosity, whatever it is late for school, so it's got to run with toast in its mouth. Yeah, these were fun to do. They only show up very briefly, but yeah.
Will usually have a plot, characters, encounters, villains, and plenty of faffing about material for your players. However, if that's too much punishment on your wallet, the natural safe word is
Yeah, I
making
miss
a campaign
TB as
of your
well.
own. The thing about safe words, though, is it often stops things in their tracks, so it will require you to come up with most of the aforementioned plot, characters, encounters, villains, and faffing material yourself, which can take anywhere from a night of binge writing to never, because you only ever think about your ideas and never
Ha 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 ha. That couldn't be me, right?
write it down. Either way you go with, once you have the
Hey,
skeleton
Joe Shrug. The last Joe Shrug. The final Joe Shrug. There it is. The last one you'll ever see.
the skeleton of your campaign ready, you gotta start
Man, you really see the difference between this, because this was drawn in the first episode. And, like, I've made Joe Crap look so much more buff ever since. Look how lanky it is. He's got stick arms.
the skeleton of your campaign ready, you gotta start filling it with internal organs. And as anyone who's taken biology can tell you, organs are gross and messy and can often go misplaced, so you just have to substitute a kidney with a moldy sponge for a bit while you go find it. That is until suddenly the blood cells start making friends with the sponge and it becomes more effective than an actual kidney and you start to question everything you've ever learned in school.
This happens more often than you think. This is a very real... Anyone who's been a dungeon master knows that this is, like, this oddly specific metaphor is more real. If you don't know what I'm talking about here, then I would suggest you dungeon mastering so you do.
Cool. So
It's when you replace the kidney with a sponge and the sponge somehow is better than the kidney. Meanwhile, you're looking for the kidney and you're like, oh God, oh, where is it? And then the sponge is working. You're like, what? Why? I have the kidney now. Can we put the kidney back? And they're like, no, we like the sponge. That metaphor doesn't make a lot of sense, but if you're a dungeon master, you know what I'm talking about.
good fucking luck figuring out how to balance spending time preparing to run a campaign and spending time actually running a campaign. Do you spend entire weeks drawing maps, writing possible paths and dialogue options for characters down to the description of their cousin's boyfriend's dog's favorite chew toy? Or do you just spend the week doing some faffing about of your own and then spend the fun
Monty thinking about Tubbs. Oh yeah, Tubbs. It's right. Yeah. Oh.
final half hour leading up to the session time frantically writing down bits from a D&D random content generator. But hey, once you get a game going, the rest should come naturally. Just take it all one step at a time, and you can especially relax whenever the players start to roleplay and act on their own.
Yeah, so here's a subtle thing. I don't know if anybody probably not, unless they just really like to reach. Whenever it's in the quote-unquote real world, because the real world could really be anywhere, I show the real world as a blank nothingness, just a void for the most part. I would prefer not to use the blob people because I think it would be better if I actually gave them characteristics. I know some people like the blob people, but you can't deny that they would be better and improved if I actually gave them like hair or outfits or something. I just made them blob people to save time. But notice they're blob people when they're out of game, and then when they're in game, I draw the environment. And you'll see that when we go into the cameos as well. So no, that's not. That's the wrong direction. Yeah, see? So as soon as they go into their characters, boom, tavern setting. So it's to kind of like show that they're in the D&D world now and the imagination.
To roleplay and act on their own, because then you can just sit back and relax and let them have their fun, and you don't even have to do dialogue for any NPCs or lore dump on them or fuck the rogue.
Yeah, and this was really fun. This video being so long gave me chances to have the crap guide characters interact, so you get to see the relationship between characters that you didn't see before, like the paladin and the rogue who tried to steal her rosary beads. And even, she's so scary that even the barbarian is trying to calm her down.
Tried to steal the paladin's rosary beads. Yes, the dirty whale's underbelly of being a dungeon master is dealing with the barnacle infestation that is being the de facto babysitter of the group, and then you gotta bring out the scraper of social obligation. In some situations, more than others, the DM is expected to have a significant amount of say in organizing the playgroup since you have something of a larger leadership role for the game to exist than the players. You're who the players will look to when arguing over who gets...
I think... I'm not certain, but I think this is a Final Fantasy sword? Either that or a Soul Calibur sword. I don't think it's Nightmare. But I think I took inspiration from Nightmare and like a Final Fantasy sword. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I just paused this for no reason.
The loot. You will be...
Soul Edge. That was yeah, whatever. Yeah. It looks like Soul Edge. I don't think it's Soul Edge. I don't remember what I was doing. Oh yeah, and this calendar is real. No. Yes, but no. Jim is out of town. Jim is back. No. This is how most D&D calendars look.
Be expected to have a bigger say on when the next session time will be, and you are the one who's expected to kick out the guy who's overriding your descriptions of a pleasant-smelling flower garden with the rankness of his workout stank.
I've luckily never had to kick out a player because they smelled bad. But I know some people might have.
This means that you cannot take a passive role as a DM. You have control over the fan, and if you see shit flying towards it, you're going to be expected to turn that fan off before the place really starts to smell like a medieval castle street. With all of that said, I still could not possibly come...
Okay, so most of the D&D guy... Oh, there we go, Kyrus, finally. Remember that paladin, in the paladin video I showed that you don't have to have a shield. This was my tiefling paladin character who had a two-handed axe. His name is Kyrus. He likes books. That's his big bag of books. It's got his favorite books in there. And yeah, he's very sweet and kind and soft-spoken. And he's got a little warmer, like a leg warmer on his tail. Yeah. And there's his beads, his prayer beads. Yes. This is a really good drawing, actually. I like this. Huh. Anyway. Yeah, let's see. Crap Guide to D&D. So most of the crap guides, even the later ones, have about like 1 to 200 drawings, right? Yeah, 1 to 200 frames of drawing. So here's the Rogue video. There's about 200. The Dungeon Master video is nearing 1,000 in total. Some of them are just repeats or like slight adjustments of other drawings. But yeah, Final Frames has like 500. I think these are all the cameos. It's a lot. It was a lot of drawing. I think, I'm not certain. No, I think there's a little bit of meme usage, but very minimal. Like, you remember in the first few videos, I used a lot of meme images or gifts. In this one, I think it has the least out of all of them, even not proportionally. It has very few. Most of them are drawings. Yeah.
Cover the grand mountain climb that is explaining
That's
what
like 4 to 5 times the length. Yeah, it's 22 minutes. Like, it's my longest crap guide.
it takes to be a dungeon master. Not to mention
It's under anything he refused to accept the. Oh, gross.
what it takes to be a good dungeon master. And I've seduced enough tall folk to make Kanchenjunga horny for me. But I believe the best possible way to show you what it takes to be a dungeon master would be a demonstration of those undergarment moistifying skills I possess. Lucky for your thirsty butts, I've set up a D&D session with a bunch of nerds, and demonstrate I shall. Alright, Unexpectables, you walk into a tavern, a crowd has gathered, and everyone seems to be having a good time.
Look, it's what is it? Estus flask. You can tell because of the shape, and it's got a sun on it.
All except the mysterious hooded figure in the center of the room that nobody except you all seem to notice. What do you do?
I want to smash the barkeeper.
I want to smash the bar.
Yeah, the Unexpectables were the first lines, the first cameos that I had written, and I am still very proud of them as those lines as well. And I'm very proud of them. They did a fantastic job, just delivering the line. And I wish I had given them more to do, especially Taka and Connor, because they say, I want to smash the barkeeper, and then that's it. Whereas everybody else gets progressively a little bit more and more complex. There are some that tone it down, but like everyone started to get longer and longer lines, and you'll notice. But yeah, I still like the Unexpectable segment. I think it's pretty good, and it kind of plays off of their play style in a comedic way really, really well.
Nobody wants to have a chat with the hooded figure? Who knows, it may tie into one of your backstories.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. DM, could you look over these notes I have about my backstory? It's only a few pages long, but I wanted to make sure to keep the authenticity of my homeland as the center point of my character development.
That's Gaijin Goomba, and of course he plays Greckles, the Kenku Rogue, who is very Japanese culture inspired because, of course, it's Gaijin Goomba. But he does have a thing for backstory, and it's a running joke in Unexpectables, I think, that whenever he tries to bring his backstory up, it gets interrupted. But luckily, he's been getting the spotlight recently, and it's very, very cool to see it play out. And Monty is doing a fantastic job with it.
What the hell? This is a fucking novel. I'm not reading all of this.
Oh yeah, speaking of, I wanted to check in with you about this new homebrew I created for one.
And this is Chris Zito. He does a lot of homebrew material, and I don't know how balanced they are. I don't really care. But he seems to have a lot of fun with that stuff. And his thing is, or rather, this caricature that he's playing is the players that go a little bit overboard with homebrew, where it's like way too nuts sometimes. Like, you don't realize how broken it is until you play with it and you're like 10 levels in, and the players are far too attached to the character, and it's just all downhill from there. So you gotta escalate everything Dragon Ball Z style. But yeah, I have run into those styles of players before. But yeah, when it's like harmless fun and just thinking about stuff and letting anybody else worry about the balance, it can be all fun and games.
One of my backstory's characters. I ran it by a couple of friends, and they seemed
Power
to think
creep,
it's pretty
yeah.
balanced, so no need to worry about looking over it too much.
Oh, no. I know what you're trying to do, you scruffy looking...
Hey,
And there
DM,
she is, the legend herself, Monty Glue.
Are there any Goliaths in the tavern? No particular reason.
She loves Goliaths. I'm pretty sure Goliaths are her favorite race. She just really likes big, huge, near monstrous things. And when I was talking with her, she also loves Resident Evil, and she loves Mr. X and whatever the pursuer is in Resident Evil 3 remake, I think. When Lady Dimitrescu came out, me and her were talking, and it was essentially the meme of the always has been meme, but like, wait a minute, the Resident Evil pursuers are hot, and then Monty just holding a gun up, and Mr. X always has been. She fucking loves Mr. X. Look, she's got a Mr. X emote. He's great. Look at him.
Wanted to know.
Dude, yeah, are there any? I've been looking for a surfing buddy.
Nemesis,
for some
that's the
time.
one. And this is Octopimp. He plays as Zenryo, who's a surfer dude, and he's, I don't remember what fish race, but yeah, he's very cool and a swell guy, and I wish I talked with him and got to hang out with him more. Yeah, Octo's very cool.
We're at the beach, right? I wasn't
Triton,
really paying
that's it.
attention. Could you set the scene again?
Whatever. I'll get back to you guys later. Dawnright, have you made up your minds about that ambush yet? That guy you've been targeting for the past 3 sessions is right there, enjoying his dwarvish drink.
Oh boy, I surely am enjoying my dwarvish drink.
And that's Yarrow Shien. He's the dungeon master for D6 Dawnright. I'm actually currently running a game for him right now. He's never been a player before, and this is his first time playing, and he's a joy to have. And yeah, unfortunately, this week's session got canceled because things got going. But he's a wonderful guy. You guys should check out Dawnright.
Look,
There he is. That's Bracky. That's Brachyzoid. He's playing as River Baumjäger, who is a halfling fighter. Yes, and he's the one who drew the Monster Hunter Meowscular Chef Hammer. That's him. That's him right there. He's awesome.
Take a single decision like going to the left or to the right, it goes wrong. We need to have 100% flawless plan.
How do I remember all of this? Well, because all of these people are my friends, and I worked on this for many, many months. And even if I didn't remember, it all comes back to me. This right here, this is... I forget his character's name, but it is a blind dragonborn monk being played by Boo Radley. Boo Radley was probably his most well-known art is his Monster Hunter art. He does if you've seen the hold on, let me search off stream first just to be safe. I feel bad because people keep attaching his art to me just because of the Wiggler helmet. This GIF is by him. This famous GIF right here is by Boo. This is Boo Radley right here. As is this one with the that. Yeah, this is by Boo Radley. So yeah, that's him, and he made the Gore Magala googly eyes GIF. Let me just find that. Hold on. Monster Hunter Gore Magala googly eyes. There it is. Oh, it's great. I love it. Boo is awesome. I love Boo. So that's him. He plays in that game. He's an amazing artist. Yeah.
Oh, maybe we can go talk with him? But if things go wrong, I can use my gun.
He actually does have a gun in the Dawnright campaign. However, I think pretty sure he just uses it to hit people with the butt or the handle, because he is a monk, and he is blind. But he's a very sweet boy.
When the fuck did the blind dragonborn get a gun? I don't remember giving him a gun. Has he always had a gun?
Just one guy. I don't know.
And that is Caitlin C37. She's another fantastic artist. She plays a very sneaky and charismatic rogue called Hannah. I don't remember.
Up on him and poison his drink. I have a +10 to stealth, plus advantage with my cloak of invisibility, and add on another 10 if Franz uses his pass without a trace.
But yeah, she's very roguish rogue. She's a rogue's rogue.
Or I can use this gun.
And this is Canis. His voice actor, unfortunately, was too busy with stuff, so he couldn't. But I wanted to put the cameo there anyway. Helena, that's her name, Helena. Yeah, Canis's cameo. He's a voice actor. He's also playing in Dawnright. He unfortunately couldn't make it, but I want to put his character in it. He's a more serious kind of typical paladin, but a little bit more fun and maybe a little bit more. I don't know how to. You should watch Dawnright, so you'll know better. And this is Lionel. This is Chris Zito's other character that I said you should only voice one. I don't want to give special treatment. And he's like, no, it's fine. We'll just not have him say any words. And he's a homebrew race, which is like a possum or something like that. And he's very cute, and he does sorceries. And there was a running joke in the Dawnright game where whenever he would do magic, it would freak out Franz, which is this guy. He's a druid, and he would get freaked out by it all the time. And it was really funny because why would you be freaked out by this? You transform into animals. But yeah,
eyes must you terrify my sweet bottoms, you upright marsupial!
And that's Terrence Dry. He is also a voice actor and a fantastic one. That scream is great. Let's listen to
How
that.
many times must you terrify my sweet bottoms, you upright marsupial!
I'll give you 6 minutes and 44 seconds if you don't.
And there's their avatars. That's Brachiozoid and Boo Radley's avatars.
Come to an agreement on a plan, I'm feeding your minis to the Wigglers. Group Stupid, you follow into the tavern as
Hey,
well.
these
You
look familiar, right?
see the mysteriously hooded figure, now eyeballing you down and casting a menacing visage. They gesture towards 5 open seats and say that you should go...
So who's the most expensive looking dude here?
I don't fucking know. There's a noble in the corner of the room, sure, but he's busy talking with somebody else right now, so maybe you should probably...
I'm already there. I intimidate him.
Yeah, and just to show that I really rushed putting this NPC together, you can see that I also rushed the drawing, and it's really shitty.
To challenge me to an arm wrestling match for all his gold and belongings.
So yeah, those who don't know, this is Felix. He is Dingo's partner and the dungeon master of Fool's Gold.
Hey, absurd. You could use Charm Person. I mean, that would cause a charm status, which would give you advantage on any social...
I asked him to give us all of his money.
Absurd.
I rolled an 11.
Well, that's really more of a help action, which actually...
What the fuck? I didn't even ask you to roll yet.
But I did it already.
Look, an 11 is good.
We
Pooh.
are friends now.
Fucking, oh my gosh, Ben.
Everyone likes absurd.
I intimidate him to challenge me to an arm wrestling match for all his gold and belongings.
Fucking fine. You start to arm wrestle him for some of his gold.
Oh,
Garu, yes, Boo Radley's blind dragonborn monk. His name is Garu. That's it.
Also, he might be cursed, because, you know, backstory stuff.
All right, sure. In the meantime, the hooded figure in the middle of the room that everyone decided to totally ignore transforms into a massive towering titan, and the roof of the tavern is blown off, revealing evilness.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I named the tavern the Crappy Guide.
Towering titan, and the roof of the...
Yeah, there it is. The Crappy Guide, because taverns always have like the sunken wench, or the drunken wench rather, or the hyperactive goblin, or the buff deer. I don't know. So
the tavern is blown off, revealing evilness
Maximus, the demon lord of darkness.
Vilius Maximus? Now, my Latin's a little bit rusty, but that name seems...
Oh yeah, so there's a few things here. Firstly, Red is absolutely a massive fan of the show Reboot, so I gave her Reboot characters. That's Matrix, formerly known as Bob, and that is Megabyte, the main villain. And she always harps on and on and on. So this is Red and Blue from Overly Sarcastic. It's a channel about history and TV tropes, and, well, not just TV tropes, but tropes in storytelling and mythology, and they make it very entertaining. And we have like a mutual fangirling of each other. Like I love their content, and whenever they talk very flatteringly about my content, and we just it's just a lot of love all around, and I love them. Those guys are great. I put Ass in because they play like pretty much all the Assassin's Creed games, and Pope Wars 7. You got Pope versus Pope. It's a series that Blue does. Well, not series, but he had done Pope Wars because he does history things. And yeah.
Little bit on the nose. It sounds to me like he's actually ripping off the Pope's title of Pontifex Maximus, so maybe we should be on our guard for some vile bishops and dastardly cardinals.
No, he's not. Shut up. He looks down upon you all, and with a snap of his fingers, everyone's magical items...
Oh, formerly Enzo, not Bob. I'm so sorry. Enzo. Matrix was Enzo, not Bob.
Disappear.
What? This is outrageous. This is unfair. I demand to roll an opposing...
Also, I appreciate his subtle Star Wars prequels quote there. This is unfair. I demand to be on the council.
Check.
Ooh, this is the classic weaken your opponent before the showdown strategy used by the
good old Red
evil
analyzing
bad
tropes.
guys. He wants to demonstrate that we're over-reliant on our magic items as a sort of condescending attack on our self-worth. Watch, next he's gonna say, your puny trinkets won't save you now.
Your puny trinkets won't save you now.
I've always wanted... that was my favorite... one of my favorite lines in Spider-Verse. This is a slight Spider-Verse reference, but also just... I guess homage when fucking Peter B is like, watch, next thing he's gonna watch, this is typical bad guy talk. Next he's gonna say, you've got 24 hours. And then Kingpin's like, you've got 24 hours. And I was like, I'm gonna steal that. And I think it's very suiting for Red, considering she does story tropes and stuff. And I bet she enjoyed voicing it just as much as I enjoy it existing and putting it in my video. It's great.
And with a snap of his fingers, everyone's magical items disappear.
What?
This is outrageous. This is unfair.
I demand to roll an opposing skill check.
Ooh, this is the classic weaken your opponent before the showdown strategy used by the really egomaniacal bad guys. He wants to demonstrate that we're over-reliant on our magic items as a sort of condescending attack on our self-worth. Watch, next he's gonna say, your puny trinkets won't save you now.
Your puny trinkets won't save you now.
He says, holding all your loot in a glowing orb in his grip.
Ooh, textbook orb strategy.
Stop making comparable.
Oh yeah, I think the items are actually a reference as well, each one of them. Let's see, the snap of his fingers.
He looks down upon you all, and with a snap of his fingers,
Yeah, so you see there is there's the deck of penny, because you can see the Abe Lincoln. There's the ring of favor and protection, except there's a uwu face. There's a Monster Hunter sword and shield. There's the chainsaw laser earrings, shotgun earrings, whatever. There is the, I think that's the Griffin saddlebag, and a flame tongue. Flame tongue is actually supposed to be a sword, a fiery sword, but I made it a literal flaming tongue. So, yeah.
everyone's magical items disappear.
Using skill check.
Strategy.
Stop making comparable analysis. Evilist then casts Hold Person on all patrons of the tavern. Everyone needs to roll.
Also, fun fact, I didn't know what to use to represent Hold Person, so I just looked at what Hold Person looks like in Baldur's Gate 3, and I just took that. This is what Hold Person looks like in Baldur's Gate 3.
Counterspell. Hey, did you see this new ad for an over-the-table dictionary?
All right, and then this little thing. I'm the best at every class, especially the wizard. It's a running joke on Davi's fucking channel.
What's it called? Counterspell.
Fucking how many counterspells do you even have?
All of them.
No way, you really
Oh, bye, Monty. Thanks for tuning in.
don't have that many.
Of course I do.
Bullshit. Let me see your character sheet.
No.
Let me see it.
No.
Let me see it, Davy.
No.
Give it to me,
No,
Davy.
no,
Let me
you
see
can't.
it.
As a Beastmaster, Warlock, Fighter, Sword.
Yeah, over the table dictionary, counter spell. Yeah. And yeah, so this is that was Davy and XP to level 3. This is like a subtle in joke that they often have a lot of problems with the spell counter spell. And I think they made like a series of reply videos to each other, all in good nature, of course, not the drama reply videos, but just making videos giving their perspective in response to each other's videos about counterspell. Because counterspell is a very controversial spell in its implementation and its functionality.
Let me see it, Davy.
No.
Give it to me,
No,
Davy.
no,
Let me
you
see
can't.
it.
As a Beastmaster, Warlock, Fighter,
And this is Tulok the Barbarian. He does build guides on YouTube on how to build pop culture characters in D&D.
multi-class, I'd like to use my beast movement to carry me to the enemy, then have them attack the enemy, then use my familiar's action to use the help action, then cast haste on myself, cast Eldritch Blast as a quicken spell, use action surge to put a light on my beast's nose, and attack with my hasted action.
Oh, sweet. My shield guardian spell.
And the man himself, Mr. Runesmith, the big man who's making a proper business. Like he's making his own Kickstarters and producing things outside of videos. Man, this guy, he is like on another tier. He's responsible for creating Stibble's Codex of Companions and the Seeker's Guide to Twisted Taverns, I think it's called. Yeah, the Twisted Taverns, basically. The taverns that I made the music video for, the Tavern Crawl thing. That is he. He is responsible for that. And he's great.
Rocks because he targets.
He's also really funny. Yeah, he makes the basically thing, and he presents informative but also funny videos about D&D topics.
Spell. So that's going to be a faithful hound right on Evilus's heels.
And you too can get your own book of Stibble's Codex of Companions. If you do not have a raffle already, you can use the command !raffle to be entered into a raffle. We have 23 minutes left to enter for a raffle for your own Stibble's Codex of Companions.
My turn, my sweet, sweet pup is definitely going to have a munch. And then I'll have the Guardian run up and slap him. And then I'll use my 9th level spell slot to conjure... Wait, hold on. 32 enormous constrictor snakes. You're keeping track of all these initiatives, right?
Fun fact, that is actually 32 enormous constrictor. I counted them out.
Don't forget that I also have 2 horses, a mastiff, and 6 chickens.
Oh, actually, I still have my movement. Can I dodge as a free action?
The dog's name is Cheese Puff, by the way.
Joel, can I play this?
And this one, he's like, hey, because Jeffrey, he really likes monster. He does a series where he fuses D&D creatures with Pokemon or draws Pokemon as D&D creatures. So I made it like a joke, like, hey, what if you like asked me to play a Tarrasque?
Well, you two sort that out.
Kenku, the man himself who can draw thick goblins like no other. He is a massive role player, and that was his deal, that he's just overblows his role play.
I'm going to try to scam as many people as possible out of their coin.
Whoa, hold up there, you oversized crow. You said you were lawful good.
Oh, no. I said I was a half-elven town guard turned hospice nurse and non-lethal hedge knight. But, you know, I can understand the confusion.
Some people were thirsting over how I drew his character, because I don't know, maybe I just drew him with like kind of thickish arms. I don't know. He's a good-looking bird.
Besides, I don't believe in alignment anyway. I'm trying to get my scam on. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may you lend me your ears. I have here in my hand one of the
Thick goblins? No, I'm talking about Kenku.
finest brews in all
Okay, so as I stand up in a chair, everyone looks at me. I smile charmingly and
fucking
everyone
Aiden.
starts cheering already. As I
Aiden makes short little D&D skit videos, and he does mute. Aiden is like 10 times funnier than me, man. Like, he makes these short little videos, and they are hilarious. They're like less than a minute long, and he cranks them out, and he is such a funny guy.
a 12-chorded ukulele.
Excuse you, who's the DM here?
Oh, you, of course, but in this scenario I will have to roll persuasion or performance, and if I pass a DC check 15, I will charm everyone around me into following my every command. Doing this will allow my character to start its own company, creating profits through the selling of a very
specific... So this is censored, and I'm going to show you guys what this is actually uncensored. Give me a sec. You're gonna see what it is uncensored. Are you ready? If I can find it, that is. Hold up. You're gonna see. If I can find it. Just give me a sec. It's quite an old file, so... Where is it? I just thought it would be funny if I censored it. But now I might not be able to find it. Shit. Huh. It might have to remain a mystery. Is it in here? No. Hold on. Wait. This is 1304. I can actually find it in the thing. Let's see. Where's 1304? 1304. The power of having the actual source file. Very specific. What is this? Is this the one? Oh, no! Oh, it's not a separate image. Damn it. Not quite a furry. Let's see. Video projects. Sorry, give me a sec. I really want to show what this is. Something horrifying that needs to be censored. Crap guide. Where is it? Where is it? Final frames, is it in here? No, it's not. Frames? No, I can't find it. I'm gonna take one last look around. If I can't find it, I guess it's just gonna have to remain a mystery. Where are you? Where are you hiding? I need to clean out my downloads folder. It's got way too much stuff. I'm sure it should be in my downloads folder. Gorb! Thank you for ascending with Gorb. Yeah, sorry guys, I can't find it. Jeez. Huh. Guess it will remain a mystery forever. Or until I find the file by chance. Sorry, guys. It's going to remain censored. It just can never be seen. Undead Nova, thank you for gifting 5 subs. At least tell us no. It has to be. It's something that has to be seen. Depixeler? I don't know that a depixeler will be able to depixelate this. Was it on this computer? Yes.
Specific.
No.
Don't worry, everyone. Just think
This is lots of fun. This is Whistle While You Work, also known as Shelby. She wanted to do like the anime player, you know, the player that just watches way too much anime. He's faking. I'm not faking it. I'm not. I'm trying to find it, I promise. I just don't want to waste people's time, you know? It's just, I don't know where it is. I don't know where the file is, man. I'm trying. I can maybe, like, look for it at the end of the stream, but...
We've helped through our journey and the ties between our hearts that will help us defeat Evilus Maximus. In the name of Saloon, I will punish you. Believe it!
Can I stab her and take all her stuff?
And that is Blaine Simple. He's also... It's funny because he also does topics on anime when it comes to D&D, but... He actually wrote this line with no context to who it would be replying to. He just wrote, I want to stab someone. And I'm like, all right. Guess you'll stab someone. Guess you'll ask to stab someone.
Later.
Hey, DM, not that it actually happened, but hypothetically...
And that's Reba Derbs. She doesn't do things often, I think because she's busy with school and stuff. But she does do, like, D&D Vine stuff. But yeah.
Set you let me borrow. Would you happen to have another one?
I like her fast pace.
I have the perfect theme music.
And Shane the Boy, I think that's what he's called. Shane the Boy. That boy Shane. That's what he's called. That boy Shane. He does D&D's. Cool boy Shane. But not that boy. Oh shit! Here come that boy. Oh shit! What up? It's that boy Shane. No, it's cool boy Shane. That's it. Cool boy Shane.
Exact situation. Just hold on 1 second. I'll find it.
What? Oh yeah. That's right. Blaine was about to eat the knife. He's just,
I swear. I have the perfect theme music for this exact situation. Just hold on 1 second. I'll find it.
And Shane was very explicit in letting me know that he wanted to have a Zune. He's got a Zune player.
Music! Good idea. My furball pulls out their ukulele and begins to sing to the village.
So Cammy actually made a full version of this song called Life of a Bard. She was contacted by somebody else to make a full version. Let's see. Life of a Bard. And it is amazing. It's so cheery. I'll only play a bit of it. You can listen to the rest of it, but it's so upbeat and nice.
I got a tragic backstory and my class is a meme. I'm the ace of the race, the other parties are whack. I'm a jack of all trades, including the jack. Excuse me, barmaid in a skirt. I hope you don't mind, but I'm a devious flirt. Let me up on the stage of your beauty, I'll sing, and I'll show you just how I strum my strings. Hey now, this is the life of the bard. Just how did you flirt with the guard? Hey, why you in for a treat as I flirt with every NPC? Woo!
Yeah, you can listen to the rest of that. It is so good. It's great. And she even drew her character and like kind of like took reference from the DM video. Look, she even drew Evilus Maximus, and Evilus Max is one of the lyrics. And like this is like straight up 1-to-1 translation of not a trace, but like heavily referenced from the DM video.
Hey, you with the villainous smile, why don't you come and stay and get to know me a while? We're two of a kind, two sides of the coin. Well, I got no tail, I could give you some.
Alrighty, I think that's enough barding for now. I said that's enough.
I feel as though we haven't really sussed out the emotional stakes here. I mean, who is Evilus to us, you know?
He's the demon lord of darkness. He murders people and is awful and terrible and bad.
And this is Feldeleb. He is a voice actor and he does D&D videos and he's wonderful. He has a fantastic voice and he actually made a short little thing based off of D&D looters. I made a D&D style Hooters thing a long time ago. but I never really finished it, and I've just kind of given up on it by now. Maybe I'll revisit it one day. But he made a one-shot idea, and you can look up D&D Looters one-shot probably on YouTube and find. It's great.
See perhaps a metaphor, a construct representing the lasting woe that persisted after the Age of Reason. Or maybe we are all evilists. He's a reflection of our own inner...
Nope, shut up.
You know, we probably can't even take evilists. Okay.
And this is the Loading Crew. He does videos about pop culture characters and what alignment they would be based on the actions they take. He doesn't say they are this alignment. He kind of like does the way I think alignment should be done, which is take... think about like their base alignment from the beginning based on what we know about the character and, you know, their accomplishments and their actions, and then shift it based on the actions that they take throughout the story. I think alignment is not oh, I do this because I'm this alignment, but rather I am this alignment because I do this thing. And I agree with him on how he uses that as his like measuring point. And you can see this is his alignment chart. You'd see lawful neutral is that guy from an anime. I don't know. Lawful good is a Fate character, I think. Neutral good is Lucina. Chaotic good is Goku or Gohan. I can't tell. True neutral is the Knight from Hollow Knight. Chaotic neutral, I don't know. That's another anime character. Chaotic evil is, I think, Aku, maybe? I don't know. I can't tell what that is. Neutral evil is Jafar. And lawful evil is Alistair, I think, from Has Been Hotel. Yeah. Some dude from Bleach. Yeah, some anime. What is his channel? He does Pokemon D&D and also, you know, this character's alignment, you know. And recently he's been doing a lot of Has Been Hotel and what is it? Hell of a Boss content, because he's a big Vivzy Pop fan, and yeah.
According to the script.
And this is the only non-YouTuber on here. This is Jack Kaiser. He is an artist, and he does fucking amazing official book levels of art, like renders. Like let me find some safe for work stuff, because he does do not safe for work as well, but it's like it's not lewd. It's just, you know. Let's see. Jack Kaiser D&D. Let me show you some stuff that he's made. Here we go. Check this out. This is Jack Kaiser, that Art Jack on Twitter. And yeah, he does some good shit. Some real, look at that. Look. Fucking awesome. Look at that. That's so fucking good. Oh man, it's like, and that's like his not like sketches. Like when you see like his full finished stuff when he like has more time, it's like, oh yeah, he does stuff for Monty all the time. Monty loves to commission Jack.
Strategy guide, he commands 4 Krakens made of like pure gold, which are actually lawful neutral, by the way. So they're technically not even evil, and they just serve an evil lord, which is interesting because...
Hey, stop reading the official campaign setting.
How's he funding all this?
I think I have a general...
Yeah, this is where the massive like audio overlapping starts to happen. Right here is I think right here. However, what I did was I recorded over all the overlapping voices and just put them into a single audio file just to make it more manageable. So it used to be just as like tall as this, if not taller, but I just made it into one single audio file so it's easy to manage the volume of everything. Yeah. Oh yeah, the fucking Garu with the gun. It's like I have a gun. I love this frame so much. He's so happy. He's got a big stupid grin. I have a gun, and he's about to shoot Aiden. What a stupid frame. Why did I draw this? God, it looks so stupid. I love it.
Can I just get my... Okay, shut up!
Oh, and I drew Davy in a bee suit because during this whole like talking over, Davy is reciting the entirety of the B movie script. So that's 2 instances of the B movie script in a single video. There he is, yeah, right there. And Helena is about to stab him.
Okay, shut up!
I should make pudding pretzels tonight.
And then Felix fucking, I should make pudding pretzels tonight.
Maximus has you all
There's a, I don't know if it's okay to share it, but in Felix's recording, just like, I won't share the actual recording, but in Felix's recording, at one point he calls Dingo cute, and Dingo gets really embarrassed and tells him to shut up. It's super sweet.
completely surrounded and begins to speak.
Foolish mortals, I've lived for 1,000 lifetimes, and once I'm done with you, I'll continue to live 1,000 more. You are merely a blink in my existence. I felt
Some of these frames I'm actually really proud of because I think they just look good. Like the Dawnright frames, I think like look like legitimately good drawings, just like that I would want to make like proper renders for, or rather not renders, but just like give them proper time. Like this frame, like this is probably the most complex frame in this entire video. Same with this one, like this lighting and stuff, and same with some of the frames here when it gets all dramatic.
And once I'm done with you, I'll continue to live 1,000 more.
Like this frame, I really like this one, just of River and Sips standing seriously.
Merely a blink in my existence. I fell gods and consumed worlds. Worlds which yours pales in its own inadequacy. For the darkness I've tamed this.
We've got him now, guys. I cast Polymorph in the middle of his speech.
And that is Crit Crab. He reads D&D horror stories. So if you ever feel like you're not a great DM or player and you need to pick me up, just listen to his videos and you'll realize you're probably not that bad. Oh, good old Crit Crab. He's made a few cameo, like I've drawn cameos of him in my videos a few times, but yeah, this is his first time speaking cameo.
Yeah, turn him into a T-Rex. No, wait, T-Rex
I'm
is
gonna
bad.
grab
Turn him
Greckles.
into something
I'm
smaller.
gonna
Goldfish. Turn him into a goldfish.
Yeah, so I gave Connor a few more lines because his only line was "I want to smash the barkeeper," so I put him in here early so you can hear him. And this blow up was very much planned early on, and I'm glad that it came out almost exactly how I wanted it. I really like this.
Persuade him to be our friend instead of evil Maximus.
You can suck on his
It's hard to hear, but Shelby, Whistle While You Work, is saying, "Don't fuck with me. I have the power of God and anime on my side." And Monty is shouting out Stone's Endurance, and fucking Davy's gonna come out and say, "I roll to seduce the dungeon."
Shut up! Everyone shut the hell up! No, you can't talk to the barkeeper. They ignore you. I didn't read your backstory, your home.
I don't remember what everyone says. I have their individual files. I can listen to them, actually. Let's see. Let's see. Who is this? This is Red from OSP.
I think my initiative is. Wait, I didn't roll initiative. Okay, sorry. Hold on. Let me get that. Now, guys, I get that defeating him would be more efficient, but I think what we should really do is let him nearly defeat us, so then we can do like this really rousing heroic speech about like friendship, and one of us can be all powered up and cool, and we can watch them single-handedly fight the bad.
Yeah, she goes on for a while. Her improv is pretty good. Who's this? This is the Loading Crew. I think he said something about hot dogs.
No, wait. There's this really overpowered spell from the Book of Erotic Fantasy. It's level 3, and all you gotta do is cast it, and all of his armor just falls right off.
Never mind. He's talking about the Book of Erotic Fantasy. Let's see. I think this is Reba talking about casting Fireball.
Ooh. I want to cast Fireball. Fireball.
Yeah, let's see. This is Taka saying that we should throw a spear.
Have you tried spearing him with a spear? Quick, throw a spear! Quick, throw a spear!
Let's see. This is Shelby. Yeah, got an anime on my side.
Don't fluff with me. I have the power of God and anime on my side.
Let's see. Caitlin, what is she saying?
Hey, you know what? Why don't I just drop a chandelier on his head? There's a chandelier over his head, right, Joe? I'm gonna take a shot at him.
What does Kane say?
No. Are we fighting now? I don't know. I find fighting always a little boring. Can I try to calm everybody down with a series of ad-libbed spoken word poems?
Yaro says to suck on his holy sword. I think.
Darkness schmarkness, evil Maximus. You could suck on this holy sword.
Yeah. What? Yeah, there's a lot. I'm trying to find what are some good ones. Yeah, there's a lot. I'm not gonna show them all, but I'm trying to remember which was a good one. What did Aiden say?
Oh, my character will look at the bad guy and I will try to intimidate him into stop being evil.
Intimidate him to stop being evil. Yes, good. What is Felix saying?
Can I burn down the bar? I think I want to... Yeah, I want to burn down the bar. Let's burn down the bar. Yes, we should absolutely burn down the bar.
Oh my god. Jesus, Felix. Z... I don't remember anything from Z. Who's this? Yarrow. Oh, I just repeated Yarrow again. Monty, Stone's Endurance. Caitlin. Man, I forget. Red went on for a while. Who's this? Taka. Dingo.
I'm gonna curse this glass of water.
Oh my god. I'm gonna curse this glass of water. Amazing. Such a stupid nothing suggestion. Alright, yeah.
Brews rejected. There are no Goliaths, and pay the fuck attention next time I describe the goddamn scene. No, I'm not gonna describe it again for you. You all took too long, so your ambush fails and you fall to the floor of the tavern. Also, your target runs away. I never asked for a single one of you to roll, so all your dice go to waste. You don't get that gold, your intimidation fails, and you stop being a dongly-bongly rules lawyer for once. You two, stop comparing my totally original campaign to popular and historical media. I will sick the light gray walkers on you. You don't counterspell, your sheet is revoked, and no, you can't do any of whatever all that shit you were trying to do, you moldy min-max and munchkins. Nobody listens to you, and the guards show up to arrest you for disturbing the peace.
Hey, it's alright, JoCat. There's no need to get...
Fuck, I still can't believe I got Matt Mercer to say JoCat. What the fuck, dude? That is insane. I can't believe it's surreal. It is surreal that I and I wanted to. It's because I also wanted him to deliberately say JoCat too, because it could have just been mistaken for taking clips of him, but the fact that he says JoCat means this is my clip of him saying this for me. And that is so awesome. And he's man, I love my job.
So hostile.
Yes, and yeah, he has foam noodles all the way back from episode 2, from the fucking Bard episode. He's got foam noodles. Look at it.
If you just take a moment to talk to the players, I'm sure we can all...
Nobody cares, Matt Mercer.
Oh, man.
Oh, I'm such an asshole. God, his delivery is so good. Yeah, he is. This is his job.
Players, I'm sure we can all...
Nobody cares, Matt Mercer.
Oh, man.
No, 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 and no to all of your plans. And Evilus Maximus doesn't get interrupted by your spell. He conjures a giant mountain on top of the world, rocks fall, everybody dies, and that's the end of the session because nobody wanted to talk to the obviously mysterious hooded figure in the middle of the fucking room!
I think that is the loudest I've ever had to shout for a recording. And you can even hear, this was back when I was still in my parents' house, so you can hear a little bit of echo because the room was not made for soundproofing or voice acting. And that was like, I had to channel some real anger there. I think that's the most frustrated I've ever been on recording. Man.
mysterious
Man, that was the most
figure
boring
Fine.
And you can't hear him, but I think Davy, like in the wave of voices, like, this is dumb. I didn't even get to seduce the dungeon.
Ever. Leave. I don't need you. I can find some other players who would be happy to play the game I meticulously planned for them. Go on and cry about it online, you dice-munching goblin breath weirdos. This is what you get for ruining the scene. It's all your fault, you know. You're welcome.
And that part as well. That is the last time JoCat says you're welcome. And it's while everyone's walking away and he's got nothing left. I know this sounds like maybe I'm over-dramatizing the stupid cartoon show satirical guide series on YouTube. But I felt that was a nice little symbolism that like he says you're welcome, but he doesn't have the upper hand now. Everyone's walking away and nobody wants to join his game.
Satisfied? What the hell else was I supposed to do?
The one cameo that I think some people would not have expected was JoCat, me, showing up in JoCat form. And, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's self-indulgent. My original vision was to have Matt take this role. But, I don't know. I feel it's better if I did, because it is my video and my channel, and I think it would resonate better if it's me talking to my alter ego. I don't know. And it's also something for me as well. I feel like I needed this. This is also partly just like for my sake to have some what is it? When something's all wrapped up nice and in a bow. Closure, that's the one. Closure. Have some closure between me personally and this series, because as much as this series from the outside it just looks like a series that I'm doing so I can entertain people and stuff, it's also for my own self-expression. And like, I don't know, it's hard to explain that I have needs as well to fulfill when I make things, and I felt like I really needed to do this as well. I don't know. It helped me emotionally to include this in this episode.
If they don't want to play the game I've set up for them, then they don't deserve to play at all.
Maybe, but did you ever think about the game they do want to play? You know, the players are just as much a part of how the session goes as you are. Part of D&D is about how anything can happen.
But I planned out this whole thing for them. I even got all the books and everything. It was gonna be a sweeping story with awesome NPCs and an epic conclusion, but they're not doing what I need them to do.
That's true. What's this song? This song is actually a remix, or rather not a remix, well, maybe a remix, a softer cover of an intro that I had been planning on using for the video essay videos. You know, the ones for the two videos that I have, the Klonoa video and the Pokemon Designs video. And it is an intro that I wanted to use to play, to intro the show. But I made this kind of somber cover of it to play here. So I guess it's like my theme, I guess, a little bit. It was playing, but with the crap guide instruments. But who knows if I'll use that. I am working on those style of videos just slowly but surely. When they'll be released, who knows, because they take a lot of time and energy out of me. But maybe you'll be able to hear that theme soon enough. And I would like to try and get a full version of that theme as well. Because I can only ever compose like short little themes. Yeah. It goes something like you can hear that a little bit in here.
True, and maybe they never will, but that might be okay. Sure, keep in mind where you want the game to go, but not everything has to be by the books.
This line right here is one that I hope can satisfy a lot of people criticizing that this this episode doesn't account for the DM being a player as well. And I agree, the DM is also a player. And maybe I didn't make that clear enough in the episode, as I didn't depict the players as being at fault at all. But I hope that at least this part where I say keep in mind where you want the game to go suffices well enough. Thank you for the hugs, everybody. It really does mean a lot. But this part right here where I'm talking about, talk to the players is what I hope is, covers the best ground that I can. It covers all the bases that I didn't. So I just basically say, talk to the players. Because if all else fails, talk to the players, We gotta get through the stream, you guys. We gotta finish. I've been going for nearly 5 hours. We gotta finish. I'm sorry. Just give me a sec. Seeing you guys showing your love in the chat, it means a lot, And it's crazy that I do this for a living, and I love it so very much that I'm able to express myself so freely, that I can make all the things that I've ever wanted to make, and it's all thanks to you. And we cannot thank you enough. Thank you, Gorb. Okay, alright, I'm done being sappy. I'm done. I'm done being sappy. Let's think about something else. Think about swords. Swords are cool. Let's think about boobs. Boobs don't make me cry. Y'all gonna make... Yeah, think about boobs. There you go. Swords and boobs. Oh, man. Anyway, yeah, this is a very emotional moment, both in and outside of the video.
Everyone is playing their own version of D&D, and as the DM, you have to be able to adapt to that. Saying no to everything you don't want them doing isn't going to give them an amazing experience with infinite possibilities. It's just going to make them feel like the game's better off without them. But what if I do let them do whatever they want, and things go wrong, and it gets boring, or imbalanced, or I forget something important, or the game goes south somehow, and the players don't like the session anyway? Then you go again and do better next time. And this situation right here could be a good start. Yeah, right, and what am I supposed to do, talk to the players? You can certainly try.
Some of you may have caught on, and thank you so much for all the generosity, the gifted subs and the bits and the donations and the subscriptions. I'm sorry that I can't read them all right now. I'm just trying to get through this video, or else I'll be here all day, but I do appreciate them, every single one of them. But the phrase, "you can certainly try," is a phrase that many dungeon masters will be familiar with, because it's the essence of a good dungeon master, is that you allow your players to at least try. And that is the sign of a good dungeon master. A bad dungeon master says no. A good dungeon master says you can certainly try. And I hope that's what I try to have, like a double meaning in this phrase, that you can try again to be a better dungeon master, and you can try to let the players try their stuff as well. It's, yeah.
Guys, wait.
And I don't mean to ruin the mystery here, but some people actually caught on that this This right here is an accurate nat 20. If you find a d20 and you put the 20 up, you will see that the numbers line up properly. And I didn't want to explicitly put a 20 there. I just wanted to leave that. Yeah, it actually lines up with a proper d20. Yeah. I like small touches.
Guys, wait. I'm sorry. I was worried that if you didn't play the way I wanted you to,
why am I crying in the D&D club right now?
As I thought it could be. I was too constricting on your agency and shouldn't have stopped you from at least attempting to do the things you wanted. And I should have talked with you and maybe come to some sort of compromise on some of the things I was really stubborn about. Being the dungeon master is just really, really scary. There's so much I have to keep track of. Coming up with things on the fly can be really hard, and I want to run the best game I can for everyone. And I'm terrified of messing things up. So sometimes I can get a bit...
Vapid?
In the chair.
Anatomically confusing?
Aggressive. But I'm willing to try again, if you are. So how about it? Would you like to play some D&D?
Thank you, guys.
So, Krabby, you were saying you wanted to interrupt Evilus Maximus.
Yeah.
And this part...
I wanted to...
This part I also envisioned from the very beginning that, you know, this whole blow up and eventually leading to a rolling for initiative. And I left it somewhat open-ended that you don't see what happens after he rolls initiative, because at that point it's up to you to figure out on your own what to do from there.
Polymorph on him in the middle of his speech.
All right, what's your spell save DC?
15.
Against all odds, you successfully polymorph Evilus Maximus. He transforms into a meek little sheep.
I think the one thing that I would improve with this frame is I would have liked to put more characters in here, but I was running out of time, and I was trying to finally get the video completed and out the door. And, yeah, but it's still enough. It's enough.
Sheep and falls to the tavern floor. Seeing this happen, several of the tavern patrons throw up their hoods to reveal they are part of Evilus's cult. Everyone roll for initiative.
This is
down. I've had this vision in my head that the finale was me scrolling down as the final thing since the beginning, and this video has come out basically how I wanted it. And here's the credits. Down to the credits, like, coming in and playing, and I'm so happy. And that's the theme. That's the JoCat theme right there. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs. Yeah, that's the JoCat theme that I'm planning on using. That's been around for a while, for quite a few years. And yeah, if you listen through the VOD, once the VOD is this, and you listen through that theme, and you listen to the theme of me talking with Joe Crap, you can hear that it's the same theme. But thank you for the fucking level 5 hype train. That is insane. It's hard to believe that I deserve any of this support from all of you, but I still appreciate all nonetheless. And we're gonna pick a winner for the Stibbles raffle, because it did end a while ago. And then once I do, I'm gonna call the stream there. I'm just gonna let this play while we pick the winner. And the winner is Serious Fairy. Congratulations, Serious Fairy. When you get the chance, go ahead and whisper me on Twitch so I can get your information. And I will mail you your Stibbles Codex of Companions. Congratulations. Here's the final credits of all the people who played in the crap guides. I'm sure there's still probably tons and tons more I could say about the crap guide to DM alone, but I think this should suffice. It's been 5 hours. I thank you all for joining me in this 2-year journey, and I hope that I can continue to entertain you. If not in this form, then whatever form that I try to bring in the best way that I can in the future. And whatever's next, I will try to make it the best that I can. And thank you all very, very much. Yeah. I'm gonna go to the waiting room and I'm gonna roll the credits. While I try to compose myself. And yeah, thank you so much. Wednesday, sorry for all the gross sniffles. Wednesday, I will be back to regular streaming schedule. Wednesday morning, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time will be Divinity Original Sin 2 with Shen, Max, and Crystal. And Thursday evenings at 6:30 p.m. are me and Jetman J playing Bowser's Inside Story. I think no raid today. Just keep things conclusive. I wouldn't want to pressure anybody to stick around because you've already given me more than enough of your time today. So I will simply call it here once the credits are over. Thank you for all the support and well wishes. And I will hopefully have the next video out very, very soon. It's a little different from what you're used to, but I was trying to make it very good all the same. Good night, everyone. Thank you.